screaming out our name. It's a blowout, it's a hurricane, it's over before you know it. While you're shaking, we're a dynasty in the making. We're the royalty, now we're breaking down the enemy. Move over for the soldiers. Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine, we live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, we do it for the glory. Yeah, we've waited for our time to come, calculated everything we've done, we've upgraded. Now you can't outrun a champion. Now you're facing one. Can you hear them? Yeah, it's all for us. You believe them? Yeah, it's serious. Hear the siren. We're victorious. I'm telling you. Can I get a hell yeah? Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine, we live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, we do it for the glory. You're the chaser, I'm the eraser. I'll ruin your record, I'll back it, I'll break ya. I cut like a razor, so call the trophy engraver. I'm gonna get it, wait till I win it. God, I'm so glad to be in it. Can't wait to say that we did it. This is my life and I live it. Ready to give it my all when you fall back. Taking advantage of all that. Demons on average are so bad. Playing short and your team scratch. Time to assess all the damages. I knew that you couldn't handle this. It takes a man to stand up to the king, and unfortunately you were bandages. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, we do it for the glory.
Be part of your family. This is Joe Bloomstrom and Lori Bloomstrom. Here is a picture of Paul, who is Simracing family, and it's just cool that you're allowing us to be a part of this, and we really appreciate you thinking of Paul the way you do.
Just wanted to thank you guys. We are so grateful you're doing this in Paul of Honor. He really loves this community, and we are hoping that we can raise some funds for St. Jude's charity. We have a special place in our hearts for St. Jude's. They help kids, and we are really grateful.
Paul loved you guys. We miss him terribly. He was a great son, great guy, and made friends all over the world, including all of you. Thank you so much.
Oh, love to go fast, and I hope you guys do too. Thank you.
Year, 400,000 children like Justin develop cancer. If he had been born in the United States, his chances of survival would have been more than 80%. But in his native Ecuador, those chances are much lower. In resource-limited countries, survival rates are below 30%. Where a child lives is the most powerful predictor of whether they will survive cancer. There are many contributing factors to the disparity in pediatric cancer survival rates, including access to life-saving medicines.
So access to quality medications is critical for the success of any programs at the country level or global. Children cannot survive, cannot have hope without proper access to essential medicines. This has been something that we have identified as a priority.
St. Jude has long been dedicated to improving pediatric health worldwide. Building on our established global ecosystem of collaboration, we are launching a transformative initiative, the Global Platform for Access to Childhood Cancer Medicines.
We are now able to tackle the rare pediatric cancers and make progress against those because we're working as a global community that will allow us to purchase generic drugs and distribute those to low and middle income countries at no cost.
The Global Platform works by creating a central procurement entity within the World Health Organization, the UNICEF and the Pan American Health Organization. Then the governments engage to develop the production and the supply of these medications. And these are the medications that are considered to be critical and required for all children with cancer, wherever they are.
Today, essential cancer medicines are starting to arrive in 6 countries: Ecuador, Zambia, Jordan, Uzbekistan, Nepal, and Mongolia. These medicines, provided at no cost to local institutions, represent the first step in a long-term effort to reach 50 countries and treat more than 120,000 children in 5 to 7 years.
Danny's dream was that no child die in the dawn of life, and he was thinking perhaps about the United States, but I think in the back of his mind he was always thinking of a global landscape. And I see this as the logical direction for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to go and for the entire field of pediatric oncology.
The Global Platform is more than a lifeline for children like Justin facing cancer. It's a foundation for a future where all children have access to life-saving care. By working together, we are building toward our founder's dream that no child should die in the dawn of life, no matter where they're born.
Oh, my mic was turned off. Sorry, guys. The streamer's broken. Not the stream, Ray. Just the streamer. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nolander. Can you hear me in Discord now, too? Hear him. Alright, I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It's apparently too early in the morning and I haven't drank enough coffee. There he is. There he is. I think Nolander's watching the stream here. Okay. For us this week, it's a good start here again, so not a whole lot changed there. The only difference is Bitian definitely got a better start here. As far as Oscar goes as well. Confusing me with his commentary because he's looking at a different spot. I don't know. I might be live right now. I'm not sure. Alright, so it's Frestisio in the lead, Bitian in second place, Oscar here in third place. We got Toonbox here in the BMW in fourth place. We got Moral Velos in fifth place. So the field is a little bit more separated this time around. We've got Wendigo here in sixth. We've got all over the back end of that Mercedes here. So let's stick with this for a moment. As we have Smiley just in behind closing it as well. We got Roses in ninth place there, and then we've got Supra for Team Rad, and I'm not sure who the last driver is there. I can't remember who that driver was, but bear with, we will figure it out shortly. As we come out of the final chicane here, heading into what's now turn one essentially, as the race will finish essentially at that start-finish line. Gov does get the position, but ooh, Roses went a little bit, got some good gain there on those two battling into the sort there, and had to kind of go on the outside there to avoid contact with them, and it almost made that a three-wide exit there, and they had to kind of jockey themselves for position there, and it ends up being Gov holding on to the position from Smiley there, so that was a good hearty little battle right there, and Smiley definitely gave it his best shot there. Roses with a half-second penalty there on the exit of Lasource, as he had to go quite wide on the exit there to avoid that three-wide situation, and he does go on the inside of Smiley there and does get the position, so the Tenths Porsche here does move up a position with Roses behind the wheel here and up in the ninth place, but unfortunately for him, he's going to lose 2 or 3 positions as he heads up in towards the Paul Frere curve, outside of the Paul Frere curve, due to that half-second penalty. It was some contact there between the 10 and the Mercedes and the Lexus, and then they're jostling a little bit here for position between Tony and Smiley here, and a wide exit there for Tony, as there is a little bit of door banging going on there through those couple of quarters between these two drivers, and Supra is just sitting back kind of watching all that go down and tries to take advantage of it there, but he overshoots heading into Pooh on there. He manages to keep it on the track there and doesn't lose it in that artificial curbing on the outside, so that was very fortunate. He does lose the position back to Tony there, but does keep the car moving in forward direction there. That was a sketchy situation there for Super, for Team Rad there, but he definitely held it together there as he continues on here. So we got Frestisio still in the lead here. Bitian is 3/4 of a second in behind, nice and securely in the toe, and Oscar's right there just on the edge of the toe as well. So everybody is moving and grooving, and it is an official race start here now from IRO split number 2. And welcome in everybody. So apologize for the little faux pas at the beginning. Yeah, the streamer is just a noob. What can I say? We got Immortal here in the McLaren. He is closing in on Toonbox in that BMW here. We got a juicy battle between Gov and Wendigo happening here. as we come out of the final chicane, still side by side there, and it is going to be Gov that's going to edge it out here as we head into the source, but it's going to be an undercut coming here from the Mercedes. Nope, he's going to go back outside, and he's going to look for the over-under on the exit here, but Gov holding strong in that GTR. He keeps his line, and he's going to hold the position off, and that was a great battle. We're going to go take another look at that, but we have one going on in the background here between Roses and Smiley still as well, if I can ever get to it. As Smiley was looking to re-attack for that 8th place position on Roses there, but Roses held the line, and as we head up the Kemmel Straight here, the Mercedes should be able to get a pretty good run here. So we've got battles all up and down this racetrack here right now, which one to watch, which one to see. I mean, I think 2nd and 3rd place were right there coming into a late move coming there from the Mercedes, but that is going to shoot him wide on the exit, and Roses is just going to hold his line there and just take that position right on back. So very ambitious move there from Smiley in the Mercedes there, but Roses seen that coming and definitely read the play there, and keeps that car nice and safe and gets that position back. So a good, healthy battle happening right there between Smiley and Roses right now in the Mercedes and the Porsche. So it is Sissio here, but he's feeling the heat here. And a little bit of a touch right there heading into Pouon. And oh boy, that's definitely going to shoot the race leader wide there. But the Aston there just backing off the throttle and making sure he stays in behind there and doesn't take the position away from the race leader there. So it's not incidental contact there as we heading into the corner there, and great respect shown between the 1st and 2nd place drivers there. Francisco maintains a race lead, but he just holds up there and tries to make sure that he doesn't give up another position in the process to the pack now closing in behind him. So Oscar taking advantage of that, as well as Toonbox and Morrill, and jumping in here into this fight for P2. So this is becoming a 4-way battle here right now for P2 almost, essentially, with obviously Morrill just in behind him, McLaren there as well. But Pittian's holding the charge here, getting that Aston Martin is proven to be very, very efficient here this season in IRO in Split 1 and Split 2. I gotta tell you, it is a very quick car when you have the ability to work some settings on it. And an attack from the outside here from Oscar on the Aston Martin there, but he does not get the job done. The Aston Martin just holds his line, holds strong, and now an attack coming from Toonbox here on 3rd place as he tried to make a move on 2nd place here. So side-by-side action on the defense is Oscar here, but is he going to be able to hold it? You can get the pass done on the outside here in La Source, but it is a little tricky. In the Aston Martin there in 2nd place, having a moment coming out of La Source there. Boy, caught that car up, and he just keeps on moving. Barely looked like he even lost any time there, but tense moments here right now all across the racetrack, but great battle here right now for 3rd place as Oscar and Toonbox are absolutely all over each other here, heading up into Kemmel Straight now out of Loredion, and Immortal is just sitting there just trying to hang on to the slipstream right now here in this McLaren. He's about 9/10 of a second in behind. You can see he's actually losing that slipstream on that battle up in front here, but there we go. We got a move here from Toonbox, but he shoots it a little bit wide there, and that's going to force Pittian out deep into the corner there and slow him down. It's actually going to cost 2 positions there, so great for Oscar here as he just moves up into 2nd place. He gets himself a nice little gap there. So Toonbox here now in 3rd place, Pittian here down into 4th place, now going to have to try and close that gap back up there. We've got Mortal here in 5th place and just chilling that. He's just like, all right, hey, I'm just staying close enough here. I'm staying out of the immediate feistiness is going on here right now, and I'm just sticking with these guys. So this is perfect for him right now. He's not abusing his car early on in the race. He's just sticking with those guys and watching. Basically, he's got a front row seat to the action. We got Gov here up into 6th place now. He's still got Wendigo very close to the rearview mirror here in 7th place with Sector 7. These guys are moving and grooving here at Spa today, aren't they? We got Roses here in 8th place. If you don't mind, I'm just going to take a moment on our team car here, as this is the 10/10 Simracing Porsche here. We made the St. Jude's livery here just for today. So we are trying to raise funds for the Vegas Cup Series fundraising campaign for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital for the Bloomstrom family. We do have a championship currently running that we are fundraising for this. So thank you to IRO for allowing us to push this during the race today and the streams today as well. So really do appreciate it. And of course, thank you to Tenths and Team Rad and Nolander and Cupcake for the assistance on trying to broadcast the whole race this weekend while we race as well. So there will be a point I'll be on track, and Nolander will be covering for me while I'm racing. So it should be an interesting set of transitions here this weekend. Let's go, Roses. Roses are catching now. Yeah, work together, P7. Good sportsmanship there. Only 11 teams. Yep. It happens, it wears. It's a long season, and I'm going to talk to you from a team owner's perspective on this one. I'm going to give you a real honest opinion on what it takes to do this for racing season. This is not easy. We were all excited when we did the qualifying in what was it, January or very early February at Tenths, and we didn't qualify the best, but there's so much interest that IRO is very willing to battle here for the lead. I'm going to hold that thought for a minute as we watch this battle for the lead, as Oscar got a run there on Sissio, but Sissio did hold the line there as we head into, I believe that's Lacombe. And we race up. I do have a track map. I just got to refresh on it a little bit here. So everyone else going to say. As we head down what would be a carousel corner, I suppose. And I don't know if this corner actually has a name, so we just call it the left-hander. But then that does take us into Pouon. So this is good fighting up front here. I mean, the top 3, 6, 7, 8... The top 8 cars all still in relative fighting distance of each other here, half a dozen laps in, so that's good that the race is starting to settle in here and everybody's starting to settle into their rhythm. So what can we expect to see for strategies here early on in the race? We can definitely expect to see probably a lot of two-stop strategies coming from, I would imagine, the majority, if not the whole field. Maybe there might be some one-stop attempts in there. It is feasible, but I don't know. I think it doesn't really make you any difference in time. I think it's very irrelevant in the time difference between the two strategies, with the exception of the tire compound underneath the car is kind of where the difference comes into play, I suppose. So Team Rad here up a couple of positions up in the 9th place, Tony here in 10th, and Smiley here in 11th position, and look, we could like maybe a pit stop there for damage, but 48 seconds in behind, so pit stop for damage. It seems about the relevant amount of time, I would think. It's a pretty long pit stop here at Spa, so it's definitely something you want to try to avoid at all costs. But Oscar here starting to give a good run on Sissio here as we head up into La Source on lap number 7. And we'll have 52 racing laps here from our stint 1 drivers, and I would imagine it'll stay relatively close to that throughout the day here today. Alright, so Oscar in 2nd place, closing in, but now our Aston Martin here is really starting to move in tight here. I mean, he's starting to make that ground back up after whatever happened into Lacombe there first a couple of laps ago. That set him back a couple of positions, but he is now starting to close in here, so he has navigated his way back around Toonbox there, and Toonbox was the driver that he was battling with a couple laps ago. So Toonbox back into 4th place here. Immortal is just again chilling right there, just on the edge of the slipstream right now, on the back of these big motor cars, as I like to call it, the front engine rear-wheel drive cars. These mid-engine cars don't quite have the top end that those front engine cars do, so they really do rely on getting good exits where the car is advantageous over those bigger cars to stay in that slipstream on the exit to allow them to continue their charge. Not that the mid-engine cars can't compete, that's not what we're saying at all. It's just that's the difference in the car, and this specific type of racetrack really demands a lot of top-end high-speed range in it, so typically the front engine cars do fairly well at Spa because they have that power to torque ratio in them to maintain a higher top speed up things like the Kemmel Straight, and when you're heading in towards Bloomstrom or Paul Frere Curve, those are important sections for speed, and it really does make a difference in obviously lap time around the racetrack when you've got more miles per hour into the braking zones. So it's a little bit advantageous, I guess, for the front engine cars for the specific racetrack because it suits more what those cars are built for. The mid-engine cars really rely on their nimbleness coming in and out of technical sectors of the racetracks, right? So Porsche to McLaren, for example, our two MR cars on the track here today, they really rely on these more technical sectors, the middle part of the racetrack, to gain that easy time up on those cars, where the bigger big engine cars, they have a slower turning radius in the corners because of weight and size, and where the engine is, the MR cars are much better suited to take those at higher speeds around the cornering than these cars. So that's kind of where the difference is, because Spa is a lot more of a mid to high speed racetrack. It's just a little more advantageous for the front engine cars here. It is showing so far very early on in the race, obviously, just with the straight line speed that we see coming between the FRs and the MR cars here in the heat of battle, so to speak. I'm glad the stream has settled down a little bit. I do have no under in the Discord here. I just have Universal Broadcasting, I believe. Can you hear me, Nolander? Doesn't sound like he's in his rhythm, so I'll leave him be. All right, so we do have a lead change here as Oscar now getting the lead from Sissio here. And I mean, this is a very feisty, active battle here, three-way battle for the race lead. That puts Bittian right back into the fight here. Our 93 Aston Martin is, I mean, he's right there. He's in the hunt again here, right back to where he was before a couple or 2-3 laps ago. We got Toonbox going really wide there in through Pouan, and that opened the door for the McLaren there. So Mortal's patience paying off right there, staying close enough to fight when there was an opportunity, and a mistake made by the BMW driver there through Pouan. He overshoots the corner, goes wide, and that allows the McLaren to drive right on through without really having to fight for it. So easy position there for the McLaren here, the number 5 car, I believe that is, and or 2 car, pardon me. And I mean, that's endurance racing at its finest right there. I mean, that's exactly what you want to be doing in these races. You don't want to have to beat the car up, especially this early in a 24-hour race if you don't have to. And if you can gain positions uncontested like that, I mean, that is the ideal situation. So that was a perfect situation there for McLaren as this battle heats up. I mean, this is just a free pass here now for Mortal and the team and the pack in behind just to close in and turn this into a 4, 5, 6-way battle for the race lead. So things are getting spicy here. Very early on in split number 2 as Sissio gets a defensive line into La Source here, and big checkup there from Oscar, so he may or may not have gotten into the back of Sissio just a little bit under braking there, and that opened the door for Bittian here, and he's going to move up into second place. Oscar's now in third place, a little bit off chasing, and he's got Mortal there now on the back door as well. So the Aston Martin back in the charge for the race lead here, and he is hot on the trail of fresh Sissio right now, and this is nose to tail racing. This is great action coming here from our split 2 racers this weekend, and boy, they came to race as he's going to go on the outside here heading into Lacombe, I believe this is, and that's a tough hold right there. Is a little bit of a braking error from Sissio potentially as he went in deep there to try and negate the outside move from Bittian there, and that forced him a little bit wide as the car overshot the corner, and Bittian again in the same set of corners found himself now down another position again due to the battling in that corner. So back up against Oscar here side by side as we head into the left-hander, and there's a little bit of a touch between the two guys. They're fighting for that apex position. No harm, no foul there. That is just hard racing between the two drivers there as they're fighting for space on the racetrack. But boy, oh boy, you may be seeing just a small amount of frustration starting to settle into the 93 car here as he's continuing to try to charge up to the front here. But I mean, we have 24 hours to go here in this race, so he's just got to take a deep breath here and just re-engage and make that drive back up like he's done once already. And it looks like that's exactly what we're seeing here. You can see the attitude of the car has even changed a little bit now. Maybe the tires were a little overheated in the heat of battle there as well, and maybe that was causing a little bit of issues for a couple of the racers with a little bit of door banging that was happening there, and they're just getting the car's bearings back underneath perhaps as well a little bit. So there's lots of things happening behind the wheel of these cars right now. So Wendigo in 6th place, Toonbox in 7th. Toonbox dropping down the field a little bit here, having a little bit of a struggle in the early part of this first tire stint here. We got Roses closing in here now in 8th position and has broken the gap to Team Rat a little bit. There's about 8.6 seconds. There's 2.7 seconds from Supra to Tony in 10th place, and then we've got Smiley. I believe that had to do a damage repair early on in the race there. Yeah, it's about 48 seconds behind, so on the back foot very early on. I think GTR is getting in deep. He definitely went deep there, yeah. He definitely went deep there. I mean, as a racer, when you have somebody on the outside and they're gaining position on you, I mean, that's your instinct, is to take that inside line a little bit deeper, right? Just so you have to force that driver with a smaller amount of exit room. He just went a little too deep there and overshot. I mean, it is what it is. Mr. Racing at its finest. And I mean, Oscar's feeling the heat here from that 93 Aston Martin. I mean, this Aston Martin looks fast today. I mean, what else are we going to say? He is proving to be a very very efficient here on the racetrack. He's just going to tuck in here. This is the section that's been causing him the issues here, so he's opted not to battle through Lacombe here this time and just sit in nice and tight on the MRL car and wait for a better opportunity, perhaps. Maybe a little mistake at a Pujon opens the door for him here, and he can get inside the MRL car. You know, it's entirely hard to say. But the racers, they'll find their moment. It's definitely some hard racing here. Mortal's just chilling. I mean, sitting here in 4th place, he's like half a second in behind the podium here right now, and he's just chilling. You know, he's been chilling the whole race. He's got a completely different approach to this race right now. You know, he's just staying in the edge of the slipstream on those cars. He's just keeping enough clean air in the front end of that car to keep it nice and tight in line, to keep the pace with those guys. And as they continue to battle and make their collective mistakes in those battles, he's just picking up the pieces right now. It's a very great driving for the number 2 McLaren, in my opinion, here right now. We got Gov up into 5th place here, so Gov is starting to make his way up through the field here as well, and he had a great race at Road Atlanta here for this Races Island GTR, and he's continuing right off on that momentum being built up from our previous racing round last month. It looks like we got Wendigo here in 6th place, still right there in behind. I mean, just on the edge of slipstream here right now, 1 second in behind. Roses is 1.3 seconds in behind, does get that position from Toonbox, but carrying a half-second track limit penalty there, unfortunately, for Roses, and that is going to potentially give that position back to Toonbox once he gets to the penalty serving zone. We've got Team Rat Supra here in a 9th place in the Mercedes. We've got the Lexus here of, I think this is Speed Buddy Racing car, I could be wrong, here in 10th place, and we got Smiley here in 11th position right now, and he is gaining. He is starting to pick some time up on the backside of that pack there. It was almost 50 seconds after his pit stop there, and he's got it down to 42 seconds here, so he is starting to slowly move a groove here. So a half-second track limit penalty here for Sissio, who is starting to open the gap up a little bit here in the race lead, and it is Oscar here in 2nd place, and well, both drivers have a half-second penalty, so the 93 car just needs to keep it lean and clean here right now, and he's maybe not going to gain a position out of the penalty unless he can close in on the MRL car a little bit more here, but he's definitely going to gain that time, and it's just going to create a cluster. This should be interesting here once we hit the penalty serving zone in the exit of Paul Frere here. Let's stick with this for a minute and see how all this breaks down, because it should be interesting. Wait till next weekend. No, man, Split 1's going to be nuts next weekend. Yeah, don't miss next weekend. The Split 1 finale here at 24 Hours of Spa will be next weekend, and that will be on the official IRO YouTube channel with an official IRO broadcast strapped to it as well. We'll also be there next weekend to cover some of the footage there for that one as well. So, but the 93 car here is about to be able to take advantage of some penalties having to be served up in front of him here, and he's going to get the 1 position for sure. It was close enough to the GTR there to grab that position, so he does move back up into 2nd place. But what is the gap to Sissio here? And it's going to bring him back within very good striking distance essentially here under braking as we head into the chicane here. He is only a couple of car lengths in behind, but he does have the pressure from Oscar right up his tailpipe here as they come out of the exit. But Mortal and Gov in 4th and 5th place now closing in on this fight, and that leaves Wendigo just off the tail end of it here as well. And after 12 laps of racing here so far, our top 8 drivers are all on the same straight still heading up into La Source, so we love to see that as well. It's not the Canadian Smiley, no, it's not that Smiley. But yeah, Smiley gets yeah, no, we've been through that a couple of times. Oh, battle for the lead here. There we go. Fistisio and Bitian here now, side by side, and again into Lacombe here. We're going to see it, but he decides to check up. He brakes early, and he gets the over-under, so he gets himself in a different position in a different part of the corner, and there's still a little touch there, I think, between the 2 cars, but a much better battle through Lacombe there this time for the 93 car as he maintains his position there. He doesn't get the position when he didn't get what he was looking for there. Obviously, he was trying to get the race lead there, but it was a good defensive positioning from Sissio there, and definitely lessons being learned there from the driver in behind the 93 car there as he heads back into that. I mean, that's a battling zone. That's where you're going to see a lot of moves and a lot of attacks from drivers attacking for position being made. It's coming into a braking zone from a high-speed section. I mean, it's just a very high opportune area of the racetrack to battle for position. So, I mean, you're going to see battles happen there. I mean, you're going to see mistakes be made there as well in the process. So, it's just a part of it. You know, you have to take advantage of good passing opportunities when you can, and if you don't, you could have, you know, missed a position if you don't at least, you know, try if you're in a position to do so. So it's just whether or not you learn from the mistakes that are being made, whether they're your own or the other racers' mistakes, or maybe it's a dual mistake heading into that corner, right? But that's exactly what we've seen. That was a case of him learning right there. He checked up a little bit extra just heading into the corner to make sure that there was no car in front of him when he went to make his turn in. He got a nice good line, and he got a second attempt at attacking into the second part of the corner, right? And I mean, that was a beautiful attempt there from the 93 car. It just didn't work out for him that time. Maybe it does next time, you never know. But the MRL car is now closing back in here. This is spicy up front right now. This is spicy racing. What's up, Jay? How you doing, buddy? Alright. It's Mortal here in 4th place. We've got Gov in 5th place for the Race Asylum. We've got Wendigo with Sector 7 Racing here in 6th place. We've got Roses with 10 tenths in 7th position. Toonbox starting to close back in a little bit here. Now half a second in behind as well. So, I can't remember what FSR stands for. Somebody in the chat can enlighten me here. Okay, man. This is Supra here in 9th place. 12 seconds in behind. So Supra's just falling a little bit off the pace right now of the pack, but not too bad. That puts Tony about 5 seconds in behind Supra, and Smiley is closing. He is 33 seconds now in behind Tony, so bit by bit continuing to chip away. But let's get back up front here. Bitian has finally got the job done here. Let's see if we can find it or not. Do we see it? Oh, yeah, we can see it. Perfect. All right. So as we head down to Carousel, it's just a nice over-under battle there. It's a small amount of contact there, but we've been seeing these guys racing pretty hard all race long here so far. So all is fair in love and war right there, in my opinion, as that was barely a paint scratch, maybe at that. But I mean, Bitian finally gets up into the race lead here. He's been fighting for it all race long. He's been fighting very hard for it all race long. And he's finally got the 93 car out in front. So let's see what he can do with it now that he's finally got it out there. But a half-second penalty there for Oscar here now in the MRL car, and that's going to take him off of that fight a little bit there for the second place position. And again, there's the number 2 McLaren just chilling, and hey, free position due to penalty. I'm in 3rd place now. Goal? Fresh Sissio, you're next. I don't know, man. This guy, he's just chilling back there, man. He's listening. He's got the hip hop music sitting up in the old in the player there, in the MP3 earbuds, you know, and he's got the one hand all G leaning on the steering wheel there, and he's just chilling, man. He's just chilling. He's just turning. He's just jiving. He's just grooving. He's doing his thing right now. He's up in P3 because of it. He's literally not had to fight for one position so far. He's just been chilling, being in the right spot at the right time. Different kind of races, different kind of strategies. To the IORT car. We only started with 11, so I'm unsure. Which car is that? Well, I don't know the split 2 cars as well as split 1 cars, surprisingly enough. But I mean, I'm not broadcasting split 2 guys, so I'm not looking at them all race long, so I don't recognize them as well. I see them as my enemy. I agree, Payme. I agree fully. I was just going to comment on that. I mean, we had 8 cars on the front straightaway heading to La Source still after a dozen laps. A little bit spread out, but all on the front straight still. It's starting to spread out now. Now the races are settling in. The tires are starting to wear. You know, you're starting to see which drivers have been taking care of their equipment, which ones have been driving it too hard. So things are starting to get a little bit interesting. Plus, we have to keep in mind that the racers had to start on a full tank of fuel at the beginning of the 24-hour race here. So from here on out, now what's going to happen is when, for example, Mortal here in a McLaren, when he hands the car over to the second driver of the race after the 2-hour point, then he will, the second driver does not have a full tank of fuel in the car. They will have 5 liters of fuel when they get set up for the driver swap, and by the time they come into pit lane, they'll probably only have about 3% fuel in the tank, so they can fill up to their desired amount of fuel that they want for their desired pit strategy. So they'll be running on much less fuel load in the stints leading up past this stint as well, so that will change the pace of the race a little bit. It also changes the way that the cars feel in a sense too sometimes. So I mean, there's lots to happen over the next 24 hours, that's for sure. Alright, so Toonbox here is about 3/4 of a second in behind Roses here, still trying to close in. Roses is just about 2 seconds off the pack here right now, that front pack. I mean, the top 6 is basically the front pack here, and then we have Toonbox and Roses that are just kind of off the edge of that pack, and then we have Supra here 14 seconds back, and then Tony 6 seconds back. Ooh, going to be a few extra seconds there, but he does keep the car out of the wall. That's the important thing. He keeps it damage free, but yeah, you know, Gran Turismo and trying to get going again can be a little tricky at times, so potentially battle's starting to brew there for 10th and 11th placers. That's going to allow Smiley to close in probably a good 15 seconds by the time Tony gets his car back in motion here again. Just remember, you have late F1 cars to build. Who's Jamie? Oh, are you talking about this one? Is that the one you're talking about, Payme? I had to think about that for a minute. You don't read your real names and such. I built a number 10 car this weekend. Our car's been designed by Miss Devious and Sheriff for the most part this season, and Sheriff did design a car for this race as well, but everybody liked this one a little bit more for this particular situation, so this is the one we decided to go with this weekend, and thanks to IRO for getting us approved on it too. I was a little bit late on it, but thankfully for me, they had other drivers that were wanting to do so as well, so they let a few teams submit liveries for an extra 24 hours, so it was good. All the cars look great as always, though. I mean, we'll get a look at each one here now that the race is starting to kind of settle into its pace a little bit after 15 laps of racing. I mean, that's 35 laps of pretty good hard racing here from the drivers. We're going to start seeing pit stops anytime in the next 5-10 minutes if we're on the 2-stop strategy here, which probably looks like is going to be the case from what I'm seeing. Fresticio here about 1.2 seconds behind the Aston Martin here, so the Aston Martin are immediately trying to open the gap up here from Fresticio. Mortal here, who's just been chilling, just being in the right place at the right time and keeping it clean, not battling, not fighting. He's just doing his thing here behind the wheel. This car is up at P3 right now, and he's got 1.2 seconds over Oscar in the MRL GTR. I mean, Oscar's been fighting and battling pretty hard here in the early part of the race, so this gives him a chance just to breathe a little bit here now and just settle into his own pace and his own rhythm here, so he can start to close that gap back up as well. And sometimes in the heat of the moment, you forget about the fact that you got a long ways to go in your stint or your race yet, and you have to think about the wear and tear you're putting down on the car as well. And when you finally get an opportunity to just breathe for a minute and just kind of focus on your lap and and closing a gap, that's the time when some of that starts to set in. Like, you're like, ooh, the car's starting to feel a little bit iffy coming into braking or going through the mid-apex, you know, so you start to pay attention to those things a little bit, right? And that's when we start to see this happen in the races. This drivers just realizing that their cars are starting to wear down a little bit, and they're just managing that race car now to get it to where they need to get it to before they make their next pit stop. So the car management is a large part of racing as well. You know, you got to give credit to these really fast-paced drivers. You know, they absolutely send it around the racetrack and have the same tire management as somebody who's not sending it as hard just to save their tires. You know, it really comes down to knowledge, experience, and practice, right? So. Big Millennium Falcon. we got a Lego discussion going on. Love it. All right, fresh this, you know, it's fitting, you know, in the championship where we have the fundraiser running all season long. The drivers have been making liveries, like kid style liveries. You know, a lot of us 30, 40, 50-year-olds that are racing in that particular series. That me and Nolander are hosting for the St. Jude's Research Hospital fundraiser effort is, you know, they're coming up with like, you know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Looney Tunes and G.I. Joes and Legos and Hot Wheels and all kinds of great looking kid-themed cars, you know, from our childhood memories. And it's kind of interesting to see the gap in the generations and I guess what we were all watching as kids, but it's really fun because I mean you get a large variety of fun looking liveries on the racetrack, liveries we don't typically see in racing. So yeah, it's really fun. So I kind of like seeing bright colors and fun stuff now. But as you guys are talking about, you know, old classic stuff in the chat there, as we're talking about Legos, it just it's fitting for today as we're again you know, trying to raise funds for the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. They're doing pretty incredible things here right now as we just jump onto the 1010s car here for a minute while we talk about it. This is in honor of Paul Bloomstrom. He was a sim racing community member. He was also a technical engineer for ESPN as well, and he was you know, striving in his career. He was thriving. He was all over North America covering racing events and sporting events, and you know, he was just really a genuine dude. Anybody who knew the guy just immediately fell in love with the guy. You know, he was humble. He comes from good you know, good roots. And, you know, he was just a real genuine person. It was hard not to become his friend, right? And the loss was devastating to the community, and we decided, myself and Nolander, to do something a little bit bigger to remember him, so we decided to put a championship on for him. So we reached out to the Bloomstrom family and asked, obviously, if it would be okay if we did such a thing. And, of course, it was okay, but not only was it okay, they got involved, and which is great. I mean, that's what we love to see. And decided that we all decided together that we would start a fundraising campaign for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, as you know, that's near and dear to their family's heart, and there's obviously a reason for that. What that reason is, I didn't pry, but I'm just getting pings on my phone. I'm just checking real quick. So we decided to attach a fundraising effort for it here. So, I mean, with that being said, it's a great cause, and St. Jude's is going global right now. And with that global enterprise, meaning that they want to help children in 50 other countries outside of the United States of America. So, you know, they're really outreaching their programs. And when you do the research and you do the deep dive on what they're doing, I mean, they send all the supplies for the medicine for the cancer treatment, research medicine. They send the equipment, obviously in cooperation with the World Health Organization and other organizations out there, that obviously help with the international process of aid. And it's all supplied to the medical facilities in those countries at no cost to them. And of course, you know, the same St. Jude's philosophies apply. You know, the families get to be there at no cost to the family, the treatments at no cost to the families. And I mean, you know, they need help just to manage what they're doing in the United States of America, helping U.S. children out all the time. Now imagine trying to outreach to 50 different countries worldwide and still supply the same benefits that the United States are getting, citizens of the United States are getting for St. Jude's. They need our help. And I mean, that's all there is to it. They need to help in the world, people in the world. I mean, they're trying to go worldwide, so the people of the world need to step up, and we need to try and help St. Jude's accomplish that goal. And I mean, at the end of the day, the children are our future, so we really need to always be thinking about our children. We're heading into Christmas time. I mean, isn't that all you would want as a parent, is just to be with your child? Let's help them do that. I mean, all you got to do is share the donation. That's it. You can share the stream. That always helps too. We have some great things going on here with the racing, here with IRO. But at the end of the day, to help the foundation, to help St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, is take the charity link that's pinned in the comments, save it to your mobile devices, and share it in your social networks. Throw a little clip explaining what it's about and what's going on with it. It's a small goal we have set. We're not asking for millions of dollars for St. Jude's or anything like that. We're asking for $2,500 USD this year over 3.5-4 months of campaigning. I don't think that's a lot, and I think if we keep sharing the campaign and the content that comes with the campaign out, and keep pushing that through our social circles, and get people to do the same thing within our social circles to their social circles, I think that we have a very large opportunity for success for that $2,500 goal. And I think that we can do that. I think we can do better, but it takes time, and I know that people aren't rich and not everybody can donate, but the thing that we can do that is free is share it out, and that's what we really need you to do. That's the one big thing that's going to be key to success for St. Jude's in this fundraising, is to just share that charity campaign out. It's done through an organization online that handles several nonprofit organizations to handle the donation fundraising campaigns in this situation, from personal fundraising people that are just within the global community, just average people like myself. I have the ability to live stream content as we have a set of pit stop sequences starting here, and I did say that about 5 to 10 minutes, and we're right on that point. So but sharing the content out, does more than people realize. The internet is everybody's world nowadays. Everybody has a phone in their hands or a device that they're looking into at least once a day, whether it's checking their emails or checking their Facebook or their TikTok or whatever it is that they follow or they do. Everybody has one, right? So with that being said, social media is our weapon as a fundraising team, and we got to continue to use social media. But no matter how much we post on our own pages, it only gets so far. We need the community to help out, and some of you are donating, which is fantastic, and we appreciate you. And we're gonna have some rolling credits out throughout the championship over at GT45 and Nolander to say thank you for those donators as well in that championship. But sharing is caring, and we've seen huge success from other fundraising campaigns just because the community is sharing the content out, and that's why we continue to say share it out. The page, I don't care what happens to the page through this fundraising campaign, through the races that we're broadcasting and racing in to raise the money for it. What I do care about is what happens with St. Jude's and the success for that fundraising campaign. So again, we're 20% of the way to the goal so far in 4 hours of racing, essentially, really, when you break it down, I guess, which is great. But I also know that the community can share this out, and the world can do better than that. And I think once people realize that St. Jude's isn't just a North American thing here anymore, I think that's going to start to open a lot of eyes, and I think people are going to be a lot more willing worldwide, outside of North America, to open their hearts and open their wallets a little bit, So if any amount helps, $1, $5, $10, $20, $100, if you can do more, fantastic. All you got to do is hit the link in the pinned comments here in the YouTube chat, and it take you to our fundraising campaign. So when you do go to the page, you're going to see something, and this may people a little bit, but all it is there's very specific setup tiers. That is something that's set up by St. Jude's, and if somebody wants to give something very specific to St. Jude's, like you want your donation to do something very specifically for the campaign, then those tiers are for that reason. They're for people that want to do something very specific. There's things like a chemo-free party, and what that means is when a child has finished their chemotherapy treatment and they're cancer-free, St. Jude's throws a party for them and their family and their friends that are at the hospital, and that's of course all paid for by St. Jude. So you could be one of those people that donates that very specific item for the next whichever child that may be that comes out cancer free. So there's that option there, and then right at the bottom of the campaign page there's just a dollar amount option for you to put a random amount of money in, whatever that amount may be, and it's done through Tiltify. It's a safe program. We've done 3 fundraising campaigns through them. This will be our 4th one now through Tiltify. So I use it all the time. But the best thing is this stuff goes directly to St. Jude. So the moment that your, say for example, $20 donation hits Tiltify, they process it, that is immediately put into a, there you go, it's your St. Jude's. They get it immediately. I mean, it is immediately going to work. So, you know, we appreciate the donations for those that can donate. We really do appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. The Bloomstroms, from the bottom of their hearts as well. And we have been told from their family they have a special announcement at the end of the season. So that will be 2 weeks before Christmas on GT45 Gaming for the sim racing community as well. So, I mean, let's just keep pushing. That's all we can do. That's all we can do is try and keep pushing, and you know, let's do a little bit of good before Christmas time, I guess is the point. That's great. Great battle here right now between Supra and Bitian here, as the Mercedes is trying to hold off the charge of the Aston Martin, but the tires just not holding very strong there for Supra, as Bitian easily gets the job done on a fresh set of rubbers. So Supra here is maybe wanted to pit that time around, but he was in the middle of a battle there, so he was out of position to get into pit lane. I'm not sure what his plan was there, but I mean, everybody else has pit. With the exception of Smiley, because he's on a what I call alternate pit strategy due to damage. So he's a little bit out of sequence with the rest of the field here right now. But Oscar with the race lead here right now also still has yet to stop here. Wendigo is in second place, also has yet to stop. So Bitian is our first racer with a fresh set of tires essentially on the racetrack, currently sitting in third place. So when Oscar and Wendigo do make those pit stops, I will put Bitian right back up into first position, much of the same as Supra here. He's on pit sequence at the moment, so he is currently sitting in fourth place, but once he makes that pit stop, he will settle back down towards 8th, 9th place, somewhere in around there where he was. Francisco here in fifth place will move back up into second position, with Mortal still right there, not too far behind, 1.4 seconds in what's going to be third place once the pit stop sequence kind of rolls through here. We got Gov in seventh position, Roses here in 8th place, it's 3.8 seconds in behind Gov right now. We got Toonbox in ninth position, 6.5 seconds in behind. Smiley is 4.4 seconds in behind Toonbox, so he's back in the pack, but again on an alternate pit strategy here, so we'll see how he can work that out to kind of get it back in rhythm with the field. And then we've got Tony here, who's coming off a fresh pit stop in last position here currently. So until really the pit stop sequence fully rolls through here, just answering a ping on my phone. I do apologize. I got a championship race tomorrow afternoon, and I have racers asking questions in the background as well. So there's a lot going on this weekend. 10-10's looking very, very consistent, very strong here right now in the early going. So we're happy to see that. I'm happy to see that, obviously. Now, normally I'm the one that's in behind the scenes doing the race engineering for the number 10 Porsche that's currently sitting in 8th place. That's usually what I'm doing here in Split 2 for 10-10s when I'm not on in behind the car myself. I'm the one who's in the chat doing the race engineering. So I'm not unused to being up for 24 hours straight, so that's definitely not an issue. However, it's a little unusual for me not to be in behind the scenes, at race start especially for the team. So it's kind of big shoes to fill in a sense. So we'll see how the number 10 Porsche handles it without me being guaranteed to be there behind the scenes this weekend as we try to raise money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. So in order to do that, we need proper content. So again, thank you to IRO for allowing us to jump into the lobbies this weekend and broadcast as much of the races we can get out in the sake of fundraising. We really do appreciate it. And of course, great content. I mean, it's we love IRO. We love the racing here too as well. So it's always great content. It's great racing. So we have Super finally making that pit stop. So we'll see where he comes out in relation. Now, I think he would have stayed out a little too long there. that's probably the fall off on the tires. This I can tell you just from straight practice myself getting prepared for this race. The fall off on the tires by lap 17, 18 is noticeable. The fall off on the soft tires by lap 20 is atrocious. I mean, you're talking 2-3 seconds a lap at that point. I mean, some drivers are really good at managing that, but where you're going to start to see the fall off, even here on Oscar right now, is his tires are right at that point of where that fall off is going to start becoming real. And he's going to go around again here, so that kind of shocks me here. These guys are really stretching out the tires. I mean, they have some life to them still, but I guess at what point are you bleeding too much time to the pace of the race leaders, I guess? Or maybe they're trying to stretch a one-stop strategy out. It's entirely hard to say. We did speculate at the beginning of the race that we may see a couple of teams or a couple of drivers in their stints try to do a one-stop variation. It can be done. It's just whether or not is it relate to more time is the bigger question. Now, the thought process behind that at a racetrack like Spa is quite simple, really. It's a minute 10 maybe for a fuel, tire, and no damage repair pit stop essentially at Spa. It's 45-50 seconds just for entry and exit. This is however long for your pit stop. So the thought process behind a racer trying to do, say, a one-stop soft, which is probably not feasible. I mean, you can do it. It's just probably not time-wise feasible. But say going with a longer soft stint to 23, 24, maybe 25, 26 laps, if you can get it there, then you're only leaving yourself like a 30-lap run on the medium tires, essentially. Or maybe they're going to do a soft. I mean, it's entirely hard to say. There's definitely some varying strategies that could be in play here today, but I think at the end of the day, two-stop softs in the dry conditions is going to be probably the strategy that we're going to see most go to, because it keeps the car fast. It still keeps it comfortable over that duration amount of laps. So, but as I said, we're going to see decent conditions here for the first few hours of the race, and then our weather forecast starts to get into some sketchy conditions. It's a lot of potential for rain, not guaranteed to rain, but it's definitely a lot of potential for rain as the nighttime conditions start to set in here this weekend. So the forecast is stating that things could get a little bit interesting at some point in the race here this weekend, or it could just stay dry. It's entirely hard to say. It's entirely up to the dynamic weather model to decide what we're going to have to deal with on a minute-by-minute basis. So, but I can definitely tell you the weather looks pretty good for the first few hours of the race here. So we're going to be seeing teams try to take advantage of that fact, obviously, with just sheer pace and just try to open gaps up as much as they can. Like I said, that's exactly where the question mark for the teams lies, right? Is it faster to save the pit stop? That's exactly the question mark, right? So I know there's going to be teams that have definitely got that strategy in mind, and we'll probably see it. We are seeing it at play most likely, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. That's the beautiful thing about it, right? I mean, some drivers are better than others in managing tires as well, too, right? So one driver might be able to pull the one stop off, maybe where the other driver can't, and he has to do the two-stop strategy, right? There are those situations too. It also comes down to the pilot behind the wheel of the car. Rose is here in P7 right now, 3 seconds in behind Cub. But we got Toonbox 8.6 seconds in behind Roses currently. We've got Smiley 7.4 seconds in behind that. We've got Tony 39 seconds in behind Smiley now, so that's an interesting transition right there. But Smiley is going to have to make a pit stop out of sequence in a sense with the field due to the early damage repair, and Super here is about 4.9 seconds in behind Tony here. So it's a long slog. It's 24 hours of racing, and we are literally 56 minutes into 24 hours. Got a long ways to go. Front two aren't losing a whole lot of time. No, you're not wrong. But I mean, you got the initial pace of the race was 2:17s, and then you can see it very quickly dip into 2:18s, and then you can very quickly see those paces starting to drop into 2:19s, right? So I mean, the fall off is consistent. For those drivers, anyways, I mean, they're handling it very, very well. So, I mean, that puts a 20-second gap right now on Bitian over Oscar and Wendigo, right? So, if that is the case, if we're seeing one stop from Sector 7 and the MRL teams up front here, then ideally, when the next sequence of pit stops comes from our two stoppers, they should have roughly about a 20-second gap or better to the 93 Aston Martin here when that transition happens. So let's just note that, and let's see if that's what happens. Let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it plays out. Let's do some science. See, there's that side of it, right? At the pace of the races in the 217s, and you're dropping 219s or low 220s at the end of the tire life, then you're definitely losing, 20 to 30 seconds over the duration of 8 to 10 laps. You're not wrong on that sense either. And those are the things that these drivers and teams are dealing with. Our number 10 car is no different. That's the discussion that we've been having in our garage for probably the last 3 or 4 days. Is exactly what strategy do we want to go with? What's the strategy to do? What's the better route to take? At the end of the day, it comes down to each of our pilots. So over here in the number 10 garage today, we're not racing for a race win. We don't have the pace. I mean, it's just the sheer honest truth. We don't have the pace with the field, especially the top half of the field. These guys are just a different level than we are. I'm not saying that we can't keep up with the racers in the field, but some of these guys are just way beyond what we can do. But, we all have our own skills and advantages and disadvantages as racers, so we also work our strategies in based off of how we can manage the race car as well, right? So, Tenths is an average pace team. We're not a team full of A+ rated or top tier rated drivers. We're a team. Oh no, we lost Frascisio here. Frascisio is disconnected here on lap 25 of the race here, so that's unfortunate. About 58 minutes 30 seconds, give or take, into the race there. We lost Frascisio here, so that doesn't mean that team is out of the race by any means. For our viewers that are watching, if you're unaware of how it works, there is a formula at play in behind the scenes here at the International Racing Organization, and race officials will be on top of that here within the next 2 or 3 minutes, and that formula just means that they have a time penalty for a driver's stint release, right? So it's all factored in, and when stint number 2 starts, we will see Frascisio and company come back out on track. They just might be down a little bit of track position compared to where they were when the disconnect happened. So essentially you take a penalty to get the car back on track, in a sense, right? It's no different in real life racing. Your car hits the wall and you take a bunch of damage. You pull it off the pit wall, you bring it in the garage, you put the repair into it, you put the car back on, you got to get it past through safety before you can even get it back out into pit lane. And then once race officials say that it's safe to race to get back on the track, then you're allowed to go back on the track. But in that process, you've lost 10, 12, 13, 14, 40 laps, depending on how long the repair it takes. So I mean, essentially it's the same difference when you have a disconnect. So essentially you're taking a penalty for having to repair your car, essentially is what that relates to. It's unfortunate. I mean, we're at the mercy of internet connections and servers and tech that we don't have control over, obviously, but that's the way it is, and that's why we have the situational regulations for such a thing, to make sure that the racers can still finish their races and get back in and all those things. But you can't just throw that racer back into half a second in behind P3 or P4 or whatever it was they were when they DC'd there, and just let them go again, because I mean they didn't complete half the race stint, essentially. So they have to take some form of penalty for that. It relates to a time penalty, essentially. So they'll have to sit in pit lane for an extra amount of seconds, and that is determined by, obviously, behind the scenes by race control, and then the race director of the next stint will officially release that driver when that extra time added is over. It's like a stop and go penalty, essentially, right? In real life racing, IMSA or WEC, you get the 30-second stop and go penalty, right? You got to pull it in and stop and go for 30 seconds. Essentially, it's the same thing. One of those variations, it is what it is in sim racing. We deal with this stuff all the time, unfortunately. It's tough. But in an endurance sense of things, like we have here with IRO, I mean, it looks like Oscar's pulling into pit lane here now, so he is going to make his pit stop here. Wendigo's going to go around again here, and doing a pretty good job of keeping the pace nice and consistent here. So what's the gap right now? It's only 12 seconds here currently, so I mean 8 seconds in the last, what, 3-4 laps here is what Bitian's taken out of Wendigo on those older tires. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the strategy plays out. It really is. I think that they're very close, actually. I think that they're very close. Alright, let's see what Nolander's up to here. I just got him muted in the back right now. Is he there? Maybe, maybe not. Let's see the message. Well, that was quite a while ago. Nolander's been in the Discord chat for the whole race, but I think he's live streaming his own POV right now, so yeah, he might be race engineering behind the scenes doing it from that POV, I don't know. Stop the count, we take P3. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, in another 22 hours and 57 minutes, if that's the case, we can say sure. How about that? You're doing good, though. You guys are doing good. Alright, so Wendigo has 9 seconds. Bitian's taken literally 3 seconds out of him this lap here so far. There's our number 2 McLaren, just chilling, moving and grooving. Rose is here in 5th place. We got Toonbox in 6th. We got Smiley having a struggle right there. Great save. It looks like he was going to eat a little bit of sand heading out of Lacombe there as well, but there he is. No, that is. There's a Nolander. Can you hear me, Nolander? See if I can do this with him in the background. Yeah, from Oscar to P2. Oscar just made a pit. So, we'll have to wait and see here. We'll have to let it all settle out. Sorry guys, we'll pay attention to the chat. Just to my Discord. Alright, go. 9.4 seconds. 9.4. I was confused. I was thinking a different driver. All right, so let's recap what's going down here. We got Bitian here back into race lead, 9.3 seconds over RA's Gauff here in the GTR. He's got 1.9 seconds over Just Mortal Velos in 3rd place here. The number 2 McLaren has just been sneaking his way through the field here. We've got Roses currently sitting up in 4th place here. We got Toonbox 12.5 seconds in behind. We got Smiley here in 6th place with a big juicy 2-second penalty there, 14 seconds in behind, but he is just recovering from a moment on track. So that's Oscar 3.3 seconds in behind here. Wendigo in 8th place. Tony in 9th. Super in 10th. Not sure what Nolander's getting his. I'm pretty sure he's watching Super's POV. More than a pit stop, yeah. Alright, so it looks like Gov is slowly closing in here on the Aston Martin. So Gov's showing some good pace here in that GTR today. Smiley's having a rough go. It happens. We all know that feeling. Alright, so Rose is starting to apply some pressure here to Mortal Velos here, and this is for that 3rd place position here right now. Now the gap is still 0.8 of a second, so it's not an immediate battle here, but Roses has been chipping away at that McLaren driver here, and Roses is really showing some good mid-stint pace here for the number 10 car here as well. So much love to Race Asylum from Tenths Simracing for loaded us a couple other racers this season, because we're definitely learning lots from Roses. Yeah, no Landers live. I see what's going on there now. Alright. No Lander is live on his channel here. You can hear him talking to his chat. Alright, so our 2nd, 3rd, 4th place drivers are only separated by about 2.5 seconds here right now. And then 9.4 seconds to the race leader from there. So are they going to battle, or if they close in on each other, are they going to work together? That's the bigger question. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, our 3rd and 4th place drivers here are lacking a little bit of Kemmel straight speed and, speed in these longer straightaways. So being linked up nose to tail might not be the worst thing in the world for the McLaren and the Porsche drivers to help keep up with these cars on the big straights. But, I mean, how long can you do that for, and at what point does the pace difference show between the two drivers that are trying to work together, and eventually one has to, leave the other, right? So it's tough decision making, always tough decision making. It's not just the guys in behind the scenes or the gals in behind the scenes that are making those calls and decisions. The drivers behind the cars got to make those decisions too, and sometimes those got to be made in a snap of a split second because it's happening right in front of you, right? So it's just tough sledding out there. This is tough sledding. This is not easy racing. Yeah, you were right. He is most certainly. So I'm not sure what happened to Oscar. He definitely had an extra stop there, which is unfortunate for the MRL car. However, I guess with the red flag being called at the beginning of the race, that may have worked out to their benefit as well. As they had a moment in poo on there and were quickly sliding down the field, so to speak. So, I mean, they were up front fighting hard there for the first dozen laps or so here in this race early on, and then as the race started to settle down, we're starting to see the gap settle in. But yeah, Aston Martin showing some pretty considerable pace here again on the racetrack. 2:16.488 currently fastest lap on the racetrack here, so it is Gov leading the charge here in 2nd place. So just a heads up to the lobby host here, between stint 1 and 2, I'm going to leave the action on the final lap of the driver swap. So as the leaders coming in for their in lap, that's when I'm going to do my lobby jump. Hopefully not to be jumping into the next stint's lobby before the races are on track. I predict Oscar Pichu after three positions by the end with extra tire wear. Is it interesting? I know the strategy play is fun. It's a fun part about this kind of racing is watching the strategies play out, seeing which teams all change their strategies based off some of the strategies that are being used and maybe in front of them, and to see if they can gain some time based off a different strategy. It's interesting. I mean, I've ran some different varying strategy practice runs this week, trying to figure out exactly what I wanted to do too on the racetrack. So, I mean, it just requires really putting it to work. None of that negativity. Who's being negative? We don't have negative Nancy's here, do we? Oof. And you can see the number 10 Porsche having a little slide coming through the left-hander there, and that's the unfortunate reality of this Porsche here for Spa is as it gets a little bit light on fuel, the car likes to be like a bucking Bronco. It likes to tease you with little tail snaps when you're coming through mid-corner, so you have to really kind of be on alert with that car at this point in the car's stint. So yeah, so the Porsche is an interesting car since they made a bunch of changes to it quite a while back now. I mean, I used to love driving the Porsche everywhere, and then I stopped driving it to practice other cars, obviously, and then we're back in the Porsche for the end of the season here, and it's been a tough learning curve. They really changed the car quite a bit, so it's been a little bit of having to relearn how to drive one of my favorite cars in the game. But I think we're starting to figure it back out again, so I guess we'll see how it goes. I'm not racing till stint 6, so we'll have coverage till at least the 1 hour mark through stint 5, so at least I'll be here for the first 9 hours. Hopefully Nolander or Cupcake is available to take over the stream from there, and then Nolander will be on through stint 6 while I race, and then I will jump into stint 7 once I get off track. So we'll miss little bits and pieces of the race here and there for the on the channel here, but that'll also be the point when I reset the stream as well, when I go to warm up for my stint in stint number 6. So we have to do the stream in 3 parts in order to get it all in properly. So because YouTube only allows us to go 12 hours at a time, and it will shut us down right at the 12-hour mark, regardless of where we are in the content, right? So when you relate that into 2 12-hour broadcasts, and if the race is right on schedule, you're going to miss like the last 15 minutes of the race, the best part, right? So we don't want that to happen. We definitely don't want that to happen. Alright, so everybody's settled in here. This is the mid-stint rhythm. You can see Supra is 3.8 seconds behind Tony here in 9th place, so he is closing in. Now, some of these drivers may drop a position in the next stint, in the next lobby, just due to the fact that we have a driver disconnect to deal with, and we'll see a team come back in. I do suspect that team's going to come in near the back of the pack, though, if not at the end of the pack, because it's so early race, and there's a few laps there still. 27 laps or something, and it's miles left of the stint based off a time formula and based off their gap to the leader at the time of disconnect, essentially, is what bases the formula. So, I mean, they're going to suffer at least a lap penalty, I would think, at that point in the race, give or take, would be pretty close. Without doing the math in my head officially, anyways. Just to give the viewers an idea where Francisco and team will come back out in the next stint in the 2-hour mark. They're most likely going to be a lap down or very close to it by the time they implement their time in the garage penalty, so to speak. I like that, time in the garage penalty. You should totally re-reference that in the rulebook as time in the garage penalty. You bet the slag. Alright, so Bitian is settling back into his rhythm here. He's just putting in good, solid, consistent laps right now. You know, and as like I said, that you can see the tires start to fall off. You know, every 5 laps or so, you can see the time, you know, drip by 4/10 a lap, maybe half a second depending on the driver. Gov here in second place. Got a little bit of heat building in behind him here, though, as the McLaren is starting to close in here 3/4 of a second, so it's not striking distance quite yet here from Mortal and a number 2 McLaren, but definitely close enough to start thinking about how and when and where can we get it second place away from the Race Asylum team here. And as we head into Pouon, the McLaren gets a very solid entry there and just settles right in behind Gov there, the GTR, and that's going to take us into I gotta pull my track map up so I can get these corners back in my head here. I used to know all the corners of Spa without even having to look at it, but apparently I've forgotten them. Gotta correct that. I don't like that. That means my memory's slipping. I'm getting old, chat. I'm getting old. Might be self-induced slightly, perhaps, but nonetheless, memory slipping. Great battle here, 6/10 of a second, just a little over now, as we head through Bloomstrom here, and heading into the final chicane here. It is a good run there from the GTR coming through Bloomstrom there, so he did dust a little bit of distance between him and the McLaren up that straightaway, and there's the difference between the two cars. I mean, that is the sheer difference here at Spa between the not quite all the MRs, but pretty much all the MRs, and a car like the GTR, for example, is really that straight line speed. It's just the poor McLaren just can't touch it. So I mean, it's smart driving by him today. We've touched on that a few times already today, and I mean, pretty much the same thing, I guess, here for Roses currently right now as well. He's just stayed cool, calm. He's had a couple of battles to gain positions in the mid-pack early on in the race, and he's just kind of been putting it into his rhythm and sticking to his pace. So, but currently has the number 10 car sitting in 4th place right now here, an hour 19 minutes into our 24 hours here today. So Toonbox in 5th place, that's 13.7 seconds in behind Roses here currently. We've got Oscar 12 seconds in behind, so Oscar's got a couple positions back here since he came out of pit lane there, I believe, for a second time. So up from 8th now to 6th. Wendigo here in 7th place, and it makes me wonder what happened to Wendigo here. Did he also have an extra issue, or is that just the one-stop distance, I guess? Forgot those drivers are on that one-stop attempt here. Tony in 8th place with Supra at 2.7 seconds. So Supra has opened up about another second, closed up another second, pardon me, on Tony here up in 8th place, and Alexis there as well. And Smiley is 16.5 seconds in behind. So Smiley has been doing a pretty decent job of consistently closing back in on the pack. Just hasn't been able to find a position, but he is starting to linger on lap down territory here, as he's about 1:50 in behind, so he's roughly got about a third of the racetrack ahead of the race leader here currently. That separates him at the moment. Alright, Gov here in 2nd place. Mortal here. This is pretty much our closest to at the moment is the number 2 McLaren in our Race Asylum GTR here, so we'll rock and roll with these two here for a minute. It's a very shiny, snazzy blue and green color combination here on the RA car. I like it. I mean, obviously, green's kind of one of my colors, so I'm always a fan of the green, but I like the way that the blue offsets with it, actually. So another great design by JP, as usual. But Gov doing an absolutely splendid job here in P2 right now. And again, like I said, he had a really fantastic race at Road Atlanta in round 9 last month. He was a huge part of the success of the GTR and the Race Asylum team there in round number 9, and comes in today to start things off here for the number 9 GTR, and has his team currently sitting 10 seconds behind the race leader in 2nd place. I mean, Gov is feeling it right now behind the wheel of the race car. Obviously, he's in a groove, and he's looking strong here so far today. So But boy, number 2 McLaren's really trying to push on closing up the gap here. You can see he's overextending himself in a sense a little bit right now in these technical sectors, trying to close that gap back up to Gov in front, because he knows that once they get on the straightaway, he's going to lose 3 or 4 tenths on him, right? So he's trying to get that gap back to within, 6 tenths, half a second in the corners, so he can stay in a slipstream of Gov when he gets to the straights. But unfortunately, there with that half-second penalty, that's going to not only hurt his chance at potentially closing in on Gov right now to battle for second place, but it's also going to put him a little bit closer to the number 10 portion behind here, Roses, as well as that gap is 3.6 seconds. That half-second penalty is going to easily take that gap down to probably 5.7. So it's a tough loss here at Spa. Paul Frere curve is a momentum-building sector. You're coming out of the curve onto the straight, heading in towards Bloomstrom, and you're giving up a lot of momentum off your exit out of Paul Frere curve by having to serve that penalty. So as Mortal had to do that there, you can see very quickly he went from being 9/10 of a second off behind Gov to being just about over 2.2 seconds there. Now Roses is actually 2.5 seconds in behind, so that penalty actually cost him a full second plus by the time he gets back up to speed there. So it is a crucial section of the racetrack not to have to give up free time. And when you got to serve a penalty and you're forced to serve that time there, you can see that it hurts. I mean, 3.6 to 2.4 there, and lost a second and a half to second place there in the process. So it's alright though. He's been cool, calm, collected in that number 2 car all day long, and I'm sure it's no different. I'm sure it's no different right now. Alright, Toonbox 16 seconds in behind Roses in the number 10 car here. That 71 BMW is looking good though. No real immediate pressure in behind, but Oscar is slowly but surely chipping away here. 8.3 seconds in behind Toonbox now. And as the MRL GTR continues up the track here, he is just chipping away right now. Again, different strategy coming from our 6th and 7th place racers here, Wendigo and Oscar. They're on what appears to be a one-stop variation of our strategy here today compared to the 2-stop strategies. So we're not going to see the immediate crazy push in pace in the early part of their tire life, because you need to stretch that tire life out. So you're going to see a good pace, but you're not going to see their best pace in that situation. And the whole point of the one-stop strategy is perfection is key. Don't make a mistake, don't wiggle the car, don't pick up a penalty, don't get in contact, just have a nice clean room. No ladder was in the lobby. I see. I did not know. Very good consistent laps for Oscar, absolutely. And I mean, that's what he needs to do, him and Wendigo, right, in order to make this strategy viable, is not to kill the car. I mean, it has to be a perfect run from these drivers. So, Nolander is streaming. I'm not sure. He left the room. He might be getting ready to practice, maybe. I know that Team Rad is running on a pretty low driver roster here this weekend, so the boys are going to be busy over at Team Rad Garage. The boys and girls, actually. Team Rad's got their first woman and race coming into the series here as well, so that makes 2 or 3 female racers here in IRO this season as well. So Tenths has a female racer that'll be on the track here later today as well, as Roses is coming in with Miss Devious. So we'll have Rad Yu coming out on track at some point here in the race this weekend as well, and it'll be her first ever crack at endurance racing as well. So it's interesting to it's always exciting, it's always nerve-wracking for your very first time, so we'll see how she does, but I'm excited to see her come in and give it her all. She's a pretty good little racer, so we'll see what she's got for the IRO group here today. But we always love seeing new racers get involved. I mean, that's the point of doing what we're doing, whether it's these long distance races or they're short distance races. Like you see a lot of leagues out there. We have championships that come out that are just 40-minute races or hour-long races, much like Race Asylum does all the time as well. They've got a great racing program over there through Sim League Pro as well. So it doesn't really matter on the race length. We just love to see the drivers coming in and trying things out for the first time and getting their feet wet, because you don't realize as a racer how much endurance racing will really teach you as a racer. We have, I'm going to use my team as an example because I can. I love you guys, by the way, Tenths. We have hot lappers in Tenths Simracing. We have guys and gals that can absolutely put down a hot lap time like crazy fast, right? But you put them in these 2-hour racing situations and they've got to dial back the hot lapping mentality and put it in endurance racing mentality, and that's where you see struggle in some of the racers, because you're trying to take the hot lapper out of the hot lapper for that 2 hours, right? You have to teach them how to tone the car down and learn to read the car's attitude as it starts to wear down, right? So endurance racing teaches all racers something, whether we realize it or not. But I feel like that it's a good training platform for racers as well, because there's so many more things that you have to think about and worry about in this style of racing as well. It's not just you against 15 other opponents, right? It's also it's you and a team. You and other of your teammates, your own drivers that you drive side by side with all the time, all collectively working together for a goal. So, you don't want to let yourself down. You don't want to let your team down. So it changes the mentality of racers. And I love the endurance racing for that. And I mean, honestly, it should improve our pace and a lot of other things throughout the season as well. So what IRO's got going on here is great. We love seeing the racers coming in and trying. Not every racer loves it, obviously. But we've seen a battle, I thought, happening here. We did, as Oscar and Wendigo now get the race lead back from the pit stops. So this was the pit stop sequence, right? So the 1-stop versus the 2-stop here in full play now. So Oscar and Wendigo are not, to the best of our understanding, and from what it looks like, going to stop again here until driver swap, essentially. So first and second place here are on a much varying strategy compared to, the whole remainder of the field. So Bitian here first of the drivers on a 2-stop. He just pit and he's on a nice fresh set of soft tires. He's only got 2 seconds to Wendigo, who's on a pretty good set of tires here still, but at some point the tire difference is going to start to come into play, and that puts him 18 seconds in behind Oscar in the lead. Now we've seen 20 seconds get turned into 8 seconds or less before the 1-stop sequence went. So if that stays true this time around, then Oscar should potentially be able to maintain a small gap to Bitian before the end of the stint, but that's only based off of very initial live footage that we've seen here so far. So it's just a theory. If Bitian really gets on a good run and Oscar maybe has a couple of little wiggles or something like that, I mean, there's a little room for fluctuation there, but potentially the way that the first half of that strategy played out, there could potentially still be a gap between Oscar and Bitian by the end of the stint. I don't think Wendigo's going to be able to hold Bitian off here. He's too close on fresh tires. I think that is going to be an opportunity to attack there for Bitian, and he's probably going to try and make that happen fairly quickly. So with that being said, we're going to go check on that real quick. I just want to give the love to our racers, because everybody deserves camera time regardless of where you end up or are on the racetrack. And let's jump in with Bitian here, because I mean, the gap was like 2.1 seconds to Wendigo, and now it's about that still. So Wendigo's doing a good job right now. He's maintaining the pace of the Aston Martin, but again, we'll see. I suspect that the Mercedes up ahead from Sector 7 here is just a appetizer here for the Aston Martin right now once he gets everything up to temperature. Just with that gap being so close, I think that the charge to first, however, will be a little bit more of a tedious slog than this charge into second place right now, just because he can see Wendigo. He's almost in the slipstream of Wendigo. There's some factors playing in that's going to make this battle happen quicker. That obviously was going to happen potentially between the Aston Martin and the GTR leading the race here right now. So different strategies playing in, so it's very interesting to see him at work here. And there's probably a lot of racers that are coming up in upcoming driver stints that might have question marks over their heads contemplating whether or not their strategy is the right call, but to each their own. We'll leave them figure that one out. I mean, that's all I'm going to say about that. Alright, so you can see the gap's closing. I mean, 1.2, 1.25, 1.1, 1.12. Now we're into the 1 flat, back up to 1.1. So good run there in Pouon through Pouon there from the Sector 7 Mercedes. But the Aston Martin, I think, is a couple laps away from attacking here probably at the longest point here, as he continues just to very quickly track in here on that Mercedes. I mean, he's on a fresh set of skins right now too, so I mean, his dancing shoes are fully ready to dance, and he's full of energy right now, so to speak. So like I said, he's going to want to try and get around that Mercedes probably as quickly as possible here, so he can start to try and close the gap up to the race leader. I mean, it's already 14.3 seconds. It was 18.24, something like that. So I mean, even then, he's already peeled 4 seconds out of Oscar's lap time here as well. So and he just keeps inching in closer and closer and closer. Wendigo defend like a lion. I don't think anything happened to Oscar. I mean, yeah, maybe something happened. He definitely had a moment there, 221.2 there, so very uncharacteristic lap with you sitting at a bunch of 218s there. So definitely had a moment on the racetrack there to cost him a couple of seconds anyways. A little bit of a wide corner or something most certainly probably happened there, and got a little bit loosey-goosey or got some dirty tires from it. So yeah, definitely something happened there, as he it was about 3 seconds off pace in that last lap around. So but right now he does have the advantage of obviously this battle for second place, and behind him right now is the Phoenix car. Has to defend for his life here now, as that Aston Martin is breathing right up his tailpipe as we head out the left-hander towards Pouon here. And does he move up the inside into Pouon? He just takes a look there, gets some clean air. He's just going to see if there's a reaction out of the Phoenix Mercedes there, which there isn't. He just holds his line, and nowhere for the 93 car to make a move there, so he just stays nice and tucked in. And let's see when he decides he's going to try and make his attack here. He may very well wait till he gets through Bloomstrom up into the final chicane and maybe try to make a move into that braking zone perhaps. We'll have to wait and see, but nothing happening right at the moment here. Maybe he takes an inside track going into Bloomstrom perhaps. It's a little bit risky to do that there. It's not exactly a two-way corner per se, but can it be done? Absolutely. You know, skilled drivers can make it work for sure. But you can see that wasn't the case here. And there we go. He is going to move up the inside here under the braking zone to get to the position there. And of course, just the difference in tires there, he can go in pretty deep on that inside line and has no issue making that corner there. And that's a pretty clean pass right there from Bitchin over Wendigo as my control. You know, changes camera angles. So the tire difference really is the thing that was at play there. Wendigo definitely did his best to defend it there, but I mean, at the end of the day, you can't defend 3 lines at the same time because that's called blocking. So at some point, you just gotta take the battle when it comes to you and try to hold it off. But Bittian's tire difference there is just too much, and very easily just under braking got the position there. So Mortal here in 4th place now is trying to chase down Wendigo as well. It's 9.8 seconds. We got Gov in 5th place, 1.8 seconds in behind Mortal. Roses is in 6th place, 4.8 seconds in behind Gov. We have Toonbox here in the 7th position, 17 seconds in behind the group there with Smiley, 20 seconds in behind Toonbox. We got Supra 4 seconds in behind Smiley as he's coming in for that infamous pit stop there. And again, just stretching that tire life out, I think, a little too long there on those tires. I mean, he will have a very short tire run here now on the racetrack, but I think that the time lost on the extra laps on the soft tires compared to the dozen laps he's going to be able to put in on fresh soft tires that will not make up that time difference. So a little bit of an interesting strategy call coming from Super there, as I think he just overextended those soft tires a little bit. That might have hurt him for a few seconds on the racetrack, but a long ways to go. A lot of racing to happen here yet. If he's made it interesting, that's why we love to see different strategies, because it does exactly that, right? It keeps things spicy. It keeps the cars close together in a sense. I don't know. They always seem to find a way to make it work to where there's a great battle at the end of the race here too, in Split 2. It seems like every weekend. So this is far from over. That much I assure you. I mean, in the latter part of the race, when we get into the dynamic weather part of the race, and it could rain, I mean, that could completely change the way things happen, and where cars end up on the racetrack. And, you know, a lot of that potential inclement weather is going to be in nighttime conditions as well. So it's going to be pretty tough conditions if it does decide to dump some buckets on the racers at some point throughout the latter half of the race here tonight as well. So it's going to be interesting, just put it that way. I agree with you on that. I think at worst case scenario, at the end of the stint coming in a driver swap, at worst case scenario, it's a P2 for the MRL team with that strategy for sure. That's the worst case scenario, I think. Yes, I agree. Wendigo here is doing a real good job. He's got 8.8 seconds behind Immortal Velos right now as well. And, I mean, there's a dozen laps left to go yet, so there's still time for these two-stop tie guys to close in on Wendigo and Oscar as well. So that's going to just tighten the pack up that much more come driver swap as well too, right? So we should have a pretty close group of drivers, I think, coming out right at the driver swap. And, ooh, Rose is going to do a little drifting through the column there as he catches that one batten on the inside curbing there. And well, I'll tell you what, the settings that we're running in the Porsche here this weekend for 10/10s and the number 10 Porsche is it's a little spicy, so it doesn't like the curbs here much. You got to be gentle on them, and that's an end result of it. When you get a little too much on the higher part of the curb, that tail happy Porsche likes to wag its tail a little bit, and that's what we've seen coming from Rose's. There was the Porsche just saying hello to everybody as the camera jumped over to it. But yeah, it gets a little interesting with the two we're running in the car here today. So I mean, we've really had force the car to be faster in the straight lines, right, essentially because of the cars that we're up against on track this weekend. So I'm hoping, and our hope in the whole initial hope of changing to the Porsche in the last 3 rounds of racing was Fuji being a rain race. That was pretty much expected. That was a pretty crazy rain, however. Road Atlanta, the Porsche is usually really good there. And then, of course, Spa potentially being a wet race this week as well. I mean, the Porsche does really good in the water, right? So that was kind of the direction we were leading on in the Porsche. So, I mean, the 10/10 racing crew is on board with you guys right there. We're kind of hoping for some rain as well. It might level the playing field out a little bit for us. Might. Not saying it will, but it definitely might, because the car does quite well in the rain here. Good afternoon. It's not spicy, it's aggressive. 10.2 seconds to gap now between Oscar and Vitian here in the Aston Martin. Oscar's doing a good job at maintaining the pace with the Aston Martin here now that he's back on his on those consistent laps here. So he definitely had that one little moment where he lost a couple seconds, but since then he's just he's not allowing a 4-second a lap gain like we were seeing at the end of their first pit stop sequence, right? So that could change obviously as the stint grows older and the tires continue to wear down, but he's doing a good job right now holding off the charge of the 93 car in second place. Gov here in 5th position with Rose's 5.3 seconds in behind, so Gov is opening the gap a little bit there to the number 10 Porsche as they continue around the racetrack here, and still within eyesight of each other, but That GTR is getting a little bit smaller and smaller each time. Toonbox here is still about 18 seconds in behind, so he's just kind of just keeping the car nice and safe and consistent here right now. And that's really all you can do, especially when your tires start to wear down. It's just about keeping the car in one piece and getting it back into pit lane as quickly and safely as possible. Try to have good, efficient, clean laps. I mean, there's a whole lot of stints to come yet, so we're probably going to have no voice by the end of the weekend. That's fine. And hopefully it heals before split one. Alright, we are also raising money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital here this weekend at GT45 Gaming, No Lander Gaming as well. It's a part of our Vegas Cup Series fundraising campaign. We started about 4 weeks ago. It's a championship that we have going on in the background at GT45 Gaming. So thank you again to the International Racing Organization for allowing us to push this during our broadcast here this weekend. We have a goal set for $2,500 USD during our 3-month campaign here that we're running, and this is in honor of the Bloomstrom family and Paul Bloomstrom, and it is as per their wishes. That was St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. That was a charity that we attached to the fund to the championship. So all things set aside, there's some incentives over there for the racers. Obviously for the championship season, they got some prizes on the line for our guys and gals racing over there, but they're all racing with one goal in mind, and that's to show support, A, to our community, a fallen member of our community and their family, and B, in support of St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. So in cooperation with Nolander and Team Rad here this weekend, Tenths Simracing's also decided to do some fundraising during our 24-hour finale here at the International Racing Organization. Normally we do our live stream via just our point of views as we're racing behind the scenes at Tenths, but I felt the impact is a lot more deeper when we have full race coverage here. So again, thanks to the International Racing Organization for allowing us to get actual race footage out to everybody this weekend. And that donation link is posted in the pinned comments there in the YouTube channel here as well. Go check out the campaign and go see what we're going on. Don't get thrown off by it. There's some tiers that are set up on the campaign page as if you want to do something very specific towards a goal where you want your donation money to do something very specific for St. Jude's. There's some options there for you for that, obviously. And if you just want to donate a dollar amount, just go to the bottom of the campaign page there, fill out your information, follow the process, and do leave who you are. We want to know who our donators are. We want to thank you guys on the streams. We want to let you be acknowledged that you did your part here this holiday season, and you helped another family be closer together at Christmas time and over the holiday season while they go through cancer treatments. So I mean, it's really important. I mean, this is about the children and the children of the future, so we need our kids around, and St. Jude's is again supplying free research, free cancer treatment, and not only just the US of A anymore. They're moving worldwide in a global operation, which we'll talk about a little bit here in between the driver stints. We'll throw up a little 3-minute video and let St. Jude's tell you exactly what they're doing globally, but it's really great what they're doing, and the fact that they've extended themselves out internationally is even more important that we push this out as much as we can, because I mean, what they do in the States is absolutely just groundbreaking, but now to take that groundbreaking science and technology and research and take it out to the whole world and supplying it to third world countries, for example, especially for free, is a big undertaking, and they definitely need donations to keep coming in, and they keep needing that support from the worldwide community. So let's just keep pushing this out, and let's make sure we get that donation link shared out, and let's get the content related to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital shared out as much as possible as well. So we appreciate it, and don't forget about the official Split 1 International Racing Organization race next weekend live right there on the International Racing Organization YouTube channel as well. We'll also be in the commentary booth during that race, covering some of that race as well, and that'll just be obviously good old-fashioned Split 1 racing over there next weekend. But just want to make sure that everybody knows that the big boy race is coming up next weekend here for the 24 Hours of Spa from IRO as well, and of course where you can find it over at the International Racing Organization YouTube channel. Alright, back to the field here as we're talking about St. Jude's. We built that design on that card specifically for this purpose here this weekend to just show people that that's what we're doing. The Bloomstrom family is 100% involved and behind the scenes with us here during this fundraising campaign, during the championship process as well. And this was a little surprise actually from us to them. that we're going to throw this extra race in. So I hope that they're tickled pink and are enjoying the content so far, because we've had a pretty good race here for, our 11 teams. One team currently in the garage working on their car. We'll see them back out to the next stint. But, I mean, we're moving and grooving here right now, that's for sure. Oscar, 5 seconds in the lead here now. So now Bittian's starting to bite into that gap here of the race leader. And with, 9 racing laps remaining, including the lap we're on here, 8, I guess, before driver swap. 5 second gap is not going to seeming to be enough here. I think we are going to see a bittle for this race lead between the Aston Martin and the MRL GTR here. But we'll have to wait and see. Anything could happen. But Bittian definitely closing the gap and closing it very quickly here. Wendigo now 7.9 seconds in behind those two, and has Immortal just 1.1 seconds in behind. So our cool, calm, collected number 2 McLaren here on track today is, well, staying cool, calm, and collected, and looking to get that P3 back here on that one stopper up ahead. You can see how quickly that gap is closing. I mean, he's in one of those FR cars, and you should not see the McLaren closing in a straight line on its own like that on that straightaway against that car. Plain and simple, unless there was a mistake made coming up Loretti-on, which we didn't see from Wendigo. That is just sheerly the wear difference in the tires. The grip level isn't there now in the more worn down one-stop soft tires than the basically what you want to call scrubbed in soft tires that we have on the number 2 car here currently right now. I mean, these tires are just starting to feel good underneath this McLaren and probably starting to groove. Hello. Yep, Roses did a 2-stop. McLaren has been quietly going about his business. He had great consistency. That's exactly what he's been doing. He's just been very cool, calm, collected the whole time here. I mean, he's just chilling. He's sitting here in second place, got his nose tucked right underneath the rear bumper of the Sector 7 Phoenix car here, and Wendigo's feeling the heat coming from that number 2 McLaren right now. I mean, he is all over the rear bumper of the Mercedes here as we head in through Bloomstrom. As we head, it's battle on. Are we going to see a defensive line taken here? No, Wendigo is just going to leave it open there, but we're actually not seeing the McLaren take it, and I'm not sure why there. Good braking by the Mercedes, and maybe he felt the need that he didn't have to defend the corner there. So interesting, but we should see this McLaren take a move here into La Source. Now he does take a look, but again he tucks in behind Wendigo here, and I'm not sure what the strategy is behind this here. He's very clearly faster than this Mercedes right now, even in a straight line, so it should be fairly easy for him to get the pull. I'm just not sure if he can get enough speed maybe to get the position ahead of the Mercedes. I'm not sure what's going on through the number 2 McLaren's mind here, but that cool, calm, collected demeanor here is still in play here behind the wheel. He's not forcing anything here, and he's just going to use that slipstream under braking here to get the job done. But he is going to overshoot here a little bit, and that's going to allow the 80 car to get back in, but nope, he's just going to hold the line there. So number 2 car does get it done there, but it wasn't as easy as he was intending there. You can see he was really fighting that car through the sector there to keep it ahead of Wendigo's Mercedes there. So Mortal back into P3 there, and the cool, calm, collected demeanor there almost could have cost him some time on track if he would have opted to continue to stay in behind the Mercedes there, because he's very clearly faster currently right now than the 80 car that he just navigated around there. So as he heads through Pouon here and gets out of Pouon, we're going to see how quickly that's very evident here, as he's going to gain another 2 tenths, 2 tenths. So every time they get through a corner, the car is gaining on the Mercedes here right now, which means Wendigo might now be under fire here from Gov shortly as well, who's now only 2 seconds in behind here and closing in as well. So is the one-stop strategy better right now? I guess it depends on which driver you're watching. I mean, we still got 2.4 second gap on between Oscar and Bittian here as well for the race lead, but I think the inevitability factor is here that Oscar's probably going to at least lose P1 here, as we still have a few laps remaining before the driver swap. But the tires are starting to wear on obviously the 2-stop drivers' cars now as well. is still in very good shape, and the cars are still very fast on that amount of rubber. But it's definitely not a fresh set of tires kind of go underneath of them anymore. Now they do need to consider the tire life still to some extent. We have Wendigo here in 4th place now, as Mortal is already 2 seconds up the road, and Gov continues to chip away here as he closes in towards that charge for 4th place here. Rose is 6.2 seconds in behind Gov. He's kind of in no man's land right now. Much of the same for Toonbox and Smiley as well. We got Supra here in 9th position, 37 seconds in behind here. We have a 2:29 lap, so there was definitely some sort of form of issue there from Supra at some point in that latter 10 laps, but yeah, he's definitely net gained. I mean, he started in what, 3rd place, I think, at the grid start there. So I mean, he's up a position. Full position on the racetrack, and I mean, obviously, unfortunately for Sissio, he disconnected halfway through the stint there as well, so that's going to put that team even further back in the grid now. I just have to keep an eye on my phone, so I do apologize. I will get distracted throughout the day here, because again, we do have a team racing this weekend here as well. Alright, Bar, I believe is it Bar? I think it's Mark. I think we got Marky Mark coming out next in behind Roses for the number 10 car, if I'm not mistaken. Without looking at my driver's schedule and looking fully. Alright, so when we see our leader, whether it be Oscar or Bitian, is on lap 53, we are going to prepare to jump over into lobby number 2. So just a heads up to the racers and the race directors. We're not quite going to be the same as what the IRO official streams do. My laptop can't handle that situation yet, or can't, period. That kind of transitioning, unfortunately, but my new PC, hopefully that I have next weekend, will be able to handle the driver swapping transition. So oh yeah, no ladders, getting ready to race. Thank you, Misty, for the verification. I'm going to make sure it's no ladder can't hear me. No, it's just a few seconds, it seems like, between the two strategies in the hands of the right racers, and just as we're talking, just as I'm reading that, I figure we better go take a look here. As Bitian just gets the position away from Oscar here, and we'll pin that. We'll go back and take another look at that here in just a moment. We just want to make sure there isn't a re-attack here real quick, but there isn't. So just heading up in towards Lacombe, a typical spot here. You see Bitian gets a good charge in through the S's here, and as we head down towards the carousel here, he gets himself inside. A little bit of a touch between the two cars there, but again, that's just racing. And as we head into the carousel there, he does get the job done. So, yeah, pretty standard stuff right there. So I guess the bigger question is now is how close can Oscar stay now in behind Bitian here for the remainder of this stint, and see what that gap's going to end up being here, because I'm not saying it's not feasible. I'm definitely not saying that. I'm not saying it's any slower. Like I said, I think it comes down to the driver that is trying to pull the strategy off, and you can see the dust coming off the tires of the number 2 McLaren as he overshoots Paul Frere curve there and gets very fortunate not to spin there as he goes over the artificial curbing. But you can see the dust coming off the tires of the racetrack when he was out there. That is how slippery, essentially, the offline is here at Spa. So that's not the greatest place to end up being. Late in the race is way out in the toolies, as I like to call it there. But he has good enough tires underneath of him still where it didn't really seem to affect the traction of his car too much. So he was very fortunate there to keep that moving in the right direction, especially in a higher speed section like that, because a spin coming out of the Paul Frere curve on that curving is just, it can be very dangerous for your car. Sometimes, as that wall, even though it's very far away, can get very close very quickly because of the speed that you're taking when you're coming around that corner. I mean, you just have a lot of momentum to carry you in a 360 direction.
Earbuds for now. If Nolander's running stint 2, because we don't want to disturb.
Alright, Rosa's 5.9 seconds in behind Wendigo, so Gov has gotten around Wendigo here. I thought something had changed here, I just hadn't clicked to it yet, but races on Gov here now up into P4, so he has made his way around Wendigo here. So Wendigo's one stop isn't working out quite as well for him as it is for Oscar here in the GTR right now. He's lost a couple of extra spots here so far at the end of the stint, but he's still sitting up in P5, so I mean, there's nothing to shake a stick at there. We've got Roses here in 10/10's car in a 6th position here as well, 5.5 seconds in behind Wendigo and chipping away at that time there. It's not big gains, but it's a little bit of time here and there as he continues up the racetrack. Smiley is 30 seconds in behind Toonbox, who's 22 seconds in behind Roses, so it's some no man's land racing for a couple of these guys here right now. And, you know, a couple of that is just self-induced mistakes or accidents on the racetrack that have caused them to have to make an extra pit stop, essentially. No, and I didn't actually expect to see that. A hard fight from either one of those two racers on the one stop as Bitchin was closing in, either just due to the sheer fact that they're aware, obviously, on track and behind the wheel of the car, that he is on a better tire compound, or a better amount of tire compound than they are at that time as well, right? I mean, the two drivers that took the one-stop strategy here at the beginning of the race this weekend obviously knew what the risk versus reward part of that strategy versus the two-stop soft strategy is, right? I mean, it's not a surprise to them behind the wheel that, a two-stop car caught me and got that position on me. The more important question is how close can you keep that gap for the next driver, and then what strategy they decide to use is up to them, obviously, right? Whatever the team has decided, but the point is it's got him up in position from a starting position on the grid. It's got him on a current overall podium position here in the race, and he's only 3.8 seconds in behind the race leader, who's stopped an additional time. So, I mean, it's working for Oscar for sure here right now. He's got 7 seconds in behind the McLaren right now. We'll be keeping our eye on that, but we do have Gov closing in on Mortal here as well. So Gov now hunting for that third place position as well. So Wendigo is losing track of Gov, so we don't suspect to see a re-attack here from the 80 car on the 4th place car here currently, but he does need to worry about the Porsche chasing in behind him here now in 6th place as well, as the gap is, like I said, slowly but surely just being chipped at here by Roses. Alright, so Midian, he is in clean air here finally, and he is going to try and just absolutely open that gap up at this point. That's the task for that driver here now for the remaining couple laps of this race, is just to continue to try and make the gap as big as possible with the short amount of time he's got left on the track to do it. Potential for rain later too. Oh yes there is. That is facts of life right there. Alright, Gov is on the hunt. Alright. So where are we at? We're at lap 52. Alright, we will stay with our field here for one more lap, and then we are going to prepare to jump into the next lobby. I want to get in before the drivers get out of pit lane. Just not to disturb the lobby once it's actually in motion. Anytime we feel like a connection from one of the race directors isn't stable and shouldn't have a commentator jump into the lobby, or just say so, let us know as well.
We don't want to compromise any of the racers' races.
I can always jump in behind the scenes and put some onboard footage up for a couple hours if need be. Alright, so Smiley here in 8th place. Just a whole lot of everybody getting ready to... Where are we at here? Everybody is on the same lap? Kinda, sorta? I mean, Bitian is very close to lapping the first of our drivers in the field here right now. He's about, I don't know, 5, maybe 7 seconds in behind what looks like our 10th place driver currently, who I think was Tony, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know if he's got enough time to actually close up the gap like that and make the blue flag happen before you have to bring it in. So, we're not going to see it because I'm going to be jumping out of the lobby here for a moment, so... As soon as we start lap 53, we'll jump out and do the transition. Chat, see you in 3 minutes.
Every year, 400,000 children like Justin develop cancer. If he had been born in the United States, his chances of survival would have been more than 80%. But in his native Ecuador, those chances are much lower. In resource-limited countries, survival rates are below 30%. Where a child lives is the most powerful predictor of whether they will survive cancer. There are many contributing factors to the disparity in pediatric cancer survival rates, including access to life-saving medicines.
So access to quality medications is critical for the success of any programs at the country level or global. Children cannot survive, cannot have hope without proper access to essential medicines. This has been something that I've identified as a priority.
St. Jude has long been dedicated to improving pediatric health worldwide. Building on our established global ecosystem of collaboration, we are launching a transformative initiative, the Global Platform for Access to Childhood Cancer Medicines.
We are now able to tackle the rare pediatric cancers and make progress against those because we're working as a global community that will allow us to purchase generic drugs and distribute those to low and middle income countries at no cost.
The global platform works by creating a central procurement entity within the World Health Organization, the UNICEF and the Pan American Health Organization. Then the governments engage to develop the production and the supply of these medications. And these are the medications that are considered to be critical and required for all children with cancer, wherever they are.
Today, essential cancer medicines are starting to arrive in 6 countries: Ecuador, Zambia, Jordan, Uzbekistan, Nepal, and Mongolia. These medicines, provided at no cost to local institutions, represent the first step in a long-term effort to reach 50 countries and treat more than 120,000 children in 5 to 7 years.
Danny's dream was that no child die in the dawn of life, and he was thinking perhaps about the United States, but I think in the back of his mind he was always thinking of a global landscape. And I see this as the logical direction for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to go and for the entire field of pediatric oncology.
The global platform is more than a lifeline for children like Justin facing cancer. It's a foundation for a future where all children have access to life-saving care. By working together, we are building toward our founder's dream that no child should die in the dawn of life, no matter where they're born.
Yeah, if you're talking about the St. Jude's commercial, that's something I've actually implemented into the stream. That's not an ad. That's something that I'm running in the background. The reason for that 3-minute video is just to explain a little bit about their global enterprise project that they're trying to do right now, reach out to 50 different countries worldwide. Obviously, they can explain it better than I ever could because they're the ones behind the program. We're just a very small part of the fundraising effort for what they're doing globally. And so we're going to show that a half a dozen times throughout the broadcast this week. I'm using that as my transition between lobbies. So we do have the driver swaps underway here, and we have Ramir in the car here for D93 Aston Martin as he is our race leader. So you can see the rest of the cars have come out, and once we kind of get the live timing to sort itself out, we'll get through the field here. But we're just waiting for live timing. I mean, what else can I say? I know. But it's a good question, Miss D. I love the response. Just saying. That was great. Made me laugh. I almost spit my coffee out, actually. Can you borrow some what? Coffee? Sure, come on over, man. See you in like, what, 12, 13 hours? Gotta bring the family. You can't come by yourself. You gotta bring the whole crew. Alright, I'm literally just trying to let the live timing sort itself out because, you know, the game is the game. So it is 93 car in first place. We've got Ost here in a second position out on track here. We've got GJ here in the McLaren in a fifth place here. So this was a positional swap, I think, due to the driver change in pit lane. We got Splinter here for MRL down into P4 here at this point. We've got Very Legacy in the 7th position. We've got One Ripe Banana out here for FSR in 8th place. We've got Dolander just coming out here right now. And boy, the live timing is all kinds of messy. Marky Mark in 10th place. We've got IORT Alex Goes in 11th place. Oh, just hard battling at the beginning of the race, Evo, for the IORT car. Now that I know who you're talking about. As soon as all the drivers get out on track, live timing will correct itself. Game issue. Let me know what else to say about that. Yanni coming out here for the other FSR team here as well. And he's definitely not in 3rd place. The game is very confused right now. Like, really confused. Just letting the live timing sort itself out. It is very confusing right now, chat. We'll just stick with the race leader here for a minute. Once everybody gets a full racing lap in, it should sort itself out. Got pumpkin spice coffee all around, I believe. It's just Tim Hortons coffee. It's nothing special. Coffee and jokes, so I like it, ATB. Fuel will tell who's going 1 or 2 stops. That's a good point. That is a good point. That's a good call out there, actually. Because, yeah, anybody with about 50% fuel is looking at a 2-stop. Anybody with about 75% fuel is looking at a 1-stop. So it looks like we got a good pad driver here in the 93 car right now. As they come around the corner there, you can see the headlights flashing. That's a pretty good indication that's a pad driver. Doesn't make them any slower. Nothing else to say about that. It's just there's always indicators. All right, so apparently Pasta is in 2nd place, but I don't think that's correct yet. I'm pretty sure they're a lap down. Yeah, there we go. We'll get our timing corrected here as the drivers come around and complete that first lap. So it is Ramir here in the 93 Aston Martin in the race lead, which we knew. It's Ost here for the races on GTRs in second place, which we knew, and it's GJ in third place here for the number 2 McLaren here currently. So those are our current podium sitters right now. 3.8 seconds in behind is the MRL car here in Splinter. So comes out in P4 after the driver swap here. We've got Very Legacy in the Sector 7 car here in 5th place, 12.3 seconds in behind them. We've got Pasta Canalda in the disconnected car from Stint 1 here. They came back out in P6, and they are roughly... well, as soon as the live timing corrects itself. Well, it's still, yeah. Right. Alright, so Splinter, Legacy, One Right Banana. And then Marky Mark and Ianni. Marky Mark is blue flag over that car. Yeah, it just hasn't sorted itself out yet. Nothing we can do about that, chat. It might have been because I came in right before the driver swap started. That my live timing it just isn't adding up yet. It's entirely possible. Spectator mode is different than what race director is looking at. Obviously, the host of the lobby, so their live timing is probably fine. Ours is going to take a couple of laps to sort itself out, apparently. So I'll use that time to drink coffee. No, I don't do pumpkin spice. Not that I don't like pumpkin. I mean, I love eating pumpkin pie and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just not a pumpkin spice guy. Now, I am just going to say I told Marky Mark to send it this weekend, so currently the fastest driver on the racetrack early on here with a 218 flat. He's sending it. At least he's not a spoiled banana. Well, we don't know that. We don't know that. He could be getting a little bit rotten and gooey, you know? You just don't know. They got short lifespans. Alright, Ramir here in first place, 11 seconds in the lead over Ost. Ost has 7 seconds to third place here in the McLaren, currently being piloted by JG, and Splinter in the MRL car here in fourth place is 4.3 seconds in behind him, and he's feeling the heat here for Marky Mark in fifth place. Is that where we're actually at here? Alright, P5 here for Marky Mark now that everything's sorted itself out. And is closing in on Splinter here very, very quickly as we head into the Gome. So game on here between the number 10 and the MRL GTR here as that was that number 8 car as they continue to head down around the mid part of the racetrack here. This corner has a name, I just can't remember what it is. And we head into the left-hander here. The more I open up my computer, the better chance we're going to lag the stream out too, right? So I'm really trying not to tax the computer too much here. But Marky Mark applying some pressure here to Splinter in 4th and 5th place, and the St. Jude's rep car here, number 10 car, applying some pressure here up in the mid-pack right now. Love to see it. Good job, guys. Keep pushing. Ooh, and a little bit of a wide exit coming from the GTR there. That's going to allow a hole for the Porsche to get up and through, but that's going to force him a little bit wide out to the Paul Frere curve there as he needs a little bit of inside curve there trying to make that pass, but manages to keep that car just in the outside edge of the rumble strip there and does get the position over the GTR up in front. So Marky Mark now up into P4 and 4.7 seconds in behind P3 here right now. Splinter here on a varied strategy. This is a one-stop strategy car here so far this race. It looks like that's what we're going to see here again in this stint. So is on a varied pace as well, right? So they are not full pushing the car to make sure they get the tire life out of the car, quote unquote. They're more looking for a good consistent run to make up overall race time against the two-stop drivers that are just sending it essentially, because you pretty much just full send it for 18 laps, come in pit, and you continue continue on, right? So we're at 52 laps here in this lobby, which means we're at 50 racing laps. So I mean, it's 2 less laps for these racers to have to deal with on the soft tires as well. So that might actually start to work out in the benefit of the one-stop attempt teams as the race grows on. If the lap count stays around that 48 to 50 mark, that starts to become a lot more simpler to do on the soft tires. We might start seeing some teams change their strategies up a little bit potentially. So lap count is going to kind of play a little bit of a factor into each stint, I think, as well as far as strategies go, because I mean, 2 less racing laps can completely change a fuel strategy. It could also do the same for a tire strategy as well. So we got Team Rad here in 9th place now, officially that the live timing's all sorted out, and it is Team Rad's owner Nolander behind the wheel of the car here this weekend. In stint number 2, he's got past Nicalda, 11.3 seconds in behind. As it was a tough start for the race team here, but you know, they'll get on it and they'll continue pushing up the racetrack here. And then we've got Yanni here in 11th place, 25 seconds in behind past us. So how many cars are a lap down? Looks like we got 2. We got 2 cars officially a lap down, and our 9th place team is potentially in the process of having that happen here, as well as our 93 Aston Martin closes in on them here in the final chicane. And as he heads up into the start-finish line there, you can see that 777 Mercedes up ahead of Team Rad. They're just heading into La Source there. So a couple of cars a lap down currently here in the race, but for the most part, the majority of the field is still on that lead lap after 2 hours and 20 minutes of racing. That's pretty good stuff. Oh, it's 11 seconds in behind the race leader. So the race leader is opening the gap up here a little bit over the rest of the field currently. Second place here, Ost has 8 seconds in the good to our 3rd place McLaren here, who is now only 3.6 seconds ahead of the number 10 Porsche chasing in 4th position here. So still plenty of battles obviously to be had on the racetrack here, as these drivers are spread out a little bit, but I mean not really far enough apart for simple little mistakes to easily start to close up gaps and make battles. So Splinter 3.3 seconds in behind Mark here right now. Variant Legacy is 10 seconds in behind the number 8 GTR there. We've got one right banana here for the BMW. That is what, the 74 car. We got Alex Coes in the IORT car here now, and he is moving. So Splinter just had an incident, had to take early damage repair there as well, so that did put the 55 car a little bit in the backside of the grid, but now he is starting to move them up towards the middle pack of the grid here. 33 seconds in behind the FSR Beamer and 44 seconds ahead of the Team Rad Mercedes here in 9th position. So Bassett is closing in here. He is on a purple sector there as well as he comes around the corner. So looking to improve his pace here, and he is closing in on the 9th place team as well, 7.7 seconds in behind the Team Rad driver Nolander here, as Pasta continues his charge back up through the field after the disconnect in stint number 1. So it did put them down a lap and into 10th place, like we suspected it probably would be, right around that lap down mark. And Yaddy here in 11th place. And it's just been a little bit of a tough race there for the Lexus there, but you know what, that team doesn't have a quit in them. They always give it everything they've got, no matter 8, 12 or 24 hour distance, and always bring that car home at the end of the day and put it back in the garage under its own power. So there's something to be said about that as well. You know, the heart of a racer, whether they're first or last place, doesn't change, you know, how much respect and admiration they have for a sport. And it shows in drivers and teams like that that are facing that adversity all year long, in a sense, and then just continue to push through it, right? So, I mean, huge respect for that. All right, so we're kind of keeping this 3rd, 4th, 5th place area is kind of where we're most likely going to be keeping our eye on here for a little bit, because that seems to be our closest grouping of cars at the moment. Varied Legacy with a half-second track limit penalty there. That's unfortunate. That's going to cost him a little bit more time, but then he's got some time in behind him here as as drivers are trying to make up for early race mistakes. Alright, so Bitian did a great job of getting the 93 car up in front here at the driver swap part of our race here, our first driver swap sequence. That puts Ramir now in behind the wheel of 93 Aston Martin here and has an 11-second gap over the number 9 GTR of Race Asylum here, and is currently being piloted by Ost. Gov in the first stint of the car doing a great job getting him up some positions here in the racetrack from race start as well. So I think they're up like 3 positions, if I'm 4 positions, something like that from race starts. Doing a great job here. And then we've got number 2 McLaren here currently being piloted by JG. This was being ran by Mortal Velos in the first stint there, and I mean, cool, calm, collected racing coming from this camp here in that first 2-hour stint, and I mean, definitely rewarded with a P3 coming out of driver swap here. So it's been a pretty good race here so far for them. I think they're up 2 positions from race start. We have RA Marky Mark and a number 10 Tenths Porsche here out on track. They started in 9th place here in the race today and are currently sitting in 4th position right now. So having a pretty good race start here for them for this camp as well. And again, very happy to see it. And keep going, boys and girls, keep pushing. 4.5 seconds ahead of the MRL GTR number 8 car here, currently being piloted by Splinter, but it was ran by Oscar, pardon me. Last stint around, he did a great job of keeping that car on the podium there. Now, obviously, I think the pit stop sequence dropped him down a couple of spots because they've taken a higher fuel load than the rest of the field, so that definitely cost him a little bit of track position, but should get that back in the pit stop sequence once it all works out. Very legacy here from the Sector 7 Phoenix Mercedes, the number 80 car as well, driven by Wendigo the first time around here, but also on that one-stop strategy here as well, currently sitting in 6th place, 11.5 seconds in behind the MRL GTR here. So 2 drivers on the one-stop strategy here currently in our race today against a bunch of 2-stop strategy driving. Now again, that's going to stay like this for a few hours here, but we are going to see the dynamic random weather start to kick in, pardon me, and there is potential for rain in the last half of the race, especially going into the nighttime conditions here on the racetrack is when we can start to expect to see that weather change. I mean, it is falling, it's falling in Spa, so I mean, it's not great conditions here at the racetrack, so you can't really expect anything here this weekend for our racers. But IORT Alikos coming in behind the wheel here, and Splinter had a bit of a rough run here for this team to start off the first race, so now he's in behind the wheel just trying to make some ground up there from that rough start there for the team. Team Rad's Nolander, they started I think in 10th position, or up a position here on the racetrack from race start right now currently, but is starting to feel the heat from passing the Calda here coming from the VRT team. So the Velocity Racing team, I think that stands for. And pressure's on here as we head up in through Bloomstrom, and looks like Passe is going to try and get a lap back here from Bitian in the Aston Martin as Bitian closes in on Nolander here as well. So things are getting a little bit spicy here right now. So race leader is in between 2 lap cars here. One of them's trying to get the lead lap back, and the other one's trying not to go down a lap. So this is interesting. We'll stick with this for a moment, as Bitian is in a bit of an interesting position here right now. Now, if Nolander can maintain at least a second gap in front of Ramir currently in the Aston Martin, then he doesn't need to immediately give that position up here. However, though, he is being waved that blue flag, so at some point race control will determine that he is off pace as the race leader and will tell him that he will need to do the blue flag thing. He'll have to wait for the next available blue flag zone to do so. But in the meantime, Pasta is applying some pressure here to Bitian in 93. Now, in this situation where he's a blue flag car and he wants to try and get the position away from the Aston Martin, and kind of the same rules have to apply here. However, Bitian doesn't have to, move off the racing line and give a little lift to give him the position, right? He can full race that position. He's the race leader. But what Pasta can do is cleanly pass him in one of those safe zones. And if he can do that, then it will give him 3 racing laps to prove that he can maintain that
1 second or 1.5 second gap from the race leader and show that he has the pace of the race leader, and then race control will allow him to continue on that way. However, if that lead lap car, the race leader in this case, catches back up to Pasta would get around him and get back within that blue flag zone, then he would have to give that position back up again to the race leader. So it is, you really need to be sure that if you're going to navigate around a lead lap car as a blue flag car, that you have the pace to stay ahead of that car. Otherwise, you're probably just better off sitting in behind that lead lap car and using their slipstream and letting them pull you around the racetrack for free, essentially. I mean, that's kind of where I sit as a racer on that situation. Spent a lot of time as a blue flag car this season in this championship, unfortunately. But you know, that's kind of what it comes down to, right? You really need to make that conscious decision if you can clearly keep that pace, or if you just should sit in behind that car and just let what happens, right? So we'll have to wait and see what Pasta decides to do here, as Nolander has lost a position to Pasta there as well, and moves down into 10th place. But Pasta is not giving up here on trying to close back in on that Aston Martin, so he definitely wants to get back on the lead lap here, and you know, potentially that's the goal here, maybe for the 16 camp right now. But definitely showing some good pace here on the racetrack, as he is fastest driver currently with a 2:17.323. A little rule clarification for our reviewers too as well, especially for those of us that don't know what the clarification is on that. There is designated blue flag zones on the racetrack, and in the case of Spa here, it's basically all the straights on the racetrack is where a safe blue flag zone is. So a blue flag car is expected to pull off the racing line and just give up the position, you know, a little lift off the throttle, just enough to let that lead lap car through quickly before the braking zone, and then move back in and continue on with their race, right? But again, it's essentially the same set of rules applies for a blue flag passing a lead lap car, except for the lead lap car does not need to pull off the racing line and give up the position. They do not have to do anything differently. It's up to the blue flag car to pass them safely in a safe zone and maintain the pace. So, yeah, just a clarification for those that are wondering. It is totally vital, totally allowed for Pasta to battle with the race leader here, but I mean, that also comes with a risk-reward scenario as well, because the last thing you want to do is make a mistake and bump the race leader on the track or something like that at the same time, right? So it's got to be a very calculated, informed decision, and it's got to be executed very well when you do decide to make that decision, right? So those are just some of the things that racers deal with in these races, these endurance races. I mean, that's only a very, like, 0.02% part of the rule book. I mean, that's just one very small part of the regulations here in endurance racing. I mean, they're very extensive, and you really need to know them. So, and because I'm a broadcaster, I like to definitely make sure I know the rules as well as I can, so I can clarify them. You know, sometimes questions come up in the chat, sometimes questions come up in behind the scenes with the racers, and an official isn't around to answer it, so I like to be able to make an informed answer as well, right? It gets a little bit confusing sometimes when you work with multiple organizations. You get the rules a little mixed up in between organizations, but for the most part, there are very few organizations out there that have an extensive rule book like we do at GT45 Gaming, and IRO is one of those organizations that has a very extensive rule book. So you really do need to pay attention to it. It takes a few go-over sometimes in certain sections to really grasp the understanding of certain parts, but know your rules when you're racing. I mean, that's the bottom line, right? So it's all fair play here, what we're seeing. And oof, almost a little mistake made there by 93 cars. He almost ticked off the wall there as he went to go stay tight to the wall to get the entry for a Rouge. And the GTR is doing a great job here maintaining the pace with the race leader here. I just waiting to see if we're going to see a move here coming into Lacombe here, and it looks like Pasta is going to go for it here, so we are going to try and get our lap back, and he goes really deep into the corner, uses as much of that track as he can to get the line for entry, and a little bit of cooperation from the race leader there. The 93 car didn't fight him for it there. He also moved over and gave him the room to make that entry as well. So now it is up to Pasta to open up at least a minimum of a 1 second gap over the next 3 laps and maintain that. If he cannot do that, then he will need to give that position back up to the 93 car and just stay in behind him as per the rules. Alright, so Ost here in second place. He's closing in on our 10th place driver here, the Team Rad Mercedes currently. We've got JG here in third place, 10 seconds in behind Ost. So chipping away at the gap a little bit is Ost. He continues just to stretch it open a little more and a little more on third place. Marky Mark's maintaining about a 3 second gap in behind
GJ here right now, and then Splinter is about 9 seconds in behind Marky Mark. So Splinter is starting to slowly but surely chip back away at the 4th place driver here now as the stint wears on. Legacy here in 6th place, 10 seconds in behind Splinter, so doing exactly that, maintaining his pace as the last time we were there. No change at all between those two drivers. One Right Banana is about 17 seconds in behind, and same thing there. Not a whole lot of change actually in between those two drivers. Alicos, however, though, is at 29 seconds in behind One Right Banana, so he is chipping away slowly but surely at that gap between 8th and 7th place. It was 36 seconds or something like that, I don't know, 10, 11 laps ago. He's got that down to 28.8, so it's not big gains, but it's gains nonetheless. And if you have, 30, 40, 50 laps of a 2 or 3 tenths of a second lap gain, all of a sudden you're within just a couple of seconds. That changes everything now. So just taking a look here what's going on with our blue flag situation here, as our number 16 car does get the lap back from the race later here, and he is definitely not that second here after the first lap around after making that pass. So he's got a little bit of work to do here, but currently not holding the race leader up either as they continue around the racetrack. We got Nolander here in behind, I believe that was Oast right now, and if you can just get you tucked into that slipstream there and use a little bit of help from the 2nd place driver there, that will help him pull him up towards the racing field here. And then Yanni is about 30 seconds in behind here currently, and is getting a blue flag waved by our 6th place driver currently here, the Sector 7 Phoenix Racing car, number 80 Mercedes. So Ramir in the lead of the race here, and potentially this is costing him time. It's hard to say as the gap is coming down between himself and Oast, but Pasta is not really fully able to open that gap up to the race leader here right now. The race leader is just kind of sitting right in the back end of that slipstream here and just chilling right now, maybe saving a little fuel and tire. Not necessarily a pretty good idea. It's a good strategy, really, in a sense. But that gap's definitely not a second at this point here. That's only about a half-second gap at most right now between the two cars as they continue around the racetrack here. So we'll have to wait and see here. But the Pasta is running out of time here to continue to open the gap up to the race leader to remain ahead here. So get very interesting. Things are getting interesting. I love racing. All right, Oast here, 9.5 seconds in behind. This is working out good for Oast, though, because he was 11.3 seconds or 11 seconds, somewhere around there, in behind the race leader. Now he's down to 9.7 seconds. So, I mean, that's, a 1.5 second, 2-second gain here for 2nd place towards that race leader. JG here is still 10 seconds in behind Oast, which means he's also gaining, in a sense, on the race leader because he hasn't lost any time to the driver in front who's gaining on the race leader. Marky Mark has actually gained a second on the 3rd place car here. The number 10 Porsche now is starting to close in here. 2.2 seconds now is that gap between those two. Splinter here in 5th place here in the GTR is 10 seconds in behind Mark here, and again just trying to slowly but surely chip away at that gap of the driver in front. Very Legacy doing much of the same thing. And One Right Banana has 17 seconds, so not a lot really changing there. Alicos is chipping away at One Right Banana here. Pasta is chipping away, in a sense, at Alicos here because he is, the fastest driver on the racetrack here currently. And as we head up to Kemmel Straight here, what is that? I mean, we're looking at a slightly better gap. But with the simple fact is that the race leader continues just to sit in the slipstream, at the very edge of the slipstream of this GTR. He just cannot shake that Aston Martin off the rear bumper because of that slipstream. So he's having a really hard time here getting that gap to remain right around that mark here. So, I mean, they're going to continue on. They're going to keep doing their thing here. But at the end of the day here, I think that the 93 car is potentially being slowed down, sitting in behind Pastor right now. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Cap is starting to open up just a little bit between himself and Oast here as well in 2nd place again. So it was 9.7, now it's back to 10 seconds. It's a little give and take here right now between the two of them. Nothing changing here between 2nd and 3rd place, really. However, Marky Mark's starting to close in here a little bit on that final podium position. So let's sit with these two here for a minute. as we continue around the racetrack. This is literally the closest thing we have to an ongoing current racing battle here right now. This is really a game of don't make the mistake on the racetrack right now. I mean, every driver is driving relatively nice pace, and every driver is keeping it very consistent so far here on the racetrack in the early part of this race, and that's going to be really important as we lead into the mid part of the race, because that's when the weather gets a little bit questionable as our racers are racing. Alright, how is Bass doing? He's starting to open that gap up a little bit here now. He must have been listening to the broadcast and got the fire going underneath the butt there, because he's got that about to a second, maybe even a little more now at this point over our race leaders. So it definitely took the 3 laps to open that gap up, but he finally seems to manage to have done so here. So Passacanal to start to settle into his rhythm here now for the 16 car as they continue their charge back towards the front. And I mean, the biggest task of that was to get back on the lead lap here before the end of this driver stint, and he has done that up to this point here so far. So the first task is complete. Now it's, you know, car by car, let's grab positions back on the racetrack as, you know, where we can. We have 23 or 21 hours remaining to do it, so let's go do it type thing, right? Alright, marky mark here is 1.9 seconds, so a little give and take here between the 3rd and 4th place driver right now as they jockey a couple of tenths of a second per lap around between the two of them here. The number 10 Porsche here is giving her beans, eats a little bit of curb on the entry of the Poo-on there, but does a great job at keeping the car moving forward. Again, the Porsche does not like the curbs too much with the setups we're running in the car here this weekend, so we've got to be careful how much of the curb we're eating and where, because, well, I mean, it makes the tail end of the car really snap, and that tends to get the car into trouble. And, you know, we're doing our best to stay out of trouble this weekend. Alright, so that gap is staying pretty consistent here at 10 seconds right now between the race leader and the RA GTR here in second place. 10 seconds, it's pretty much stabilized at the 10-second mark at this point. However, with that being said, second is opening the gap up to 3rd place in small increments. I mean, it's over 11 seconds now. It was not quite there 2 or 3 laps ago as we've been going through the field, so he is starting to find a little bit more pace than the McLaren chasing him behind. And with that being said, the McLaren is starting to open the gap back up a little bit here on 4th place driver Marky Mark, as well as they continue up in through Eau Rouge and L'Arrêtion for the 70th time today. 70th time today. You have to finish your Lego build? You have finished? Oh, you have finished your Lego build. Fantastic. The Splinter and Team MRL, I hope you enjoyed the racing in Spring 1 as much as I did, although I definitely got a bit carried away and took the tires. Hey man, it happens. It happens, Oscar. It was a great run though. I mean, it's Spa, right? Everybody knows how to race at Spa. I mean, everybody should know Spa. But it doesn't make it any easier. So, and we all know that when you make the mistake at Spa, you know, it could be big. Even though it was a small little mistake, it can be turned very big very quickly. So, I think it's a lot of tiptoeing too, right now on the racetrack for some of the racers. Everybody's just settling into this early part of the race, where everybody's just trying to sort and jockey their positions out. Oh, and we had a lag spike right there. Oh my. Let's go check our field out here. We do have a small amount of neck lag, a little side to side coming from the number 10 car here. And that spike seemed to only affect the number 10 car, but we weren't watching any other cars, so it's hard to say if that was a lobby spike or if that was a driver-specific spike. Ooh! Nolander there with a little bit of a snapping entry into the final chicane there, as he has the number 10 Porsche now closing in there. As JG in behind the wheel of the car right now. The number 2 McLaren had just navigated around the 9th place racer here, so now the TT Porsche looking to do the same thing there, and I believe Nolander just pulled off the racing line there and to allow him to get through, but I don't think he's ready to go through there yet, so he will sit in behind here heading up into our Rouge and Laurentillon and probably do it up into the Camel Straight if I had to guess. It is the better place. Drivers are at much higher speed at that point, and you don't have to give up quite as much. You don't have to give up maybe 2 or 3 mile an hour to allow that lead lap car through, because you have almost I want to say 3/4 of a mile of a straight run to navigate that situation. That's exactly what we see there. You can see Mark has already gotten through around Team Nolander there. He just stayed on the short side of the Camel Straight there and just shortened his line up a little bit. Alright, Varied Legacy starting to chip away at Splinter a little bit here, so Varied Legacy, it was, I don't know, like 11-12 seconds, now it's back under 10. One Ripe Banana is still exactly 17 seconds, 0.8 seconds in behind, so nothing's changed there. Alico, though, however, those should take up another 4 seconds out of One Ripe Banana up into 7th place here, so I mean, if he continues to chip away at this pace, he may even be able to battle for P7 before the end of this stint, perhaps. Pasta is absolutely cruising on the road, but he's only gained 4 seconds on Alico in the process as well, with only it was 49 seconds last time we checked. So although the pace is very quick here for some of the racers that are on the back foot, so to speak, right now, here the pace of the lobby is very quick, so the gains aren't massive right now for these racers. It's going to be a it's a race of time. It's a race of trials and tribulations. So. Yeah, so there's a secondary lobby, as he was saying in the chat there. There's a secondary lobby. Is set up behind the current running lobby with the next set of drivers in the same livery, same cars, everything. All the drivers have to use the D1 approved livery that's approved for the racing weekend. All drivers have to use the same livery. So yeah, there's the second set of drivers sitting in pit lane. So they do a formation lap, they go around the track, they come into pit lane, and then when you park it in pit lane, you just don't do anything. You don't touch any buttons, and everybody just sits in their pit stall. So when the current running lobby, when those drivers come in to make their driver swap pit stop, they're in communication in a chat behind the scenes. They have to come to a 100% complete stop in their pit box before they can tell the other driver to go, and then they tell the other driver to go. So the race director is the host of the lobby, which means they have the replay. So post stint, they'll go in and they'll take a look at the timing to make sure that the timing adds up. There's a little bit of a variance in there, obviously, due to timing and internet and lobby. So there's a little bit of allowance in a sense for that. But we have seen driver swap penalties handed out throughout this season and last season. I mean, they definitely check it. So. It just comes down to looking at the time gap and the time gaps on the streams and in the replays, and just making sure that those time gaps were consistent upon exit of the pit lane. Now, obviously, the type of stop the driver makes factors into that as well. But yeah, there's people in behind the scenes that take care of all of that. So. And it's done like that every 2 hours. So this is a 24-hour race. So there'll be 12 stints. So there's 11 driver swaps. And you need a minimum in a 24-hour race. You need a minimum of 4 different racers in behind the wheel of the car to be official in the race for the 24 hours to be eligible for points in the race, or you just get disqualified. So if you can't field the weekend minimum, then you might as well not even really put the car on track, because you're just wasting everybody's time essentially.
and then if you're part of an incident that affects the race or something like that, yeah. So again, knowing the rules is always important as well. But Marky Mark is coming in for a pit stop. Our race leader also in for a pit stop, and so is Oz. JG stays out for a little bit longer here. He continues around. We know that we're going to see our 5th and 6th place drivers continue to stay out here as they're on a different strategy. So One Right Banana here, I would imagine, is going to be coming in very soon as well. Oh, Alico's pit last time around, so he's already got that out of the way. No Liner still will be making a pit. Pasta is in pit lane right now, past Nicalda, and Yanni here will probably make a pit sometime in the next couple of laps here as well. He is a lap down, so not surprised to see him go around one more time. Hey, what's up, Cupcake? How you doing, brother? How you doing, Steak? Freak?
Just doing a quick computer check, make sure everything's doing good.
We're absolutely going to tax the living bejesus out of our laptop this weekend. We're going to make it work hard. Alright, so JG now in the race lead here. The number 2 McLaren seeing the race lead for the first time for them here today as well, as pit stop sequences have started. That puts Splinter up into 2nd place and Varied Legacy up into 3rd position. Now we're going to see a pit stop come a little bit later from these drivers because they're on 1-stop strategy, where the rest of the field is on 2-stop strategy. So let's see how it works out in stint number 2 in comparison with the shorter lap count as well. Ooh, Oz comes out in 5th place here, right behind Ramir. But unfortunately, a 3-second track limit penalty there, and that is most certainly not ideal. Having to deal with that 3-second penalty, that is a pit lane entry or exit penalty there. And that one's going to hurt. That one's going to cost about 5 seconds on the racetrack in time. So One Right Banana has not pitched yet and stays out. So that puts Marky Mark in 7th place here. In behind, only about 10 seconds in behind there. Alicos obviously went for an undercut pit strategy on the rest of the field here to try and gain some of that time back that they were trying to make up since the disconnect in stint number 1. And we should see Nolander. Nope, Nolander is going to continue to go around. I figured we'd see him be coming in here for another stop, for a stop here, but they are going to continue around. And on the 2-stop strategy, but the Team Rad drivers are just stretching themselves out a little too long here. They need to just be reading the situation on the track in front of them here. When they see the field, the 2-stop field pit, that's their indication they should probably do the same thing. Running dead tires for an extra 2 or 3 laps against fresh soft tires is always going to lose you time on the racetrack, regardless. So I don't think that that's the right call that they're making here so far, because I think it's costing them more time on the track. But you know, maybe there's a bigger plan behind what they got going on. Who knows? Not that. Most of it, I'm gonna have Nolander and Cupcake filling in for some of it, as I am racing this weekend as well. So I'm unable to do the full 24, but I'll be doing about 18 hours of it, something like that. Obviously with the help of the boys. They'll probably jump in and co-comps and stuff like that too throughout the night, but you got my message, Cupcake? I'll just cover stint 5 till about an hour into it, and then I'll just bounce out of stint 5 to prepare for the race, and then I'll do this is part 2 of the stream basically then. So Nolander can go live. Hopefully I'm just sitting in the pit box waiting for driver swap at that time, and then I can just throw his live stream up on my live stream, and that's what the viewers can see, so they can see the whole race. And then I can just focus on my stint. So I definitely need at least a half hour of warm up before I go jump in. So feeling pretty good about the race, the car too, the weather, all that, the rain or the dry. I mean, I'm ready to race, so just need to warm up, get into the rhythm. Stints way later in the race. Stint 9 or 10, somewhere late in the race. We got a little bit of lag coming from our race leader here too, just a little bit of side to side. I can see it. I can't hear it because I don't have my headset on. Otherwise, I'd be yelling at the microphone if I had the game audio in my ear. It's really loud, so you guys can get a better audio split. It would be blasting my eardrums out right now through my headphones. So I've actually got them literally sitting like 7 feet away from me, and I can still hear the sound through the headphones. That's crazy. Alright, so we got things happening. Oh boy, Ost in trouble there. He gets spun coming out of the exit of the chicane there, and that's going to be a couple of positions lost there for Ost. And oh, you hate to see that, and that is a very troublesome spot there on the racetrack for that to happen. And thankfully he keeps it out of the wall. It is damage free, but oof, definitely going to cost him a few seconds and a couple of positions on the racetrack there, and that was not ideal there for RA's Ost there. A little bit of a setback there for the team, but like I said, kept the car damage free, and that's the important thing there. It's in one piece still. They do not need to make that extra pit stop to fix it. So, you know, in the grand scheme of things, the few second time loss is well worth not having to pit for a repair for that car without a question of a doubt. Time can be made back up in pace, but repair work is what it is. Alright, so Ramir currently sitting in third position. We've got Legacy here. Ooh, we got yellow flag up in front here, and it is the MRL car of Splinter. Let's see if we can see what happened here. No, it won't let me see. It will not. It's like no replay for you. Not sure what happened there, but there is some damage on that racing car, so Splinter, they're now going to have to make a pit stop, potentially just a little bit outside their pit window here to sort that car out, and that may very well not be good for their strategy here. We'll have to see how that plays out for them, but needless to say, unfortunate whatever happened there. Off track and with damage, be back on track and moving again here, but it's definitely going to create a pit stop here. Now I guess the question is, do they tough this out for the 2 or 3 more laps that they need to do so, or does he bring it in, fix it, and try to get their strategy to stay in play here? And he is going to bring that thing in and go ahead and sort that out. So I would assume we'll probably see a full service coming from that camp there now as well. With the number 8 car, you would assume they'll probably take tires and fuel and make an adjustment in the fuel can for the extra couple of laps that are going to be added onto that final run if they continue to do the one stop there, which they kind of committed to it. You kind of have to at this point. Now, if they make another mistake and pick up damage again, then I guess that's a different story. But at this point here, they're definitely trying to salvage time loss. So a little bit of an unexpected event there. Probably going to cost them 15-20 seconds on the racetrack, all said and done there. And changes the complexion of the race a little bit. Just those little mistakes that can create bigger mistakes in Spa. We touched on that a little while ago, and I think that's probably what that was. He probably just went a little bit wide into a corner, got on that artificial curbing on the outside, and it probably snapped his car. Ooh, a little bit of a slide there coming from the 93 car, and he probably just went off track. You know, it happens. It most certainly happens. Very Legacy here in third place, 4.6 seconds in behind the 93 Aston Martin. That puts number 10 car Marky Mark driving the car in fourth place, 19 seconds in behind, and currently about 5 seconds in behind. Oh, so we got Splinter coming out of pit lane here right now, sitting in 6th place still currently, so still pretty good here, still up in the top half of the field here. As he comes out of pit lane there, and One Right Banana just in behind here, also just getting released from pit lane here. Where is our 8th place driver here on the racetrack? We're going to be able to grab position there, so we'll see what that gap is once everything settles down here again. 7.5 seconds between Brad Nolander and Yanni. That's after the pit stop there, and just a couple of drivers needing to make their pit stops here. Scheduled pit stops at this point. 8th place, 9th place currently.
we can sit there for a minute. They have gotten the lead lap back from the race leader. They made that pass a dozen laps ago or so now, maybe a little longer. So they have gotten back on the lead lap, so they're just kind of trying to navigate that situation now, right? The gap was, what was it to Alico's? It was about 48 seconds, 44 seconds, I think, last time we checked. So we gained about 3 seconds on 8th place as well. So he is the last car, essentially, right now on the lead lap here in the race currently as well, getting that lap back. So, I mean, he's moving. He's definitely flying. He's got a good pace around the racetrack. I think he's currently the fastest car on track right now. But the pace of the lobby is very fast here today, and he's not really getting huge gains on the drivers that he's chasing right now. But he's chipping away. He's definitely chipping away. So JG here in the number 2 McLaren, we should suspect to see him come in either this time or next time around as the fuel dictates. So he's got rubber there, so I mean he could definitely go around a few more laps if he chose to do so. I would probably not recommend it at this point, but he is looking like he's maybe going to go to a one-stop strategy himself here now. Potentially, as he's at lap 23, so I mean he really only needs to go 2 more laps to get to that midway point of the soft tire run, but I don't know if he's got the fuel to go 2 more laps. So interesting here. Are we going to see a team swapping their strategy out a little bit here? That's the big question. Ramir here is in second place. He's got 8.5 seconds over Very Legacy, who is one of the one-stoppers. You can see he's going to be making a pit stop here shortly. Marky Mark here is in 4th place right now and behind, and due to that mistake made by Oast, I don't know, handful of laps ago, maybe a little less, that's actually going to take him off the podium once we see the pit stop happen from JG and Very Legacy there. So actually it won't take him off. It won't at all. It should just keep him on the podium potentially, or just chasing GJ when he comes out of pit lane. So he is going to go around again. And I think he's opting to go to a one-stop strategy here this time around. They did do the 2-stop last time, and it did very well for him. But now it seems like they're going to go with the one-stop attempt here in that McLaren. Now, whether or not that was by design or whether that was an on-the-fly decision based off the condition of the car at the time, I'm unsure. But definitely appears that we're seeing another team now move to the one-stop strat. Alright, Pass is starting to chip away at one right banana here now. Nolander in 10th position, Yanni here in 11th place. He is closing in on the Team Rad Nolander there as well. So it is GJ here. He's 22.8 seconds in the lead, but he is starting to give a little bit of that time away to to Ramir, pardon me. So is he going to go one more time? He is going to go around one more time here. So we are going to see this McLaren go for the one-stop strategy here in stint number 2. So that's interesting. And he's got 22 seconds right now over Ramir here in the Aston Martin. So when we think about that, compared to last stint, it was about an 18-second gap, I think, 20-second gap in the first part, and it was 18 seconds in the second part. And it was separated by, 6 seconds at driver swaps. So it's going to be close. I think if JG can continue with the pace he's at right now and doing exactly what he did that last tire stint, I think that he has a shot at potentially bringing that McLaren across the driver swap first. If he continues to do exactly what he's doing, it's going to be very close. 7 seconds separating Ost and Marky Mark here right now as well, and potentially the closest two cars on track right now, so potential battle brewing right there between those two. Alico's here now, only 18 seconds in behind Splinter there, so that extra pit stop definitely hurting MRL's strat a little bit there, and still sticking with the one-stop strategy, just slightly modifying it a little bit there, so that's interesting. We'll have to see how that plays out as well. Alright, so Alico is here. He is 18 seconds and closing in. You can see it's pretty steady gain. You can see a few hundreds being ticked away every rotation of the tires, essentially. As a oof comes around the corner a little bit sideways, he continues to try and close the gap. So One Ray Banana here is 4 seconds in behind, and looks like closing in quite quickly here. We're seeing a couple of drivers go to an alternate strategy tire here, so things are getting very interesting. Alright, so our race leader now finally making that pit stop. I figured it had to be this time around. I didn't think he had the fuel to go another lap, so that will give first place back to Ramir here as he comes around the chicane on lap number 25 to start lap number 26 of the stint here. Now, with that being said, that puts us at lap 50, 60, 70, 78 race total here at this point. So we'll have to see what that gap is once that all settles down. Legacy is, I thought I'd see him pit here this time around, but he's going to opt to go around again as well. So that has Marky Mark in 4th place. He's got O's just 2.5 seconds in behind him here. And I guess the bigger question is, does he get the position here over the McLaren as well as they both come around? It does say so, but I'm pretty sure that he's going to be at the point. Oh, no, he has not been released yet. So should be position gain here for Mark and Ost as well as JJ should come out right around 5th or 6th place here, I would assume. Will be 5th place that he should come out in. Splinter in 6th place as Alico's 17 seconds in behind, but closing quite quickly. One Right Banana looked like he was closing in, but now starting to lose touch with Alico's a little bit. That puts Passon and Calda in behind him here by 34.4 seconds. Then there's a minute to Nolander in the Team Rad car, and then there's Yanni in 11th place, just 5 seconds in behind with the Speed Buddy Alexis here in behind them as well. So closing in on the Team Rad car right now is the Lexus, Brittany. My body's just waking up here, and I've been awake for like 4 hours already. My body's just like, hey, I'm waking up now. Alright, a number 10 Porsche up into P3 right now, so it's currently sitting in a podium position as the race stands at the moment, but definitely is starting to feel some pressure from the races on number 9 GTR in behind, driven by Ost, just 2.5 seconds in behind, and that is the closest thing we have right now as far as potential battle goes. But One Ray Banana has been trying to close in on Alicos, but that is not the case. Alicos is actually running away from Banana and trying to close in on Splinter up in front, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Passing the Calda, also trying to close in on One Ray Banana, and chipping away at the time here, but it's not huge gains. And Yanni is chipping away at Nolander here as well. 4.5 seconds and dropping, so strategy's full in play here now at Spa, and it's going to be about 4, maybe 5 more hours of guaranteed dry condition. So it's about 4 or 5 more hours for the race teams to gain, get to where they want to try and get to, and then it is a toss-up for the rest of the race on what the weather is going to provide. So that is when things make it a little bit interesting. Nighttime creeps in, the clouds start to roll in, the wind starts to pick up, and then all of a sudden you gotta start thinking about the rain that comes with all of those things in the French Alps. So it's the way it's going to be. So we're going to see some of the faster drivers from probably the majority of our teams out in the first half of the race for sure. And then we're probably going to see the, how do I word this without sounding so mean? Some of the more average paced racers, we'll probably see them come in during those conditions just for them to come in and put in the consistent laps throughout the shadier conditions, and then you'll probably see the heavier stack drivers come back out near the end of the race, back towards more daytime condition again. So it's probably what we could expect to see here tonight. I could be wrong. It doesn't mean that a high rated driver doesn't want to drive in the dark or in the dark and the rain, but that's typically just when you see your go-to consistent racers come in and take those stints, because that's what you need in those stints. You just need good consistent racers racing those stints. So there's a good chance that we're going to see from a lot of teams here today. It all comes down to what kind of roster each team is brought in to race with here today. I know our roster is pretty much our full roster is at play here this weekend. We have 2 drivers, I think, that aren't going to be in the race here today. So we're going to see 8 drivers take the challenge of this race on. Some will have more than one stint, and some will have just a stint. But we will see pretty much the full team out on track at some point or another here throughout our 24 hours in the number 10 car today. And of course, we're all pretty varied in pace, so it's going to be an interesting race for the 10 crew here, especially leading into the nighttime hours when we put our more consistent average racers in to try and just, get good solid laps in.
Slower paced, yeah.
The average racers, I like to call it. Just the racers that just come out and just put in good solid laps. Alright, so Marky up into second place here now. Host into third position. We got JG here in fourth place. So our couple one-stoppers making their pit stop now, and that is sorting the field kind of quote-unquote back into position for the time being until the next pit stop sequence, and that's when everything gets interesting. Alright, so Very Legacy here in 6th place. Alicos is now 6 seconds in behind Legacy here, and closing in fairly quickly. One Right Banana is 10 seconds in behind Alico, and 28 seconds now separates past the Canalda and One Right Banana, so he is closing in on that as well. Go and take a look at this potential battle for 10th place here. The gap is 3.5 seconds between Nolander and Yanni here in the Speed Buddy Lexus. So battle starting to develop potentially here on the racetrack, but nothing immediate here in our immediate fashion of race, as we have Revere here 23 seconds to the good over Mark. Mark has 2 seconds to the good over Oz, so Oz is starting to chip back away at the Porsche in front there, and then JG is 22 seconds in behind. So that's interesting. It's a total of 47 seconds in behind the race leader. If it's a 1 minute pit stop, that'll put him 13 seconds ahead of the race leader after that pit stop sequence. Did he gain more time with the 1 stop over the 2 stop compared to stint number 1 for this particular team is the bigger question. Maybe that's the information they're looking for right now. Maybe that's why they've opted to take the strategy call this time around. Try to see if they can gain another position, maybe on track or 2. And also is maybe do a little bit of referencing as far as time around the racetrack goes between the 2 strategies as well. Maybe we got some active science happening right in front of our eyes here. You guys haven't realized it yet. Alright, so MRL Splinter here, 32 seconds in behind GJ, and I mean, it's just unfortunate here. The car got involved, whether it was a self-induced incident or a contact incident with another car, took damage and had to make an unscheduled pit stop. So had to make an early pit stop. It was only probably 2 or 3 laps earlier than they probably would have pit anyways. But that does not mean that they had to make a call on their pit strategy and decide what they were going to do with that. So the teams have made their calls, and we'll see how that works out for them. Legacy here in 6th place, also 1 stop racer here in today. and Alico here is 5.8 seconds, so it's starting to close in on Very Legacy here. One Right Banana is now 12.2 seconds, starting to lose touch a little bit with Alico up in front, and Pasta is another couple seconds gained on One Right Banana here in ninth place. Yanni has overtaken Team Rad's Nolander there, and now has a 7-second gap there. So something happening to Nolander there on the racetrack. It cost him a few seconds on the track there. As it's unfortunate to see, but that's racing. I appreciate you, Azrael. Thank you. We're just trying to do our best out there. We haven't talked much about St. Jude's, but I mean, the racing is pretty good here so far this weekend. Coming from the Split 2 IRO racers, that we've been kind of focused on the racing right now. So, and that's okay. We have 24 hours. We got lots of time to grind St. Jude's and everybody's brains. And I mean, they don't really need an explanation, I suppose, either when you think about it, especially for North American viewers. I mean, we all know what St. Jude's is and what St. Jude's does. But out there worldwide, they although the name is familiar, do people really know what St. Jude's is doing? And do they really know that St. Jude's is potentially coming into their own backyard to provide the same service to them? That's the big thing here right now. It's a new project they're working on. It's something that's only just starting to expand, right? So, it takes the help of the general community and content creators out there to push what they're doing out there, to also help people, the worldwide community realize that they are going so much further than just their own borders at this point to help more people, right? And I think once the general community worldwide starts to catch wind of that and starts to see those results happening, I think is when things really explode for St. Jude's. But I mean, in the meantime, you still need every penny and every dollar that anybody can help raise for them. And then, I mean, ultimately, that's why we're here. It's on behalf of the Bloomstrom family. This is the charity that they wish for us to use in this championship that we're fundraising for this season. And this is just a little extra add-on we threw into the mix because I felt like our number was a little low compared to where I felt like it could be so far in our campaigning. Obviously, I moved last weekend, so that took a little bit of time away from the campaign on my end of things. But it doesn't hurt to put extra love towards things, and I mean, I can't do it without the cooperation of IRO. I mean, at the end of the day, I need permission from IRO because this is their organization and their series, so we really do appreciate IRO stepping in and allowing us to do that as well. Even if we make a couple $100 extra here out of this weekend, out of this 24-hour racing event leading into the Vegas Cup tomorrow, that's still huge. That's that much closer towards that goal, right? So, we set a modest goal this season. Usually we stick to really low goals at GT45 Gaming, so I like to see the goals achieved. It makes everybody feel accomplished and rewarded that we did something good and we achieved the goal. We set a little bit of a higher goal than normal here, but I know that we can do it. We have several weeks left to hit that goal yet, and I mean, the goal is important for more than one reason. I'm not going to really say too much more than that, but the goal is to benchmark for something much bigger. Let's just put it that way. And obviously we want to get into the eyes of the organization themselves. I would like to continue to work with St. Jude's with the Vegas Cup Series. It's something we're going to bring back every winter here at GT45 Gaming, and whether it be for the Bloomstrom family or another family in need in the community at the time, it's something that's going to come back every year, so it's something that we're going to continue to do with St. Jude's every year. So it would be nice to get into the eyes of the organization for our efforts as well, and the more that we can get in cooperation with the physical organization as opposed to their donation entity, Tiltify, the more of an impact that we can possibly create as a sim racing community in general as well, right? I mean, this isn't about me or Nolander or my admin team behind the scenes or our Tenths racers on track this weekend. This is about the sim racing community coming together to do something way bigger, right? And I've seen the sim racing community do some pretty crazy, amazing things. I've seen us knock out massive goals with massive Cancer Research Foundation fundraisers over the years. Most recently the Race Asylum charity event at the beginning of the year, I think, did very well as well, which we took part in. It was a 24-hour Nürburgring race. It was a lot of fun. We had some guys from Sector 7 come over and race with us for that race as well.
And we've also seen personal fundraising, GoFundMe, raise me campaigns for members of the community or families of the community, sometimes random strangers of the community. Do very well in the sim racing community as well too, because you guys and gals do one very important thing: you share the content out, right? You keep the content moving, you keep the content flowing, and I mean the trick is to blow the internet up with it, right? Get it in front of the right eyes, and when the right eyes see it, that's when the difference happens. That's when you start to see the change. In past fundraisers, I've seen the posts going across my personal Facebook pages and my gaming pages and my own social posts, so I know that the community is out there sharing that content. And the difference on this one is we're not seeing that. We're not seeing those same posts, right? So we're not. Everybody's busy, everybody's working, everybody's worrying about Christmas time right now. Financially, everybody's strained. I get that. We're not asking you for your money necessarily. We're definitely asking you for a little bit of time to share the campaign out to those that have the money to donate, right? And, I've gone much further than that. I'm out in my community, boots to the ground, talking to people physically, asking everybody that I think might be willing to donate to St. Jude's, and literally just ask if they would be interested in donating to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. And the ones that give me the time of day to hear more, we explain it, we pull out our phone, show them what's going on. So, I'm doing everything I can on my end as well to continue to push this out. So, all we ask is that you just share out the content and share out the link especially. The donation link's the important part. The campaign fundraising page is what's most important. And if we can get that shared out through as many social networks as possible, that's how we gain success. When we did the fundraising for the Bloomstrom family, when we stepped in to help with the fundraising for the GoFundMe page, we didn't take that on as a whole, obviously. We just stepped in and helped push out the content of the GoFundMe. We used our pages, we used events just like this. We did things like that to continue to push that fundraiser out. And the goal for that fundraiser was $12,000 USD to pay for funeral expenses for Paul when he passed. And with the help of the sim racing community and of course family and friends pushing that content out through social media, and a lot of the content and the success for that GoFundMe campaign was due to sharing out content through social media. That $12,000 goal blew up, and they raised almost $30,000 USD for that GoFundMe page. That is a massive amount of money for a very short, 6 week or 2 month fundraising campaign through GoFundMe. So the sim racing community is capable of amazing things without even having to pull out their own pocketbooks necessarily, and that's why I say sharing is caring, because we as a community, we as video gamers and streamer watchers know that the most important thing for success for any page or any event or any charity is sharing, making sure it's out in the algorithm and it's being thrown through the internet like a used tennis ball being chased by a dog. You know what I mean? It's got to keep on going and going and going. So the more that we push it out, the more chance that we have a success for for St. Jude's at the end of the day. And like I said, St. Jude's is paying that benefits from all this. They get every single penny of it through Tiltify. So this is where St. Jude's directed me no longer when we were talking to them to set all this up. Again, I've used these guys in the past for other campaigns, but the sim racing community is special. It really is compared to other communities. I've seen sim racing community in behind the scenes through other servers. I've seen people take a family that's struggling at Christmas time and literally spend $10,000 and buy their Christmas for their family, buy them presents, buy them dinner, buy them gifts, do all those things, pay their bills. The sim racing community is genuinely incredible. I've seen some pretty cool things come out of the sim racing community, so that's why I always lean on the sim racing community when we do our fundraising, because you guys and gals are incredible. You have a heart, you have a conscience, we all have families. And like I said, even though we can't necessarily donate, all of us, the one important thing we can do is share it out and use our tools, our weapons to our advantage, and that is social media. At the end of the day, social media is our weapon of choice. So talk a little bit more about what St. Jude's and their global project is doing. When we go to do the driver swap, we have a little 3-minute video that we play on the stream for the transition, so it seems to work pretty good timing actually as well. And again, this isn't an official IRO broadcast. This is something that was done behind the scenes throughout the week with discussions and communication and behind the scenes with IRO between myself and then of course myself and the other broadcasters that are willing to jump in with me and take on what I can't take on essentially. So we'll miss
bits and pieces of the race this weekend here, but for the most part we will have full race coverage for everybody this weekend. We'll have this stream run up until midway through stint number 5, and then I will shut this stream down. We'll fire up a brand new one. Just because of the way that YouTube works, we're going to have to do this in 3 parts to make sure we get full coverage. So yeah, there'll be 3 different streams that we'll have to find throughout the day. A couple of the stints will be done on another broadcaster's channel, however, though we will be managing that from behind the scenes and trying to get that over onto my page as well. I've got a pretty good idea of how Jaeger does all that for the official IRO broadcasting. Unfortunately, it's just this PC I'm currently streaming off of just doesn't have the streamline capability to do things easily anymore like it used to, so we'll see how it goes today. But the new PC is on the way. We're just waiting for it to be finished being built. We're waiting for some parts to come in, so hopefully we're up and running on new equipment next weekend. Fingers crossed. And that's supplied by the GT45 gaming community as well. The new PC build for the page and for the streams and for the commentary and for all our fundraising efforts and everything that we do here is also community built. It's 100% of the PC build and cost of the PC up to this point has been supplied by donations from the GT45 gaming community. So we've got about $230 of that donated money left in towards the PC funding yet, so we still need a new capture card and a brand new web camera for the new PC, so we can step up to 1440p, and also we need a webcam for the new PC. So yeah, almost fully supplied by the community as well. So thank you to the sim racing community again for stepping in when you don't really necessarily need to, but you do anyways. Really do appreciate it. Alright, Alicos is right on top of Very Legacy at this point. He's got Nolander currently in front of him here, so this is a blue flag situation for Alicos here. He will have to navigate around the other Mercedes here. You can see Nolander's already making preparations to allow Alicos through here. Alicos just using a little bit of slipstream there to get round, and then Nolander just coming back in behind into the braking zone there. And I mean, no time loss really any for one of the 2 drivers there. It was very well done again from Team Rad's Nolander there in that blue flag situation. One right banana here is 19 seconds in behind. Passacanalda is 16 seconds, so closing in, but it's not quite as quickly as he was there in the earlier part of the pit stop transition. Yanni has about 1.5 minutes and 10 seconds to the good over Team Rad's Nolander. Team Rad's Team Rad and Nolander also in cooperation with the St. Jude fundraising campaign as well. So again, this is a big team that's behind this campaign this season. It's quite a logistical effort we've got going on with everything with the championship and of course the fundraising. So that means that the team has grown significantly within the development team, the admin staff, and all parts around it. So, much love to Nolander and Team Rad there as well for all their efforts in this campaign effort as well. Alright, so Marky Mark here in second position here. So the number 10 Porsche here looking strong right now. Again, started in 9th place, currently sitting in 2nd place. That will change here when this next set of pit stop sequences start. We do have some cars on some one-stop strategies here. So Oss has decided to try and undercut the field on this second pit stop here. And he's going to come in ahead of everybody else and try to maximize that soft tire time on the outlap, and of course leading into the rest of these drivers making their pit stops here. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of this plays out here. I mean, we see the number 2 McLaren go on the one-stop strategy from the 2-stop last time around, so they altered their strategy in stint number 2 here. But we can also see that the clouds are starting to set in a little bit here over the racetrack at Spa as well. You can see it's just pure cloud cover right now. It's light cloud cover. As you can see, they're just white, kind of grayish clouds here on the racetrack. But again, not expecting to see any moisture currently on the racetrack here for a little bit yet, but I mean, weather is weather. I mean, who knows? Alright, so a good battle here between Splinter and Legacy here right now. Both teams on the same strategy for tires, and inside track here is
legacy here as we head into Lacombe, and ooh, a little bit of a snap there. That allows the number 8 GTR to get a little bit of positioning back on the Mercedes there, but the Mercedes does just hold the line there through Lacombe. So as we head down into the right-hander here, the carousel, he is still in a defensive mode here, and the GTR is just sitting right in behind. A little bit of a wide exit there, so it opened up a gap a little bit between him and the Mercedes there as we head through the left-hander. As we head into Pouon, it does seem to be that the number 80 car has secured that position here, moved up into P5 around MRL Splinter there as they head up into Pouon here. That gap is about 0.8 seconds, so a nice job there from the Sector 7 racing team as they have moved up into 5th place. Alright, one right banana in 7th. We've got Pasta Nicalda. Talk about a tongue twister, the name. Here in 8th place, we've got Alico here is 24 seconds in behind, so I mean, he is chipping away. That's he's been chipping away all stint long here. Yanni's here in 10th place, has about 12 seconds over Team Rads Nolander here in 11th position. So JG will now take the race lead back here in the McLaren from the rest of the field as they start their sequence of second pit stops here. Now we are not expecting to see this car pit again. So how far back is Ramir coming out of pit lane now in coordination with the number 2 McLaren? It looked like he tagged the wall a little bit there on exit of pit lane, but that might have been a little bit of net coding that made it look like that. What is the gap here? The gap is only 8 seconds separating GJ and Ramir here, so I don't think that that's definitely a big enough gap, unfortunately, there for the McLaren to stave off the charge of the 93 Aston Martin, but it might be enough to keep off the charge of the number 10 Porsche here in 3rd place, and the number 9 GTR chasing the number 10 Porsche here in 4th place, closing in very quickly here too, may I add, is that we've seen about 0.3 of a second just come out in the end of that straight alone. Pasta now coming into pit lane with only 1% fuel on board there, so definitely a need for a pit stop there as he's going to make his final stop of the race here as well. Hopefully, or a stint, not race, I guess. Alright, so GJ in 1st place, 7.3 seconds over Ramir here. Ramir has 23.5 seconds over Marky Mark in the number 10 Porsche. We've got O sitting just 1.9 seconds in behind the Porsche there in 4th place. We've got Very Legacy at 9.2 second gap between himself and RA's Oast in the GTR, but he has now opened up a 1.5 second gap over MRL Splinter in the number 8 GTR here. So a great healthy battle between the two of them just a lap ago. And gap starting to develop there. One right banana is 23.9 seconds in behind the MRL GTR here right now, and 36 seconds ahead of Alico in the Mercedes for IORT. So 36 seconds is the gap there. We're trying to keep an eye on these numbers the best we can. Pasta Nicalda coming out here. He's going to come out in 9th position, it looks like. Might actually be... Yes. I believe that's the race leader coming in behind him here. It is. Alright, so he's got just staying on the lead lap here is Pasta Nicalda as they come out of pit lane. So far so good. I mean, really the stint 2 goal in my opinion for Pasta and that camp is of course trying to just get back on the lead lap after the disconnect, right? They came out back on track in hour number 3, a lap down, just a lap down, only by a few seconds, but a lap down nonetheless. So they have managed to fight their way back onto the lead lap, but now it could be potentially at risk of having to fight for that lead lap as GJ, pardon me, is just literally around the corner here. I'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Ramirez still 7.6 seconds in behind. Marky Mark is 23 seconds in behind and closing in a tiny little bit on 2nd place here, but
I mean, Ost is coming in very quickly here as well. 1.1 seconds now, the gap between third and fourth place here, and I mean, almost down to slipstream range at this point here. One more straightaway. And Ost will definitely have that Porsche up into the next straight run because of the just sheer difference in straight line speed. So he's already got right into the edge of the toe of Marky Mark here as we head into Pouon. So now it's just a matter of getting into the Paul Frere curve as close to the Porsche as he can get and use that straight line speed of that GTR to make the pass into the final chicane at the end of the lap here. We'll have to see if that's how he plays it out, but he is starting to close in here. Less than 3/4 of a second now on the number 10 Porsche here is Ost as they continue around. And as we head into the Paul Frere curve, this is about when I start to see the GTR start to think about closing up the gap quickly using that slipstream and straight line speed to its advantage here. So 0.8 seconds as we head now into what is the full power zone here at Spa. Essentially, these guys are just full tilt on the throttle. There's zero lift here. Even into Bloomstrom, they're not lifting. They're sending this thing full tilt, and you can see 2/10 gained from Ost here. And by the time we get into the braking zone, it will be a total of 3/10 gained here from the GTR on that Porsche, just in that straightaway there, just from the straight line speed. So Marky Mark's starting to feel the pressure here a little bit from Ost as Ost continues to charge in. But you see the Porsche's nimbleness doing Mark good in and out of the corners. So it's a little give and take between the Porsche and the GTR here right now. But both drivers fairly equally paced here, it looks like, as well. So this is a pretty good. This is a pretty good race. There's no team orders here. Marky Mark is on a race asylum. He is a race asylum driver, but he's currently running for the number 10 car. So there's no team orders there. Marky Mark's not going to give up a position willingly unless he knows he's just outpaced, right? So they will fight for it, but it's going to be fun. I can guarantee you that. It'll definitely be fun. Oh, Mark makes a mistake. They're heading into the Lacombe. That's going to cost him more time. He's just allowing Ost to close in little bit by little bit here. So half a second now separating the cars. And that's all it takes in these battles. When you start to feel the pressure, it just takes a little mistake like that. The Porsche just slid a little bit there. And that was enough for another 10th to be gained by the GTR in behind. So now 7/10 of a second here. As we enter the technical sectors, we should expect to see the Porsche gain time. But then again, we're going to see that GTR gain back time on the longer straight powered section. So this is a dogfight right here between Ost and Marky Mark, without a question of a doubt here. The number 10 and number 9 car getting down to get busy here in a nice little battle, it looks like. We like it. Let's go rip through the field here while that's setting up. Buried Legacy is 13 seconds behind those two right now. 2.6 seconds separating him and Splinter. Splinter starting to settle into a pace a little bit here. One Right Banana has 24 seconds. Alico is 31 seconds, so chipping away, and past much of the same thing, just chipping away at Alico as well. Hard to gain time when the drivers are fairly equally paced in the lobby. Yanni here is about 1:40 in behind, and Nolander is about a minute in behind on some fresh skins. So we're just making a pit stop there, which is what I suspected. So this is kind of the curious question here. 5.2 seconds to gap between himself and Ramirez still. So one stop versus two stop strategies at play here, and battle time between Ost and Marky Mark. The gap is really just sitting right in between that half second and 1 second mark here between the two drivers, and nothing too close immediately for attack and position between the two drivers, but definitely making things interesting here in the middle part of stint number 2 for sure, these two guys. So we'll stick with it here for a minute. This is the closest thing to an immediate battle on the racetrack. We do have Splinter and Varied Legacy closing in on each other here a little bit, but that is kind of a reverse situation where the pass has already been made and they're trying to open a gap up on that attack. But right now it's Marky Mark trying to run away from Ost in the GTR here as we head into Lacombe. And purple sector coming from Marky Mark here. Now it's pretty easy to get a top purple sector in the first sector. It all comes down to how well you get to run up our Rouge and Laurenti on and out of the source, really. It's the rest of the lap that really starts to chip away at your lap time. Every little mistake, every little missed braking point, every little mile per hour scrub, all eats away at a lap time here at Spa. So yeah, see, Ray's right there with me. I know it's confusing because you got RA drivers and an RA driver, but Mark and Roses are on loan to Tenths from RA this season. So Mark was on Tenths at the beginning of the season when we qualified, and then moved over to RA. He's a UK driver, so obviously RA being a UK team, it made more sense for him to go over to Race Asylum so he can progress better in his racing, right? So he jumped over to Race Asylum right at the beginning of the IRO season, but remained in our Tenths camp as a Tenths racer this season. And Roses, who wasn't able to race at the beginning of the season, and then I think it was round 2 or 3, he was looking for a racing slot on one of the teams, and everything was filled up, but we had a spot on our roster, and he's part of the community, so we asked if he could race, and we put him in the roster. So we do have 2 Race Asylum racers on the number 10 car from Race Asylum here on loan this season, so to speak. But there's definitely no team orders when we're up against the RA drivers. I mean, it's every driver for themselves. We all know that. Mark's a good racer. He's been struggling a little bit as of late. He was having wheel malfunctions. His steering wheel and pedal set his base kept overheating on him, and he wasn't able to really get a full 2-hour run in so far this season. So it's been causing him some complications this championship season. So he's gone back to running on his controller here for this weekend's race, and I mean, his pace and his form is right back in shape, it looks like. So it's glad to see Mark having a good run here. I mean, at the end of the day, there's not much Tenths can teach the RA drivers that are with us. They're faster than most of us are. If anything, they've been teaching us. But the one thing that we can teach the faster drivers is patience and consistency and slowing things down a little bit for these kinds of races, right? Because as average racers, we're used to slowing things down a little bit. So I'm hoping that, you know, the patience and the bumps and the grinds and the road of these guys learning how to pick their pace up and get faster, and showing a little bit of patience and positive thinking has also helped them develop in a sense as well, right? So, but nonetheless, we appreciate definitely them jumping in and helping us out this season. It's been huge, especially for qualifying purposes, because our team would have probably only made 1 or 2 qualifying sessions this year if it wasn't for having Mark and Roses on the team being UK based. So you know, it's been a huge help to the Tenths team, and we definitely appreciate them being here, and I'm just glad to see that they're having a great outing here so far this weekend. It's been an up and down season for all of us over at the number 10 car camp, so it's just nice to see the guys in form this weekend. You know, I pulled all the restrictions off our racers this weekend at Tenths. You know, I basically told them, just send it. I want 1,000% effort this weekend. There's no quit, there's no give, there's no nothing. We leave 0 on the racetrack this weekend. We finish strong. And so far, that's what I'm seeing from our racers. They are just absolutely sending it. So, confident. They look good. They look good. It's a good race so far. This McLaren pulling out the big strategies here so far this weekend. I mean, when we talk about driver of the race so far, I'm putting my money on number 2 car here. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from our number 93 Aston Martin. Clearly, they're very quick. They're very efficient out there with that car this weekend. But, I mean, just the decisions and the calls being made by this number 2 McLaren team here right now, this camp, I mean, that's top-level racing. It's got them in the race lead here right now, and they have done 0 battling for position so far on the track. They've had to battle for 1 position so far. So, I mean, they're up 4 spots, I believe, since race start, and they really have just been cool, calm, and collected the whole race. So, I mean, they are about at risk to lose the lead here too, Ramir. Due to the different strategies right now that the 2 cars are on, we have much more fresh tires on the Aston Martin, currently chasing in behind the McLaren here. And due to the one-stop strategy, McLaren is kind of pacing the car in a sense a little bit, so might not be running at its full potential pace either. So he will probably lose his position here to Ramir very shortly, but great strategy so far and great calls.
Alright, we got a bunch of pings going on here. Thanks, Evo, appreciate it. I forgot to post it.
Alright, speaking of battling, it is battle time here for the race lead as Ramir goes on the outside track here heading into Paul Frere. Ooh, a little bit of a touch there between the McLaren and the Aston Martin. That definitely wasn't intentional there between the two cars, and that was just enough for McLaren to hold the charge off on the Aston Martin. Now, I mean, it's always risky taking an outside line to try and make a pass on a driver when they're defending the inside line, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and it was a great attempt there by the 93 car, but just a little bit of potential touch. I can't say it's an official touch because we do have to consider that there's always net coding in these lobbies nowadays in Gran Turismo, and a nice undercut coming from the 93 car there and out of the final chicane exit there as we head to what is the finish line in a sense there. He settles back in behind, so I think he gave the position up due to feeling like he hit the number 2 car into the corner and gained it that way. I'm not sure. I think that's exactly what we've seen there. That's the second time we've seen the number 93 car do that this weekend. Make small contact and refuse to gain position from it. So, I mean, that's just huge sportsmanship props right there to the 93 car. And, I mean, he is absolutely tucked in right now in behind this Aston Martin and definitely applying some pressure here now. So it is game back on for the race lead here as Ramir is plastered all over the rear fin of that McLaren right now. So as we head into the cone, we are seeing defensive posturing from the number 2 car, but instead he just holds into the racing line. And we're just going to see Ramir chill here. He's going to just continue to make his run through, and he's obviously looking at maybe a different spot on the racetrack to try and get this pass done. A little over-under as we come through there. Nope, but he is going to take a look up the inside here heading down into the carousel, and that should be the pass that we see here. It's just easy peasy, a nice clean entry exit right there. Just slots himself right in front of GJ, and that is a lead back for the 93 car here and Ramir. So the number 2 McLaren doing a great job here, sitting in second place, has 23 seconds to the rest of the pack chasing here. So first and second place are quite a ways ahead right now. Don't have a whole lot to worry about but each other at the moment. However, with that being said, you can't take your eyes off this chasing pack though, because I mean, with the absolute difference in strategies that we're seeing on the racetrack and the things that could potentially happen when the weather starts to go a little more to the dark side, this race could very well change very quickly. So decisions will need to be made on the fly, and some are going to make the right ones and some are going to make the wrong ones, and it's going to change the way that this race unfolds for sure, without a question of a doubt later in the race. But for right now, it's just about pace and consistency, and that's what every one of these teams drivers are trying to do here right now while the conditions are still good on the racetrack. One right banana here in 7th place, 25 seconds, chipping away at Splinter here a little bit. Alico is definitely chipping away at Banana, though. I think that's another 7 seconds gained over the last half dozen laps or so. And Pasta also gaining on Alico here, 26 seconds now. That gap was just over 30 seconds last time we looked. So gains are definitely being made here on the racetrack between a lot of the racers, especially in the mid-pack here. So as they continue to work on closing gaps, we should be in for an exciting mid part of the race here, I think. I think another dry stint is going to start to close in racers a little bit, and then as we head into stint 5, and stint 5 is when things, stint 4 I think is when things start to go dark. And that's when the fun starts. The track gets very cold. You don't have necessarily grip levels you do in this temperature right now. With the cloud cover right now the way it is, and a fairly decent wind condition at the moment on the racetrack as far as speed goes, maybe not direction, but definitely wind speed. The track is cooler right now. It's not too cold where it's like a sheet of ice. It's not too hot where it's melting the tires on contact. It's almost probably at a perfect temperature, maybe just slightly below prime temperature for the racetrack right now. So that means that the grip levels on the cars are going to be better and should last a little bit longer as well for our racers. So that's good for the one-stoppers, even better for the two-stoppers, because that means they should just be able to maintain a higher rate of pace on those shorter tire runs. So interesting to see here as the weather continues to remain cloudy and almost give the cars, in a sense, optimal track conditions to continue to run around. 23 seconds in closing here now is the number 3 driver, number 10 car. And still right there, man, 1.7 seconds in behind. So hasn't been able to quite close up the gap enough to make something happen there with the number 10 car, but hasn't let the number 10 car get anywhere further in front at the same time. So maybe a little patience being shown there. They still have a little ways to go yet in the stint, and maybe one driver just waiting for another one to make a mistake so they can have a little bit of an easier position change. Who knows what's going on behind the minds of the racers, but there's a few possibilities can definitely be going on there. Alico here looks like he just made his way around Yanni as they head up Arouge and Laurentillon. And, I mean, Alico's has got the gap now under 20 seconds to one right banana. There's still about 8 racing laps left, 8.5, give or take, where the race leaders are at. So, interesting. Might have time, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Passing Nicalda here, he lost a little tiny bit of time last time, this last lap around there, but, I mean, he's been gaining pretty consistently, so a little loss here and there definitely isn't the end of the world. So Ramir now, after a couple laps now of navigating around the number 2 McLaren, has only managed to get about 1 second gap over McLaren. So if that stays consistent over the next 6, 8 laps, 7 laps, I mean, we could be seeing a gap of about 6-7 seconds at most separating the two. We'll have to wait and see how it works out. But that means Marky Mark and Ost are closing in on the number 2 McLaren here. Is 23, now it's 21. And Ost lost about 9/10 of a second in behind Marky Mark there through potentially that last chicane or into La Source, out of La Source, somewhere in there. But somewhere in the last 4 or 5 corners, there a little bit of time loss from Ost to Mark there as well. Varied Legacy is 22 seconds in behind RA's Ost right now, with 5 seconds separating himself and Splinter. So Splinter hasn't let him get too far up the racetrack here since they had their battle a little while ago now. Here in the tire stint, we've got One Right Banana 27 seconds in behind, and Alico is just peeling out the time on One Right Banana right now. Definitely chewing away at that gap. So a couple of movers here essentially with Passon and Calda and Alico coming in here have definitely made up at least 30 plus seconds on the racetrack to the field since they've gotten into the cars here in driver's stint number 2. So doing a good job at making up for some early race mistakes. Everyone needs a 10-year plan. 2056, 26, 36. I mean, I'll still be racing 10 years from now. Might not be very fast anymore, but I'll probably still be racing. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Might not be on Gran Turismo. They won't be on Gran Turismo most likely by that point in time anymore, but, you know, we'll be racing. I already got my eyes set on a November 25th drop, so pre-order is in. Had to make my decision between 2 different sim racing games that are coming out in the next 2 weeks, so we made our decision finally. Had to do some research. Yeah. Well, you know, they're funny guys too, the both of them. So you know, it's always a pleasure having them around. Anyways, Mark and Roses, they always keep it light. There's something being stuck on a big chunk of land in the middle of a large body of water like they are in the UK. It seems to keep them funny and somewhat humble, just saying, in their own quirky little way. And then when they rage and they go off the handle, it's absolutely amazing. You hear words and phrases that you never hear in North America. Just, you know, it's absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Hunter closing back in on Legacy a little bit here as well. That was 5.1, now it's 4.5. Alico's peeled another 4 seconds out of One Ripe Banana. Pasta's maintaining pace, which means he's actually closing in on One Ripe Banana at the same time. And a couple laps down is our 11th place driver. A couple laps down almost is our 10th place driver. Okay, not bad so far. And you're right, Sheriff, everyone does need a 10-year plan. A 10-year video game plan, that is. Video games are good for the soul. Our parents were just misguided in my generation. They didn't realize how vital video games are to our future. Look at me now, Mom. Look at me now. It's funny, my mom has a really hard time understanding the concept of streaming and content creation and why I want to do it. Maybe something I may never ever fully convince her on or get her to fully comprehend, but yeah, I find it funny. Because I always used to, the first time I ever got a payout from Facebook, from streaming, I literally went over there and showed the invoice to my mom, right? And I was like, see, you said feeling video games all my life wasn't going to amount me to anything. I just made X amount of dollars playing video games. I don't remember what it was. It wasn't much. It was like 23 bucks or something like that, right? So, yeah. Yeah, but, you know, I was proud. It's like, yeah, you told me video games amount to nothing. Look at me now, right? She still doesn't fully understand the concept of what I do, or what we do, but she understands the concept that the fundraising and the charity work we're doing is making an impact and it's making a difference. She does understand that, so, but she doesn't understand why we play video games and let other people watch us do it while we do it, but, yeah. She doesn't understand that part, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, see, they're good for the soul. You know, we all got our stories, we all got our issues in life, we all have our skeletons in our closets. I mean, there's no lying about that. I mean, each and every one of us has something, whether it's minute or major, it doesn't really matter, but it's just, you know, how you approach your life. I mean, do you want to be a good person in the world, or do you want to be a bad person in the world? I guess that's what it comes down to, good versus evil, right? We choose to use what we have to our advantage, right? We use our page to try and do good things within our own community and others' communities, right? But it's not always like that. Some people are just in it for the money. Some people are in it for their own gains. Some people are just in it because they like to do it. I just like to do it. Alright, I mean, we've got some close potential battles happening here on the racetrack, but we just don't have it yet. We don't have it yet. Where are we at? 47 to 52. We're getting there. I think I know exactly which one we're talking about, ATV. That's funny. I mean, it just came down to what game's going to give me more content initially off drop, right? I mean, you know, how do you compare the two, right? I mean, it's all kind of hearsay at the end of the day. Now, with that being said, one of those titles has a PC-built game that is running and functional already, right? But it hasn't been converted to console yet, and that's the case for one of them. And the other game is a brand new game. It's not on PC and already developed on PC. I mean, it's nothing, right? It's a brand new sim racing game. But at the end of the day, I mean, when you deep dive into it, I mean, one stands out over the other, irregardless of whether or not they have a PC platform built or not, right? So, I mean, the amount of content upon game release, the amount of modes that are in the game, the amount of races you can have in an online lobby, the online lobby system, how are they going to rank drivers in the online system so that you get good, skilled, equal racing, you know. There's so many question marks with these new sims, right? And where do you spend your money? Because I mean, if I was just going to spend my money on every new sim racing game that came out, I would have spent $500 this month, right? On top of moving and buying a new PC. So I mean, I have to make tough decisions, right? We bought NASCAR, that was a given. I mean, it's an iRacing product for their first console product, essentially. So we really needed to really see what they got for console. And I'm impressed with NASCAR. I think it's a lot of fun, and I think that depending on how they do it, are they making a brand new game in 2026, or are they just going to build up this platform, right? So I have questions with that game. So fun factor NASCAR, through the roof. Championship quality, you know, on an organizer level, not there right now, but you know, one title out of the other two titles between PMR and Rensport coming out definitely stands out above the other one, in my opinion. So you know, my choice was quite simple. It was based off of the amount of content and what we're getting out of the game in the first year. And one of them just looks like they have way more potential than the others. So we'll see what happens. It's going to change the face of sim racing a little bit within the sim racing community. I think it's going to. I think that we're going to see a split in the sim racing community for a while as we all go and dabble in these new games and test them out and try them out and play around with them. You know, we have obviously all our league organizers are going to be dabbling and getting our development teams and our tech teams involved in these games and seeing what they're about and seeing how much feasibility they have for championship racing in the future, right? So, I mean, sim racing is going to change a little bit. For the worse, I don't think so. I think that's for the better. I think it's a good time to be a sim racer right now. The equipment's getting better. The sport is growing quickly. Content creators are jumping on board with sim racing. We're seeing a lot more live broadcast content coming out now as well. And we're, you know, when you go into the sites like SLP, Sim League Pro, you're seeing a lot of organizations running active championships and events through Sim League Pro and GT7. So, I mean, GT7 by itself, you know, is a fully championship capable game already. So I mean, there's that. But you know, now we have other titles coming out that give us, you know, more options and more opportunities for other events. So is it a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure yet. But I see it like this. I see it, you know, I see one of two things. It's either going to split the community up and it's going to spread the racing community really thin based off the title that you're trying to run a championship on, or it's just going to help all the organizations grow as we have more sim racing titles to play with and deal with, which means maybe we open up a larger part of the sim racing community to start joining our servers and events, right? So I mean, it could go two ways, but it is a great year to be a sim racer nonetheless. That's for sure. Yeah, you know, a lot of drivers are moving to iRacing. You know, a lot of drivers are going to iRacing. Problem for me with iRacing is I'm not a rich man and I can't be spending money all the time to race, right? So, I've way overextended my stream budget for this year, just in the last month alone already. So, you know, unfortunately everything costs money too, and that's the real problem, right? So, I mean, if I could just go buy every pre-order bundle at top dollar and get all the immediate DLC content available and just grind them out, you know, I most certainly would, but unfortunately that's not an option for this guy. You know, we got a massive big title game coming out in 2026 too that, you know, I'm definitely buying irregardless, whenever it finally decides to come out, right? But I mean, it's not a sim racing title, so it's not really worth needing to mention here right now. But yeah, no, I've spent enough on video games in the last 3 weeks to break a camel's back potentially. I spent so much money this month, it's ridiculous. Needless to say, all the bank accounts and savings are empty. It's been a rough go.
but we need the upgrade for the stream in order to continue doing what we're doing and then make it better and continue to improve the championship quality and the stream quality. We need the upgrade, so it needed to be done. Well, they're probably using the NASCAR platform to kind of, tweak the physics and stuff too, right? The iRacing physics on console ATVs. So maybe it's smart for them to be holding off on the indie version of the game because obviously there's a lot more involved there with high downforce open wheel cars, right? So, you got to make sure you get your physics model right for the console, right? So it might just be a delay to make sure they're using the NASCAR as a testing ground on the engine, on the physics models, right, and the operating systems and how it coincides with console, and then they'll probably implement what they need to into the indie game. If I had to guess, I mean, if they were smart, that's probably what they're doing. NASCAR is going to force them to release a game whether they're ready or not, right? It's a contract with NASCAR. NASCAR pulled the contract from EA Sports because EA Sports was quite frankly making terrible NASCAR games for a very long time. So I'm glad to see that happened. And after playing the iRacing NASCAR game, all right, that'll be a red flag situation here, guys and gals, as I think the lobby host literally just dropped the lobby here by accident. So we were on 48 of 52. So bear with. We're going to go to intermission screen here. And call red flag for a moment here. It happens. It happens. Well, I don't know if they're going to be making it a yearly release of NASCAR, right? I mean, the only reason why I question it is because it's NASCAR 2025, right? Which implies that there's going to be a NASCAR 2026 and a NASCAR 2027 and so on and so forth, right? Racers, remember to clear your cache before you go in the lobby. That definitely does help. Alright, well, stint 3 is up, so either I just got booted out of stint 2, which is possible. But I think the host dropped the lobby there. Where's our race leader? Nope. Yep. No, we don't have livery on that car, but we know the livery's on that car. Yeah, I agree, Stig. I agree. Well, I mean, Project Motor Racing is going to be the closest thing to it right now, I think. I mean, the game's developed by professional race car drivers, right? It's not developed by a bunch of engineers taking feedback from race car drivers, right? It's developed by race car drivers, and it's designed to be a real simulated racing game, right down to the budget and the bank account, and every ding you take on your race car costs you money in PMR, right? So it's about real racing and making real decisions and about learning how to race properly. And I think that's the intrigue in Project Motorsports Racing. It's different mentality style of a game than it is with all the others. Well, I mean, they got a lot of hype to live up to, so we'll see if they can live up to it. But I mean, Rennsport just isn't as appealing to Project Motorsport Racing, in my opinion, right now between the two games that are coming out this month, especially with the amount of content coming out. I mean, Rennsport's been hush, hush, quiet, quiet. They haven't really released anything, and they're not releasing anything. So obviously, they don't want people to play their game. Where Project Motorsports Racing has been showing everything they have to offer. So as a consumer, at least I know what I'm getting.
I don't, I don't think it's gonna matter. Those GT7s took too long. They took too long. This is going to hurt Gran Turismo. The release of these next two sim titles is going to hurt Gran Turismo. No question of a doubt. No ifs, ands, or buts. One, we've only got 16 car lobbies. Sure, we got an amazing spectator view and it looks absolutely beautiful, right?
Year 400.
But we got a 16 car lobby. I mean, PMR has 32 car lobbies, multiple classes. Rensport, 24? I think it's 24 in Rensport. I mean, NASCAR has 40, but NASCAR is not online ready yet. Not even close. Like I said, fun factor, through the roof. Championship factor, not there. Yeah. PMR has IMSA licensing. It's another reason why I'm very interested as well. The IMSA platform is what I like. I mean, I like the WEC platform as well, but I definitely like the IMSA platform. My point system in my championship is based off of the IMSA platform. I like the IMSA platform. I'm a fan personally. Alright, so this is much of the same thing here again, chat. We're going to have to let it run through here for a couple of laps before the live timing is going to correct itself. So I'm going to just leave you guys with the race winner here. I'm going to leave the audios running, minus my microphone, and I'm actually just going to go stretch my legs and step out for a few minutes. Let me turn game audio on for you first. Alright, and then I'm just going to leave you with Enigma here for a lap or two. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Alright, we're back. We apologize. We just had to get up and stretch. Alright, 18 seconds between first and second place. Ahmed in the number 2 McLaren. We've got ERA's Tonic in the number 9 GTR up into third position. 11.4 seconds in behind Bar 27 in the number 10 Tenths Porsche. He's got 8 seconds to Tonic and a minute to George Senior. 2.8 seconds separating the BMW and MRL Bish. 3 seconds, so a little bit of a difference there, but potential battle happening on track there. We got 20.6 seconds between Bish and Walter in the Team Pasta car here. They've been doing a good job. Now got that gap down to 20 seconds and continue to try and push that gap closer and closer together. We've got Get Boosted VR here in 8th place for IORT and 9 seconds in behind Walter. We got that Tamo. He's in Sector 7 Mercedes? I believe that's Sector 7 Mercedes. We don't have delivery showing for some reason. He cleared our cache 3 times before coming into the lobby. But, you know, that's the game. We've got OG Malley here for the Speed Buddy Racing Lexus. And we've got the Damn Cat, or TDC Gaming, here in the Team Rad Mercedes. And he's probably most likely live over on YouTube at the Damn Cat, all in lowercase letters, I believe. Could be TDC Gaming. I'd have to go check to make sure for sure. But it is our 93 Aston Martin still leading the charge here. You can see that it's still overcast here on the racetrack as well. So the weather doesn't seem to be improving any here at Spa, and as we're 4 hours and 35 minutes into the race, give or take. Give or take. Alright, so I will be, with everybody here for the next couple hours yet. I will jump away from the stream on our number 9. We'll shut this part 1 down and throw up part 2, and hopefully we have either Nolander or Cupcake situated in the lobby to continue on with the comms up until about 10 minutes or so into stint 7. That's kind of the commentary plan for everybody, so there might be a little bit of gaps in the content where we're going to miss 10 or 15 minutes of the race, maybe a little more, but we'll get it out as efficiently as possible. Alright, so George is starting to open the gap up a little bit on the MRL car. Awesome, thanks Cupcake. I will pull up one of the streams and they just throw it on the channel for the time being until I'm done my stint. I do have the Discord open for co-hosting, but I'm currently not listening to it, so it is open if you want to co-host at any time. Just let me know in chat that you're jumping in so I don't leave you just sitting there waiting for me. Nolander races in stint 4. Cupcake is also in stint 4, so we're going to see a couple of the OGs from the community up on the track here in IRO here coming up as well. Plus, I believe Marky Mark is back in the car for the number 10 car as well, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, Bar's been a pretty clutch racer here for the number 10 group this season. For the most part, he's put in some really good, solid, consistent runs for the group in every race he's been in so far this year. So he's a truck driver by job, so he's away for quite a bit of the week, so he gets limited time to practice as well. So he's been a really good, consistent racer to lean on, just to give us a good, solid stint to kind of set it up for the next driver, right? So Bar's job essentially here in stint number 3 for the number 10 car is just to maintain
the gap the best he can, not to lose too much time to the car behind and in front. Now, obviously, he's chasing some pretty fast dudes up in front with Tonic and Ahmed and Enigma in the cars right now, but the fact that the number 10 car is currently sitting in 4th place here is absolutely fantastic. We love to see it. So it's a good start for the number 10 group. It's good for the confidence in the group, and no matter what happens throughout the remainder part of the race, I'm pretty proud of this group. You know, we made the call that we needed the team to really come together this weekend and on and off the track to manage this 24-hour race with the broadcast being done as well. So. You know, a lot of the drivers got to step in and fill the role that I would normally do behind the scenes. So I'm really proud of the crew so far. I mean, everybody's on point and everybody's ready to go, and so far the car is looking pretty good here as it continues around the racetrack. So 9th place start for the Tenths Simracing crew here today for our Tenths friends, family, and fans. And so far the Tenths crew with their 3rd driver behind the wheel of the car now. Still holding on pretty strong here so far in the top half of the field, so looking for a good finish this weekend, finish off strong if we can. And we got Paul in our hearts, we got St. Jude's in our hearts and on our cars, so we're racing for so much more than just a good strong finish this season as well here. Yeah, no, for sure. Cupcake, do your thing, my dude. It sucks your day off didn't turn out to be your day off, buddy. I feel for you. I was totally giving you like 10 extra hours of sleep in and everything, too. I'm like, oh, I'll give them time to sleep. Oh, yeah. Alright, so MRL car started to lose touch with the BMW that they're chasing up front right now. But again, different strategies on the racetrack, so... that's obviously going to play into how everything unfolds here. Alright, so we're just kind of taking a look through the live timing right now, checking out the pace of each of the drivers as they're going through, looking for our real consistent pacers here at the moment, see if we can predict anything happening here. Fastest driver currently is Ahmed GT in the number 2 McLaren car here right now. So this car has been very impressive this weekend here so far. Cool, calm, collected, doing well, 2nd place in the race. We've got the Races Element GTR here, again, had strong performance at Road Atlanta and looking to add on top of that here in the finale of 24 Hours of Spa here. So, I mean, at the end of the race here tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, we are going to have an unofficial champion crown here in Split 2, and of course that's going to be pending any stewarding results and official results, which takes a little bit of time to do, obviously with such a large group of racers and so many factors involved. It takes a stewarding team a few days to get through the process and verify everything, make sure all the driver swaps are correct and all that jazz, and then they do their pistol whipping from that point on, and then that will set the official standings for Split 2. So we'll have to be keeping our eyes out for an announcement in the Discord server and on the social pages for that. They will announce that in the IRO Discord first, I would assume, and then it'll be up to the content creators and everybody that has social media pages to spread the word across, you know what I mean? So no matter what happens today, congratulations to all the teams that are still here at the end of the season on track competing. Some teams didn't quite make the grueling charge of a year-long championship. This is a championship that qualifying starts at the beginning of the calendar year, and literally our final race is this weekend for Split 1 next weekend. So I mean, we have 6 weeks to the end of the calendar year, and then we're right back at it again for 2026. So it's a very small break in between championship seasons here, and I suspect that it's going to be even more competitive to get into the championship next season than it was this season. So some of us lower pace teams need to do some work in the off season and pick our pace up a little bit here if we want to get back in, I think, next championship season. But it's gonna be a good one next year, without a question of a doubt here, coming from IRO, depending on how it is that they're going to format the championship season, which I'm sure they're well underway of thinking about and already drafting up all the documents and everything that goes with it. But yeah, I mean, it's a grueling season, and not all the teams are able to hold up to the challenge. I mean, you have to worry about real life. You know, we have families, we have children, we have jobs, we have things that come up in life, we have unexpected things that come up in life, right? So it's really hard to, you know, you commit to it in the beginning of January, and then you get halfway through the year, and, you know, maybe you change jobs, or your work schedule changes, or something changes with one of the kids, or the wife, or the husband, and it completely throws your schedule upside down. All of a sudden you're scrambling to find drivers to race on the team, right? So I mean, it's a grueling season. It's hard to sometimes find the right amount of races the field you need sometimes. Like I said, these 24-hour races is minimum 4 driver requirement, which means 4 different drivers must be in the race car throughout the 24 hours of racing and complete the stint. You know, on the 12 hours, it's a minimum of 3, and the 8 hours is a minimum of 3 drivers. So at any given racing weekend here in IRO, you need a minimum of 3 racers available to race potentially the duration of the race. In the case of the long races, the 24-hour races, it's a minimum of 4. So sometimes it's hard, depending on, you know, a weekend or a time of year that lands on to necessarily even find those 3 drivers, right? So it's a grueling season, and not everybody makes it through a full calendar year championship. It's tough. It's grueling. It's a lot of work, a lot of practice, and a lot of communication, and a lot happens behind the scenes to make it happen as well. So it's not for everybody, that's for sure. But it's still got 11 teams here that are going to tough this out here and split 2 out of what was it, 14? I think we had 13 start the season. Then we had a team enter, I think, round 2 or 3, and we're down to 11 here. So 3 teams here in split 2 that are unfortunately not going to cross that finish line here today and call it a season here in 2025. You hate to see it, but you can also understand that sometimes it just doesn't work out. And it's the same thing in split 1. I think we have a couple of teams that have retired in split 1 as well. I mean, it's no different in the top split. It's a tough season. It's just a tough season. Like I said, we were all gung-ho in the number 10 car this season to get at it here. And I mean, the start of the season was rough on a couple of the races. We had a couple of races have a rough start to the season, but overall the team seemed to be doing really well. And then, you know, in the mid part of the season, as people changed roster lineups and drivers became quicker, all of a sudden, you know, we started falling off the pace of the lobby, and then, you know, you start losing a little bit of confidence, you start losing that morale a little bit, and then, you know, near the end of the season, it really started to fall apart for us. We ended up having to bow out of Road Atlanta due to logistical reasons and driver complications. So, I mean, a good example, I have a full roster of drivers here at Tenths in the number 10 car this season, and for Road Atlanta, we started the race, but unfortunately weren't going to be able to field the race properly, so we had to bow out 4 hours, or was it 4 hours? 2 hours, 2 hours into the race or something like that. You know, last minute things happening in people's real lives, it happens, right? So, you know, we're definitely more motivated than ever to finish strong, obviously this weekend, since we didn't even we didn't finish our race in last round. So, you know, it's really important for our team to come together here this weekend and make this thing happen no matter what happens, right? So we've got the drivers, we've got 8 fielded this weekend, so the team, like I said, has come out in full force. We have one driver that was traveling. He's obviously not in the roster this weekend, but is most likely behind the scenes helping the team anyways. And one driver that just raced a couple of races this season. So really, we got a full roster here this weekend for the most part. And it's not about winning for us. I mean, currently right now we're sitting in a good position here on the grid. I mean, I could go start tweaking my driver lineup right now and start putting in stronger racers to ensure our position right now on the racetrack, right? But that's not what it's about for us right now. It's just about having a good solid team effort here today in the 24 Hours of Spa for the number 10 crew, and that's really where our focus is. And I mean, I've pulled all the restrictions off our drivers this weekend. You know, there's no you know, in this situation, do this and just keep it safe. You know, no, send this car. I want this Porsche flying around this racetrack. This pretty pink and blue St. Jude's Porsche for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, ripping around this racetrack, looking good. In memory of Paul Bloomstrom and the Bloomstrom family, and of course, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. That is in the pinned comments in the YouTube channel here. It should be right on the top of your comments window. It is a link that is a Tiltify link, that is a safe, secure link. I put that link in the pinned comments. Anything that I post inside of our YouTube chat will be safe to go to. I will not post anything that will take you indirectly somewhere unsafe. It's a safe, secure site. It just uses your banking card or your credit card information like any other donation site or any other online site that we use out there, and it's 100% safe and secure. It's all locked down in my name, and it's all connected to the page and everything. That's all connected and good to go. So it's a 100% legitimate deal. That's where St. Jude's directed us to go to do the fundraiser this year, and hopefully, if all goes well with this fundraiser, we get a little more in person with St. Jude's in the next fundraiser, and we get a very personalized link directly from St. Jude. It'd be fantastic, but we got to work towards that first. And a lot of the staff has already donated, obviously, to the cause as well. Obviously, we're usually the first ones to donate when we do fundraisers, just to make sure that everything's working to start with first, and make sure that the money is going to where it's supposed to go as well, right? Make sure there's no extra unexpected fees or costs or anything that's hidden in within that program. But Tiltify is pretty straightforward and honest with you. If they're going to charge you a service fee for using a credit card for a donation, they will inform you of that before you make your donation. Usually they'll also ask if you just want to take it off the top of the amount of the donation or add it to the donation amount as well, right? You can get a receipt if you need it for tax purposes. Of course, obviously that receipt is an online receipt, so it's good for your income taxes as well. And I mean, if you know businesses out there, this is the big thing, right? In order for us really to blow this up, I mean, it would be nice to see a couple of really big donators come in and really drop a bomb and really boost it up, right? And I mean, it's going to be a business that's going to be able to do that. I mean, if you have somebody that you know in the business world that supports something like St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, I mean, it is that time of year where these businesses, small and big, are thinking about making their charitable donations for obviously a lot of it is tax purposes coming into the next coming tax seasons. That doesn't make it any different. They're donating the money's going to a charity, and the charity can use it for exactly what the charity needs it for, and that's the point. And if you know somebody out there with businesses right now that are looking to make that donation for that write-off, definitely direct them towards the St. Jude's Children's Fundraising campaign. That link in the channel, I mean, you can copy and paste that to your mobile devices. You can spread the word out through your own social networks. You can even ask only real people in your life, because all they got to do is just hit the link and follow the instructions. Very simple process. As far as I understand, it should be anywhere around the world should be able to donate, unless there's some kind of country restriction, which is possible depending on some of the countries in the world. There's obviously weird restrictions when it comes to stuff like this, but for the most part, everybody around the world should be able to support the cause. So at the end of the day, it's not about me or the community or anything. It's about St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital and success for another child to get cancer treatment. The $2,500 goal, let me put the $2,500 goal into perspective for everybody. The $2,500 goal, if we can meet that $2,500 goal before the end of the calendar season, that is enough money to do a full chemotherapy cancer treatment for one child and put their family up in a hotel with groceries supplied for a week. So essentially what the community is doing by making that $2,500 goal is we are helping one family for a whole week be together while their child receives their care. And that's the goal, is to help one family before Christmas. Here at GT45 Gaming, we always try to do it through some kind of fundraising campaign. In this one, it's a bigger cause. It's for cancer. It's for children's cancer. So the goal has to be bigger. It costs $1,500 US for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital to treat a child in the US facility right there on home base. Okay, $1,500 for one round of chemotherapy treatment, and it's $1,000 for groceries and airfare for a family to come across the country to stay there for a week to be with their child while they receive that chemotherapy care. So right there, $2,500 goal is gone just like that. But what it does do is it gives a family hope, and it allows them to be together. And that's the goal here, is to allow a family to be together in a situation where they probably wouldn't be able to be together in this particular situation. So the $2,500 goal has a purpose, and it has a reason. And that reason is for one family to be together during a very terrible time of their lifetimes over the Christmas season. That's the goal. That's what we're looking to do here. And we're doing it through sim racing. We're doing it through community bonding. We're doing it through what I like to consider family events. I mean, motorsports is a family-friendly event. We do have a change in position here, obviously, with the pit stop sequence starting out, 1 stop versus 2 stop. That does put the number 2 McLaren back in the lead of the race. I was on a battle for position. That is a pit stop sequence transition. Puts the 93 Aston Martin. I know it says 57, but that's not actually the number on the car because we're not seeing their proper livery for some reason. Glitch. In second place, that puts Tonic out in 3rd position. Barr coming out pit lane in 4th place. That puts George just coming back around, so he is actually going to, looks like, jump ahead of Bar 27 potentially here as he's just being released. We're going to actually stick with this here and see if that's the case, as Barr is just coming out of pit lane. It is. We can just see the BMW heading up to Camel Straight there, out of La Rétion, and Barr will come out in P5, but there will be a pit stop needing to be made, obviously, in that BMW in front, so Barr will get that position back once he makes that pit stop. We got Bish here, who is made a pit stop a little while ago, maybe not. Currently sitting in 6th place as Walter has come into pit lane. We've got Boosted VR also coming into pit lane. We got Tamo here in 9th place, still out, with OG Malley in 10th place here, still out on track, and TDC Gaming, or the Damn Cat here for Team Rat, in 11th place, also still out on track here. So it is Ahmed leading the charge here. Two teams for sure, yeah. 2 teams for sure. There's potentially one just couldn't make the grid, which is entirely possible as well. But I think we started with 13, and then I think we had a team jump in, which made us a 14 car grid, and then now we're down to 11. So 2 or 3, definitely. And we hope to see, drivers, some of those drivers back, or even those teams back next season, with a rejuvenated roster and a full season ready to go. I mean, it's hard to say, you never know, right? But trials and tribulations. Sim racing teams aren't like, Roush Motorsports or all these huge motorsports, NASCAR and F1 dudes and teams out there. We're not rolling on billions of dollars of bank accounts and loaning money to run our operations, right? We're running off of our own time and our own free will and our own course of action in a simulated world where it doesn't really cost us any money but the cost of the game and, like I said, our time. So it is quite different, right? It is quite different. And I mean, sim racing teams start up and disband and dismantle. The sim racing teams gain and lose drivers. The sim racing teams are a dime a dozen, so to speak. And it takes a lot of effort and a lot of work to make a sim racing team have longevity, not the way things are nowadays, right? Because of the overhead or the turnover, and that's just par for the course, right? So sometimes it's just a case of a sim racing team just breaking apart and unable to field the team anymore because there's not enough drivers there to do it, right? So there's a few different situations, unfortunately, that can cause a team to back out of a championship, but it happens, and that's just the way life is. I mean, things happen, and we got to deal with it as it comes at us, right? And whether it's in our simulated world or whether it's in our real world, it's really no different. We have to make decisions, and there's always an action to that decision, a reaction to that decision, whatever that may be. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to really open that can of worms live on the stream today as far as adding drivers to the roster after the season is well underway. I've spoke my piece about what I think about that in the proper channels in the Discord server, and I'm going to leave it at that. So, but I mean, at the same time, what do you do? I mean, it is what it is, right? So, the championship runs, the races run, and either you jump in your car and you race or you don't. I mean, that's just the way it is. So you learn from it or you don't. I mean, at the end of the day, every racer typically wants to run against faster racers to get better anyways, to try and watch what they're doing, learn a few things, and then find more time in their own pace. So I mean, at the end of the day, racing much faster drivers isn't a bad thing, because you should at some point start picking up on at least some of the things that they're doing, right? But
It can also be a downside because it can really hurt your confidence as a slower pace racer. You know, when you start the season, you're on pace with the lobby, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you're 3 seconds off the pace of the lobby, and you haven't changed anything, right? So you still practice the same pace, your rhythm, everything stays the same, but all of a sudden, the pace of the lobby doubles in pace, right? And I mean, it's just because all of a sudden there's higher tier drivers coming out of the woodworks. So I mean, it is tough, right? So you learn from it or you don't. I mean, you race or you don't, right? Alright, so some pretty big gaps in the race lead here. Obviously, one-stop strategy is creating the gap here. 38 seconds. That's going to change once he makes his pit stop. We'll see Lane and Tonic probably get that spot back. Maybe not Tonic. It's hard to say. Depends on the gap there. It's a minute and a half. Oh, not a minute and a half. A minute 4. Yeah, Tonic will probably come out in behind Ahmed most likely. Off that pit stop, it'll be very close. So we should see second and third place tighten up here a little bit at some point in the middle part of this stint. George is 25 seconds in behind the podium here currently, and 25 seconds ahead, or 4.8 seconds, pardon me, ahead of Barr in the number 10 car here. He's got 20 seconds on the MRL car here in 6th place. We've got Tamil here in 7th position, about a minute in behind them. We've got Boosted 8 seconds in behind Tamil, and that hasn't changed a whole lot here in the last little while, as he's just tucked in behind the race leader here right now, or second place for the time being, I suppose. We've got Walter in 9th place, 3.6 seconds in behind to get Boosted here, so he is starting to close in on a positional car here, and this is about to get interesting, as those are lap cars on lead lap cars as well. We have Malley here in the SBR Lexus, and Team Rad's TDC here in the Mercedes. But it is Ahmed leading the charge here, the number 2 McLaren. Moving and grooving pretty nicely here. I mean, this team really had a cool, calm approach at the beginning of the race. They didn't hard battle. They just tried to stay close to that lead 4 or 5 car pack. That was hard battling there for a little bit at the beginning of the race up front, jockeying for those positions. And the number 2 car just kind of picked up the pieces as the racers made the mistakes and opened up holes, and the number 2 car just kind of drove themselves right on through them. And then they changed up their strategy slightly from stint 1 to stint 2, and now find themselves battling for the overall race lead here. So very cool, calm driving. They didn't force anything in the first 4 hours of the race. They just kind of took it as it came at them, and only had to really battle for one position, so to speak. And it wasn't even that much of a battle, as it was more of an uncontested pass. So yeah, I mean, very calm race here so far for the number 2 camp. I mean, they just came in with their plan. They've stuck to that plan so far, it seems like, and right now rewarded with the lead of the race. So that leaves Enigma here in the 93 Aston Martin. I mean, these guys have been moving all season long, absolutely ripping. This is one of the teams that just missed split 1 in qualifying here, so obviously a very quick team, and have been showing that all season long. So they've been putting pressure on the top end of the field all season long, and it's no different here today at Spa. Yeah, a lot of racing left to go here yet, but so far everybody on the racetrack seems to be fairly on point here, as he has Get Boosted right on his tail feathers here. Now Get Boosted's not trying to go around him here. He's just sitting in behind the race leader, just trying to stay close and using that pace to keep pulling him around the racetrack and close up gaps, essentially. It's smart driving right there. Got Tonic here in 3rd position, 26 seconds in behind Enigma here right now. So, well, 3 seconds down from a little while ago here, and then George is 28 seconds in behind Tonic, so George is losing a little bit of pace here as well with Tonic, but is going to be making a pit stop here very soon. So now we're starting to see a variation in strategies here. We are definitely starting to see one-stop versus two-stop strategies here on the racetrack, and we're starting to see more teams move to that one-stop strategy here now. And I said, as the lap count dwindles a little bit, as we're potentially running late on time, that's going to change strategies a little bit. So we are starting to see some teams adopt a one-stop strategy here now, as opposed to the two-stop strategy, and it's still a big question mark at which one is actually better. I mean, it's a pretty solid argument. We got one stop leading the race right now. We got a 2-stop right there in second place with a 2-stop very close in behind. We got another 1-stop here in fourth place with a 2-stopper in fifth. And then we've got 1-stopper and a 1-stopper here in sixth and seventh place, right? So, with the exception of our 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th drivers who've been had either a disconnect or some issues in the race with an incident or a crash and have had to take extra pit stops. I mean, which strategy is better? It's 50-50 right now, in my opinion. I think they're equally as good, depending on, again, the skill of the racer behind the wheel of the car. I think it comes down to the driver. We are going to see that change, though. I mean, the potential for tire strategy changes are going to be massive here as we head deeper into the race. Starting midway through stint 5, we are starting to see precipitation in the forecast, which means that there is always the potential for rain. It is going to be also dark conditions at that point in the race, just to add to the difficulty factor a little bit as well for the racers. So it's going to be interesting. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out, but tire strategies are most certainly going to change in a progressive part of the race, especially the latter part of the race, as the weather potentially forces those tire strategies to change. This is the calm before the storm here so far in the 24 hours of Spa. We're going to get some nice, cool, calm, collected, good, solid, no stress racing for our racers in a sense, where they know it's dry conditions, they can just keep pushing, to the unknown, having to put the weather radar up on your track map at all times to keep an eye on that to make sure you don't have weather moving in that you're not paying attention to. You got to know how far away from the track it is, how quick is it tracking, should we be pitting, should we not be pitting, how much moisture is coming. And there's a lot of things that are going to start adding up to the difficulty factor here. And we got some neck coating coming from Barr here as he's bouncing a little bit left and right there. Hopefully that doesn't get any worse. Let's not have that issue this weekend, please, number 10 car. That's exactly what it comes down to, ATB. I mean, I've tested the one-stop soft, I've tested the one-stop soft medium, I've tested the two-stop soft, right? I've tested all three of the feasible strategies, in my opinion, for the race this week, and it comes down to the driver, 100%. I can't, the fall off for me on the soft tires is just a little too much for my pace to maintain. Over 26 laps, even over 22 laps, right? I mean, 22 laps is kind of my max on the soft tire before I really start to fall off. So I don't have quite that tire saving ability that some of these guys have here on the track this weekend, that's for sure. So, I mean, I'm probably not going to vary from my plan too much this weekend, but I am in one of the first stints that's possibly going to be wet right off the bat, so the strategy might be tossed out the window before we even get started. Alright, fastest lap of the stint so far is a 2:16.923. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, I think it's a 2:16.488. That's our current fastest lap overall of the race. That was set by the 93 Aston Martin, and who was driving the car at the time? I don't quite remember. Alright, Barr is chipping away at George in the BMW here a little bit up in fourth place. Bish is losing a little bit of pace with the fifth place driver here currently. Boosted has gotten around Walter.
No, Boosted was right where he was. Never mind, I'm a little mistaken. He was sitting right in behind our second place car here for quite some time, right? It's Walter that's trying to chase down Boosted here at this point, and it was 8.3 or 4 seconds. So not a whole lot of time gained here. Looks like a little give and take between the two of them right now, as that gap remains right around the 8-second mark. Tamo, however, though, is just a second in behind here now, as he comes in on Walter. So I suspect that we just missed a battle there, as Walter had just gotten around Tamo from Sector 7 Phoenix team here, and has just lost that position to Walter. So Walter, I believe, gaining a spot there over Tamo, probably within the last lap here. We just missed it. Mally here in 10th place. The gap is, give or take, 2 minutes. And then Damn Cat there in 11th place. A little ways back there. 11 minutes in behind. So it is Ahmed GT here and holding the pace quite well here. It was 32 seconds and it's only 30 seconds here right now. So potentially we will see the number 2 McLaren go into driver swap heading into our number 6 here in the lead if he continues on this kind of a pace right now. So looking very strong is Ahmed GT here for the number 2 McLaren team, and Enigma here doing a great job as well in the 93 Aston Martin here. He's still got 25 seconds over ERA's Tonic, so he's actually opening the gap up a little bit over Tonic as they continue around the racetrack here, and he's got a blue flag car chasing him. That's not a positional car there. That is Get Boosted VR in 7th place, just tailing in behind there, using slipstream, probably saving a little fuel, and probably trying to save a little tire in behind. So we have a pit stop being made by the BMW of George, being piloted by George here. So 4th place moving into pit lane there to make their stop. That is going to be a one-stop pit stopper here. So we should start seeing the one-stoppers coming in shortly, I'm guessing. So that gives Bar 4th place back over George Senior after he makes his pit stop. We'll have to take a look at where everything settles back in. So that puts Bish. He's going to continue going around here. And again, we have 3 varied strategies happening on the racetrack here right now. As this race continues to unfold, we have 2 different one-stop strategies going on, and we have the 2-stop strategy here happening, which is still the majority of the field right now. At least 65% of the field is still running the 2 stops here. Walter is 10 seconds now in behind Boosted, so he is starting to lose a little bit of time to Boosted, but he is opening the gap up to the number 80 Mercedes here as well with Tamo. Mally here is, like I said, a couple minutes in behind here, so exactly a lap in behind right now, as you can just see the tail end of Tamo there, and TDC in 11th place. There is a couple extra laps down here. I'm not sure what happened to the Team Rad team there. I know that they were struggling to find enough racers to make the race here this weekend, as I was talking to the team owner throughout the day yesterday, trying to coach him through and get him through the rule process of IRO. Some of the stuff he was unfamiliar about. He was panicking because he had drivers that could come in and race, but he didn't know how to get him registered for the series. But all he had to do was go into his driver garage and add him into his garage. So, you know, we were helping him through it a little bit here, and they were able to field the team this weekend, which is really good to see. I'm really happy to see Team Rad's going to finish the season here with us as well. I mean, Nolander's a friend of GT45 Gaming and my community here, and we work closely together for a couple of years now as well, with events and commentaries and a lot of different things. So just glad to see that they were able to get on track and field the car, and whether they're 11 minutes behind or 11 laps behind, I don't think it's going to matter. They're definitely going to bring it home for St. Jude's and the Bloomstrom family this weekend, just like we are here in the number 10 car. So our race has just unfolded a little bit differently for us here so far. Yeah, and I mean the weather in the late part of the race is not, you know, a set in stone. It's going to rain at this point in the stint, and it's not going to be wet then. You know, it's all up in the air. It's all a wild card, right? So, I mean, it's going to be up to the race engineers in behind the scenes and drivers in behind the cars to make those tough decisions when the time comes to make those tough decisions, right? I mean, you know, you can run on the water to some extent or another depending on which car you're in, depending on how wet the track is. You know, you don't need to necessarily go to the wet tire, but
there is a point where you're on the edge of, wrecking your car if you don't take the wet tire, right? So, I mean, that's the tough decision to make. And each car is going to be slightly different on how they handle the weather, the water as well, right? And I mean, that's ultimately why we opted to go with an MR car at the end of the season, because we knew that 2 of the 3 potential final rounds of the season are going to be wet conditions, right? We wanted, and not to take away from the GTR, that I mean, I can actually drive the GTR quite well in the wet, but we just felt an MR was better suited for the condition, right? So, I mean, we were kind of hoping for rain this weekend, not gonna lie, but I mean, we don't mind the dry conditions either. I put the drivers that are much more comfortable in the dry than the wet in the drier conditions, and then I've put the rest of our drivers that are indifferent in the iffier conditions, right? I mean, there's always a method to my madness when I set my driver lineup. We have Boosted here has actually gone around Enigma here now and unlapped himself essentially from our race leader, and that is, again, fine, 100% legal and fine to do. So all Boosted has to do is just maintain a 1 second gap over the next 3 laps to prove to race control he can maintain the pace of the race leader, and they won't ask him to give the spot back. We've seen that situation once already here today with Passanacalda in stint number 2. And I mean, it took him all of the 3 laps to open that gap up, but I mean, he got the job done. So they did unlap themselves there for a little while here in the race. They are back down again here, a lap down to the race leader, and they're not that far off getting back on the lead lap here again, so it may be a similar situation again coming from that team if they can close the gap. So Ahmed comes out in 3rd place after that pit stop here. He's got 12 seconds in behind. 2nd place is Tonic, and 37 seconds in behind the race leader now with Enigma and the 93 Aston Martin here. We got Bar 27 in 4th place. He's got 33 seconds in behind Ahmed GT, and he's got 28 seconds to the good over Bish here in the GTR. Great consistent laps coming from Bar here. I did say that we put this driver in this stint because he's very consistent. I mean, he's been super reliable on giving us a good, strong, consistent run all season long in his stints. And I mean, there's a prime example. I mean, 219.32, 219.3, 219.7, 4, 5, 7, 7. Very, very consistent laps coming from Bar 27 here so far for the 10-10s group. So that's what we needed out of him here in stint number 3, and that's exactly what he's giving us here so far. We got Bish in 5th place, a 29-second gap to Bar, and a 28.5-second gap to George Senior in the 71 BMW here. So 15.6 seconds now to get boosted. Started with Alicos there. Alicos really starting to set up a charge back through the field here after their first stint extra pit stop. They had a damage repair early on in the stint there that set them back a few, about 48 seconds, give or take. And they've been trying to get back to that point since. So it looks like Enigma's actually worked his way back around Boosted here and has gotten back around, put him back a lap down here again at this point. But Boosted starting to close in on George Senior here a little bit at 15.6 seconds. So as we keep talking about it here, we can see the timer just dropping by a few hundredths as it comes in and out of every different corner here on the racetrack right now. Walter is currently sitting in 8th place, 7.8 seconds in behind, and this was this is our pole sitter here this weekend in split number 2. As a matter of fact, they had a disconnect halfway through the first racing stint and ended up taking about a lap down penalty once everything was said and done, and I've been fighting to try and get back into the field to get back in the fight since. Now the stint 2 driver Passanacalda did get them back on the lead lap, but they have since then fallen back off the lead lap by a few seconds here. I mean, maybe 10 seconds off that lead lap right now, currently, maybe 12, given the pace of the race leader. So not too far off the lead lap here, but the goal is to still continue to track up through the field, picking up positions, right? And I mean, 8.3 seconds to get boosted, and it seems to be dropping a little bit here, which means they're also catching the 71 BMW of George Senior as well, right? So I mean, it's working. They're definitely working that car right now, and they are gaining time
on track to drivers in front. So Tamo here in 9th place, a minute 12 in behind, with Mali a minute 14 in behind, and TDC here in 11th place, about 4 minutes in behind them currently here right now. So you can see the headlights are starting to come on here in the cars, which means we're going to start to see nighttime conditions setting in here. So stint 6 starts at midnight, so by the end of this stint we'll be in dark condition. And we're going to be night racing. Box is correct. The chance of rain starts about midway through stint 5. So right about the time I'm going to shut the first part of the stream down and fire up a second part of the stream, essentially. We will have the potential for the weather to start changing. So it's not guaranteed that we're going to see rain this weekend. The possibility is most certainly there. However, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. Really, it comes down to the game to decide what it wants to do with the settings that are in play. There is, it's a 50-50 chance, in my opinion, that we're going to see wet at some point throughout this race, probably multiple times. Whether it's for elongated periods of time or just short bursts, we're definitely going to see some form of rain throughout the last half of the race. It's just how much is really the big question mark, right? And that's what I mean. That's what's going to start to turn the race upside down, because drivers and teams are going to have to start making difficult decisions on whether or not they need to be coming in for intermediate tires or even heavy wets. I mean, the possibility for heavy rain is there. It's pretty small, but we also know that Gran Turismo is full of surprises, and we've seen that in the Fuji round in round 8, I believe it was, where it was pretty mild rain settings and we were getting absolutely torrential downpours. So does the rain setting really mean anything in Gran Turismo 7? It doesn't seem so. So what to expect in the last half of the race, it's anybody's guess. We're just going to have to watch, wait, and find out. I mean, at the end of the day, you can't predict it. So it does what it wants to do when it wants to do it. I mean, what else can you say? A good factor, if you're a viewer or you're a commentator, if you take a look up in the right-hand side of the screen, you see the track and the arrows moving on the track, and you see that little arrow with the direction. And it's at 13.3 feet per second currently right now. That is a good indicator on whether or not you should be paying attention to your weather radar, because typically when the rain starts to come in, you'll see a directional change in the winds, and it's not just a small directional change. It's usually fairly significant. If it's not the direction, it's definitely going to be the amount of wind that is hitting the racetrack. You'll see a significant change, and that's usually an indicator that you should probably take a peek at your weather radar if you aren't already just sitting there watching it. Typically, doesn't necessarily mean that that's what the case is, but usually when the wind changes direction or speed significantly, that usually means that the weather is changing, based off of my experience with the game. Two aspirin and 2 beers. Well, we got to do what pleases our body, you know? If that's what it wants, sometimes that's just what it wants. Rip his liver? Yeah, liver is a pretty strong organ. It can regenerate itself with enough rest and time. Trick is just not to do too much damage to it. It can't recover from it, you know? Alright, so 24 seconds is the gap from Enigma to Tonic. Tonic has dipped into it a tiny little bit here over the last couple laps. There's 10 seconds between him and Ahmed GT. And I believe Ahmed's chipping away at that gap right now. Bar has 42 seconds in behind Ahmed, so he's losing a little bit of time to Ahmed there in third place, but he's holding strong against the MRL car. Bish in behind 31 seconds, so a little bit of time gain currently, about 2 seconds. Bish has 20.2 seconds from George Senior in behind, and Get Boosted VR is 19 seconds in behind the BMW, so Get Boosted losing touch with that BMW a little tiny bit. However, with that being said, Walter is not losing touch with Get Boosted VTR. He is closing the gap still, a couple more seconds gained over the last lap and a half or 2 laps here. And Walter continues to charge up here and, well, try to get into a position to battle for 7th place with Get Boosted. However, though, these two seem like they got fairly equal pace. You know, it may pay more dividend to work together to try to get back on the lead lap, perhaps. But I think we'll just see a battle as they close up on each other. That's what I think. That's just what I think. Tamo here for the Sector 7 Phoenix car. Currently sitting in 9th place with OG Malley chasing in the 10th place, about a minute in behind. So Malley has actually closed some time up on Tamo and the Phoenix Sector 7 car there over the last little bit here. And Damcat is kind of holding pace here right now. As far as the whole lobby in itself goes there, that time is actually coming down a little bit on how far behind the race leader there. My livery has had a hard time in front now. Fair enough. Alright, we're on lap 32 of 52. We'll probably see our 2 stoppers come in sometime in the next 5 to 10 minutes here again to take their final set of tires before they swap over to the next set of drivers here. So we got Tonic sitting in 2nd place, and it's been a pretty good race here for the Race Asylum GTR so far. I think they started in 5th. They're currently sitting in 2nd. Hesitant on that because I don't know if 5th was correct. I think that's correct. Ahmed here, they might have started in 5th, and Gov might have actually, the GTR might have started actually in 6th place potentially. My memory, like I said, it's just not what it used to be anymore. It's very quickly disappearing on me apparently. Ahmed GT coming around 8.7 seconds in behind Tonic, so he is closing in on the 2nd place driver here. And then what do we got going on in the background here? Not really a whole ton. Walter's about 6.5 seconds, so that gap is stabilized there as well. Let's Tonic just navigating around the Speed Buddy Racing Lexus here as well. In a blue flag situation just recently there. Looked like it was really no harm, no foul type of situation there, so it's all good. Lexus, a little bit of understeer under braking there, and it kind of made him snap into the corner there, but he managed to keep it underneath of him, and a lot of torque underneath the rear wheels of that Lexus. I mean, that's what we were driving for the majority of our championship season this season, was that Lexus, and it's an interesting car. It's definitely quick if you know how to drive it properly, but it has its disadvantages. It doesn't really have any overall advantages compared to the rest of the class. It's kind of one of those mid-range cars where it's kind of okay at everything, but not really specifically good at one particular thing. So, you know, top end wise, it doesn't even fully compare to the rest of the front engine cars in this class, but it is a little more nimble than the front engine cars in his class, but not by much, right? So I mean, it's what I like to call it's what I like to call that in-between car. It's kind of, like I said, decent at everything, but not really particularly good at one thing, which kind of sets it apart, I guess, in the class in a sense too as well, because you know that the cars like the GTR and the Corvette, it's just all straight line power and speed, right? You know, cornering, you gotta really set it up to maximize your corners, but you rely on what it can do in a straight line, where, you know, the McLaren and the Porsche, you know that it's an absolute jet through the corners, but you know that you're going to suffer in the big straight lines, right? So it's a weird car. It's a little bit of in between the FR and the MR class in a sense in what it's capable of doing. It doesn't really have an overall advantage to it in the class. It's got an insane amount of torque, but I mean, there's lots of cars in the Group 3 class that have a crazy amount of rear wheel torque in them, so it's not really standing alone in that category either. All right, well, we can help you out here a little bit. We've got the number 93 Aston Martin. They've been on a solid 2-stop strategy all race long. That hasn't changed. The Race Asylum number 9 GTR is also on the 2-stop strategy so far here today, and that hasn't changed. They've stuck true to that. GT Ahmed and the number 2 McLaren, they started on the 2-stop strategy in stint 1, have since moved to the 1-stop strategy now here in the last 4 hours of the race. The number 10 car is on the 2-stop soft strategy so far here throughout the race today. MRL Bish, they started on the soft strategy, 1-stop strategy, and have since moved to a 1-stop soft medium strategy here in the race. And I can't say that it's not working for them, as they're still holding very strong in 5th place. We've got George Senior here, the 71 BMW. These guys have been on the 2-stop soft strategy here for the last 4 hours, but have recently moved to the 1-stop soft strategy with George behind the wheel. So that is a strategy change here for the 71 car at this point in the race. Get Boosted VR is also on the 2-stop soft strategy, as well as Walter here in our pole sitting car here as well. Tamo in the Sector 7 Phoenix car, these guys are on the 2-stop soft strategy. I believe that stayed consistent as well all race long, much of the same here for our Speed Buddy Racing Lexus. And it's also been a 2-stop for Team Rad here. They haven't had the greatest racing start here today, unfortunately, but they're still out there and giving it their all. My memory's fine in that case, apparently. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I remember that, no problem. All right, so ERA's Tonic now takes the race lead here. I believe this is the first time that the Race Asylum GTR has had the race lead here officially today. So Tonic now leading the charge here at Spa, and we've had, I think, 5 different race leaders here so far today, and we've had, I don't know, a dozen lead changes in the first 5.5 hours of the race here today so far. So like I said, this is far from over with the varying strategies on the racetrack. It's going to keep things very tight and very interesting leading up into the unknown part of the race, I suppose. Alright, so Enigma's just coming out of pit lane here right now, and he is hauling it through pit lane, trying to get through without taking the penalty. So you can touch the right side line coming out of pit exit without being penalized for it. You still obviously have to be careful with that, because if you go too far over that white line, you're just going to catch the grass, and you could potentially just put yourself in the wall and then maybe give yourself a worse situation. That's always a possibility, but yeah, as long as you don't touch the left hand side right line coming out of the pit exit, you shouldn't pick up that 3-second penalty. Pit exit here can be a little bit tricky if you're not 100% on point and paying attention, because even before you get the car released to your control, it's already trying to put you over the white line on the left side right as you exit the pit boxes. So you have to really be paying attention right off the bat. You can't, even for a split second, give up your focus on pit exit, because it will cost you a 3-second penalty. It's a long pit exit, it's a little bit windy, it's a little bit undulating, it has some elevation change to it, and in dry conditions it can be a little bit tricky to navigate for some drivers. But when we factor in potential rain, that's when it really does make that pit exit sketchy. Pit entry is no joke either, but alright, so we got the race leader now, which is GT Ahmed, as Tonic is making his scheduled pit stop here now. So Ahmed will take the race lead back. just passing the Lexus there, Speed Buddy racing car. That is a blue flag situation there, so that was not for position, as Tonic is just coming into his pit box to start his pit service here. Puts Enigma back into his second position as he comes around. He will grab that spot from Tonic there. George Senor here, who is on the one stop right now moved up a spot into fourth place here. Has 13.5 seconds over bar 27 in behind, and currently a minute 44 in behind Tonic, but that obviously is going to change with the pit stop. That'll be somewhere around the, if I had to guess, 50-second mark. Bar has 10 seconds to get boosted. Here in 7th place, we've got Walter in 8th place with about 48 seconds in behind them, so I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe a secondary incident happening there that we missed. Tamo in 9th place with OG Malley here in 10th position, and TDC here in 11th place. Alright, so it is Ahmed here in first position, 26 seconds up the road from Enigma in the 93 Aston Martin here. He's got 23 seconds to get over ERA's Tonic. So essentially the pit stop sequences are all finished here now. I don't think we'll be seeing too many more pit stops unless they're unscheduled at this point. It is going to be right to the driver swap at this point here. So 13.5 seconds is the gap between George and Bar. We'll be keeping our eye on that. Get Boosted is closing in here, 9.8 seconds in behind Bar as well, and is going to have to make a pit stop at some point in time here. Just as we say that, he's going to make that pit stop, so that gap will grow a little bit there, and Bish will move back up into P6 once he comes around the start finish line around the source. We just had a position change while we're on board with Tonic there. Walter does get around to get boosted VR4, 7th position there as they were heading up into the cone there. So it was a great job from Walter there getting the team up at position and boosted down a spot there. But they're both still in the charge to MRL Bish. we've got the blue flag out with the cap.
Every year, 400,000 children like Justin develop cancer. If he had been born in the United States, his chances of survival would have been more than 80%. But in his native Ecuador, his chances are much lower. In resource-limited countries, survival rates are below 30%. Where a child lives is the most powerful predictor of whether they will survive cancer. There are many contributing factors to the disparity in pediatric cancer survival rates, including access to life-saving medicines.
So access to quality medication is critical for the success of any programs at the country level or global. Children cannot survive, cannot have hope without proper access to essential medicines. This has been something that we have identified our team.
St. Jude has long been dedicated to improving pediatric health worldwide. Building on our established global ecosystem of collaboration, we are launching a transformative initiative, the Global Platform for Access to Childhood Cancer Medicines.
We are now able to go the rare pediatric cancer progress against those because we're working as a global community that will allow us to purchase generic drugs and distribute those to low and middle income countries at no cost.
The global platform works by creating a central procurement entity within the World Health Organization, the UNICEF and the Pan American Health Organization. Then the governments engage to develop the production and the supply of these medications. And these are the medications that are considered to be critical and required for all children with cancer, wherever they are.
Today, essential cancer medicines are starting to arrive in 6 countries: Ecuador, Zambia, Jordan, Uzbekistan, Nepal, and Mongolia. These medicines, provided at no cost to local institutions, represent the first step in a long effort to reach 50 countries and treat more than 120,000 children in 5 to 7 years.
Danny's dream was that no child die of life, and he was thinking perhaps about the States, but I think in the back of he was always thinking of a global landscape. I see this as the logical direction for St. Jude Children's Research to go and for the entire field of pediatric oncology.
The global platform is more than a lifeline for children like Justin facing cancer. It's a foundation for a future where all children have access to life-saving care. By working together, we are building toward our founder's dream that no child should die in the dawn of life, no matter where they're born.
Alright, just a little something about St. Jude's and why we're streaming here this weekend as well. As obviously we're raising money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital here, GT45 Gaming and No Lander Gaming this weekend while we race and try to do the best we can in our 24 Hours of Spa IRO Finale. Thank you to IRO for allowing us to stream the race this weekend as well. So if you can and you're willing, there's a pinned comment there in the YouTube chat, and it is the link to the fundraising campaign where donations can be made towards our very specific Vegas Cup
series fundraising campaign this Christmas season. So we appreciate it if you can donate, and if you can't, that's all right. Take the link, share it out to your social networks, and let people know what's going on here. Let's hit that $2,500 goal before the end of the year. That'd be fantastic. That gives one family a week at the hospital together over the Christmas season for a full chemo treatment and room, board, and food for 7 days. So it's really important that we try to accomplish that goal so we can give one family some extra time to be closer together during an important time of the year. I do appreciate it on behalf of GT45 Gaming, the Bloomstrom family, Nolander Gaming, Fast Ginger Gaming, and the GT45 Gaming administration staff. Alright, so 24 seconds is now the gap between Ahmed and Enigma, so a couple seconds being shaved off here by Enigma in the Aston Martin, but we did suspect that if Ahmed could continue the pace that he was on this strategy, that he should bring that McLaren home into the driver swap at the 6-hour mark in the lead of the race. And it does appear so far that that is the case, but there's still a few laps to go yet, so we'll be keeping our eye on that gap. 25 seconds between Enigma and ERA's Tonic from the race on number 9 GTR here, and then it's 55 seconds between Tonic and George Senior here. So the top three starting to run away from the rest of the racing field here at this point. The number 71 BMW in 4th place here has 17.6 seconds to the good over bar 27 here in 5th place. Bar has 30 seconds on MRL's Bish. Walter in 7th place is 36.8 seconds in behind them there in 7th place. And we've got Tamo here in 8th place, 16 seconds in behind Walter here right now for the Sector 7 Phoenix Racing Mercedes. Obviously that's not delivery, that's just not showing up here for us unfortunately in this stint. We've got Get Boosted here for IORT in 9th place to 55 Mercedes here. And then we've got OG Malley here for the Speed Buddy Racing Lexus, the 911 car. Oh, look at that. And then we've got our 777 Mercedes of Team Rad here in the Damn Cat in 11th position, struggling a little bit here at the end of that tire stint. Very bright for 9:43 p.m. in Belgium. I wish. I mean, it's dark in Western Canada here by 4:30 in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon now, so I wish we still had light at 9:30. That'd be fantastic. That means it would be summertime. There's just not a whole lot of action happening right now. As you can see, it is starting to get quite dark on the racetrack here now at this point as well. So I did say that by the time we probably get to the driver's swap, we're going to be in dark conditions here, and I don't think that I was too incorrect on that assessment. As you can see, the headlights are becoming pretty predominant here now on our racing cars, and that adds a new factor to the race at the end of the day. Now the drivers have to run around the racetrack in dark conditions, so some drivers do better than other drivers in that situation. There's a couple things that drivers can do to help alleviate that, but I find that it just takes the true experience of the actual race away from you when you do that. But I mean, I guess when you're competing, you do what it takes to give yourself the best advantage to get the best lap time within obviously the rules that you can. So I mean, some drivers will change the exposure on their settings to brighten everything up a little bit so they can just see the track a little bit better. But I find when you do that, it also reduces the quality of what you're looking at
And that bothers me when I'm on the racetrack driving. I'd rather be able to see clearly in the dark than fuzzy in the light because I've turned my exposure up. And so I'm one of those drivers that is comfortable in the dark. It probably hurts the pace by about a half a second most likely because you're just being a little more cautious coming into braking zones and apexes because you're not 100% visually on where you want to be necessarily. So a lot of it comes down to muscle memory sometimes. But you definitely want to have drivers that are comfortable racing in the dark. For VR2 users, it's a little more difficult in the dark because if you have somebody in behind you with their lights on their brights, which is kind of what you need to do at these speeds in order to see the tracks properly, it gets really bright in the eyeballs in the VR2 headsets, right, for the drivers that are running VR2 when the headlights are shining in on them like that, so especially for yellow headlights. So it's very tough if you're a VR2 user to do it in the dark if you have somebody tailing very close in behind because, well, it's like driving blind, essentially, sometimes. So, yeah, I mean, nighttime driving is not for everyone, and you definitely want to put drivers that are a little comfortable in the darker conditions and behind the wheel of the car at this point in the race, so we'll have to wait and see how it changes the race at this point. We won't be still expecting any potential inclement weather here for at least another 3 hours yet in the race either, so. Not a lot changing right now. It's pretty consistently stable out there as far as pace and the racers goes. There's definitely a difference in the pace of the racers in the lobby here right now, and that probably is contributing to a little bit of the spacing out, but I mean, that's endurance racing, right? That's how it goes. You always have drivers that are better suited than others for the car track combo in from week to week or weekend to weekend, and this is what we're starting to see, right? We're starting to see the pace of each of the drivers getting into their car to run their stints, just kind of starting to pull the field closer together and separate them in a sense, right? So we're going to see that fluctuation throughout the next few hours here now, especially now that the race is settled in, right? We hit that 6 hour mark. I mean, we're a quarter of the way through the race at that point. It's settled in at that point. I mean, the positions are fairly settled in at the moment. Everybody's got their gaps and their pace and their rhythms. Everybody has their plans. And at that point, it's about just keeping the car running for the next 8 to 10 hours, right? Leave something left in the car to battle with for the last few hours of the race. So, I mean, it's going to be a lot of just strategic, calm, consistent laps, and if there's an opportunity obviously to battle for a position, we're going to see that happen, but I think there could be a lot more offensively calculated battles throughout the next few hours of the race because you don't want to make the mistake, make contact, cause damage to your car, push another driver off, or anything like that either. So I think that the huge hard tire rubbing, door banging battles are going to be over here for a few hours. It's going to be a lot of strategic racing and crew chief calls in behind the scenes here for the next few hours. Daylight savings times, gotta love it. You love the twilight conditions? Yeah, I don't mind them either, actually. Especially on a track like Spa that I'm quite comfortable with. You know the track very well in a sense. Doesn't mean I'm fast around it, but I know it well. Right, so muscle memory is there on this track too. So yeah, I mean the dark doesn't bother me too much either. Alright, so 20 seconds now, the gap between Ahmed and Enigma. So Enigma is starting to chip away now at that gap between himself and the one-stop team of the McLaren in front here at the moment. So again, this is kind of a one-stop versus two-stop race right now. At the end of the day, to, I guess, kind of decide which was the better strategy, but I'm really on the fence about the strategy. I really still think it's a 50-50 split right now on the strat. So looks like just a pre-warning from the race leader to the blue flag car up ahead of him there that he is closing in. If I had to guess there, I could be wrong, but I think that's what we were seeing there. We have Tonic in third position here for the races on number 9 GTR, and it's getting a little tough to see the paintwork here now on the cars, as expected in dark, but we will brighten the screen up just a little bit for everybody when we jump into the next stint to make it a little bit easier to see. Alright, so it's George Senior here in the 71 BMW right now. He's got a minute in behind the podium at the moment and 18 seconds to get to the 5th place driver in behind. So he's kind of in no man's land right now. He's just running his strategy, running his pace. One stop did gain him an overall position here in the stint so far, with just like 7 laps remaining, so including the lap that we're watching right now. So he's doing good there. That was a great call there by the 71 team, and that's got them up a position here on the racetrack. We've got the number 10 Porsche here currently sitting in 5th place right now. It has 28 seconds to get over MRL's Bish, and the one stop is chipping away, I guess, at the two-stop strategy in a sense of pit stop time, right? However, though, the newer tires on the older tires should catch that time back up in theory. So that's where the big question mark of whether the two-stop is better than the one-stop. And then, again, really, the determination really comes down. I think the biggest factor comes down to who's behind the wheel of the race car at the time of the stint as well, right? So can they push those tires out that far and maintain pace, or are they going to give up the pace trying to push the tires out that far, right? So that's kind of the biggest question. I have second penalty there for bar 27 as well, so that's going to cost them a good second. It's 1.2 seconds on the car in behind of Bish, the number 8 GTR, I believe this one is. 28.7 seconds. That'll be probably about 27-ish or 26 high seconds once he serves that penalty in front. Walter is 36.8 seconds in behind here, just kind of maintaining that pace. We got Tamo here in 8th position, 20 seconds in behind as well. We got Boosted here in 9th place. He's 42 seconds in behind Tamo there in 9th place. We've got OG Malley in 10th position, a minute and a half behind them. And then we've got TDC Gaming here in 11th place. Moving, grooving, and the cars are flying. Yeah, giving it everything they got out there. Alright, so the race leader comes around to start the 47th lap of the stint. That puts us at 102, that's 149, lap 149 here in the race today. As we continue on with our 24 hours of Spa, presented by the International Racing Organization here. Absolutely great championship season. This is the final round of the season for split number 2. And we will have our Split 1 broadcast next weekend as we rerun the 24 hours of Spa here from the International Racing Organization with our top split drivers. That championship is quite close over there and is still fully up for grabs as well. So two great 24-hour events back-to-back here from the International Racing Organization, and both splits with an undecided champion coming into the finale round here. So it is up for grabs in both splits, so it's an important round for all the teams here in round number 10 of the 2025 season, and the last round of the season here as well. So split 2 can hang up the car keys here at the end of the race today, and they can take that very long break that they've been anticipating for here leading into the 2026 pre-qualifying season. Alright, so Enigma chewing into Ahmed's lead here, 17.6 seconds, and slowly dropping here as he continues to track, as he's going through Pouon here. It's 25 seconds to the good over Tonic, and closing in on the overall race leader. Tonic here in third place has a minute to the good over the fourth place driver, so the podium is well in control right now of this race in the sense of the pace, and even then it's still almost 45 seconds separating first through third place here currently as well. So we move down to the 71 BMW of George Senior here, and he's got 18.8 seconds to the good over bar 27 in fifth place. So everybody's moving and grooving, and we're just getting a whole lot of headlight glare here now on the stream. And I'll change the exposure in between the stints because I don't like to bring up that random distraction in the middle of the screen while we're watching a race. So we're just gonna have to deal with some blaring headlights here for about 10-15 minutes. And not too much is changing right now. If anything, the gaps are slightly growing rather than shrinking in the back half. So everybody's just kind of settled into the rhythm at this point. I mean, I'm not surprised to see that. That's what you expect to see at this point in the race. And the strategies are starting to kind of spread the field out a little bit as well. So it's hard to say. It's about a 50-50 split in the top 8 as well, actually.
Apparently the fire truck wants to get through really quickly. Apparently people need to get out of its way. I live in the 6th story of an apartment building. A new apartment building just got built in the city here. That's where I moved to. And it's right on a main intersection here in the city where it's really busy for traffic, so get some interesting shows every once in a while. But it's funny to watch how bad drivers are. Alright, so 17 seconds is the gap between Ahmed and Enigma, and it's been holding pretty steady there for about the last 2 or 3 laps, so we're going to stick with the racers here for this last final lap, and then we're going to jump into the next lobby here and get ready for driver swaps. Got dark real fast, chat. Can't even see the cars now. You can just see the taillights and the headlights. Chase cam? No, we don't do chase cam. It's a terrible view. I'll just turn the exposure up for the next stint a little bit. More for the viewing pleasure than anything else. I don't mind it. I mean, to me it's just about the race, right? But it's nice to see the cars, I get it. We'll be there shortly, so about 4 minutes we'll have the we'll be in the other lobby, and we'll do that in behind the scenes type thing. Yeah, chase cam. I mean, for racers that can race in that view, kudos to them, because it's yeah, I don't know, it's a terrible view. It's not a view that is available in real life. It really shouldn't be a view available in game, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, it's a video game, so I get it. All right, where we at here? All right. We're going to be coming in for driver swap, so I'm just going to flip screens real quick. Boop. Boop. And we're going to move over lobbies.
I want to do it before the racers get out of pit lane, because that's just the right thing to do. So just bear with. We'll just be a minute here. That was a great stint from Ahmed, absolutely. I believe that's the right one. All right, so let's get back to the action.
Every year, 400,000 children like Justin develop cancer.
Yeah, we're not quite.
If he had been born in the United States, his chance.
Shut off. My bad. Alright, so our race leaders are out. So we turned up the exposure a whole bunch, to the point where it's not going to compromise the graining of the videos. So that's about as good as it's going to get here for light conditions on the racetrack as far as being able to see the cars goes. But Anu is out, so our number 2 McLaren has officially cleared their 4-driver minimum requirement here this weekend, and are good to go in that sense. So again, we're going to have about a 5 minutes, 6 minutes where the live timing is not going to quite be correct, and then we'll get that all corrected up. You two showed up. I'm not going to switch to chase cam. I tell you what, you want me to switch to chase cam? It'll require a $500 donation for the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital fundraising campaign. Right there in the link pinned in the comments in the chat. $500 donation will get you chase cam. How about that? There's the happy medium. Alright, so the Aston Martin is out. We should see our RA driver out here shortly as well. He was only 25 seconds or so in behind, so we should see that driver being out on track here shortly. Again, we're going to have to let all the drivers get out on track and complete a full racing lap essentially. So the live timing will start to correct itself. So as the drivers kind of come around the start finish line and come out of pit lane, it's going to be a little bit mixed up. Alright, we're just going to sit with the race leader here because, well, the race leader is the one spot that we know is exactly the spot it's in here. And we'll let the racers sort the live timing out as they get around the racetrack here. So the number 2 McLaren is moving and grooving. And as they get those tires up to temperature here after the driver swap, they have a roughly
17-second gap to the Austin Martin on track here of the 93 team. I can't remember. I really have to go look at what the team name is. I can't remember. For some reason, it just evades me today. Alright, we're missing something there. I'm not even going to try and speculate who's where at the moment. I mean, I have an educated guess based off of the fact that we were just in the other lobby, right? But we'll just let the game sort it out. Yeah, the dangerous duo. Yanis and Shredder. Come on, guys and gals, let's get this live timing sorted out. It's because we're coming into the lobby after they start the formation lap, so our live timing is off kilter until everybody basically completes a flying lap, right? That's kind of the way it works. So it's just a game quirk, I guess is the word for it, that we work around. Alright, so we know now that our 93 car is in second place. We already knew that, but we're just going to let the live timing kind of sort out the field for us here as the drivers come around. They're all going to start coming around on their flying laps here now over the next minute or so for the first half of the field. So at least we'll get the top half of our field sorted back out into live timing here, and then the bottom half of the field will still need a couple of minutes to sort itself out yet. But looks like... .8 seconds is the gap between the 93 and the number 2 McLaren here as well. So 11 seconds gain there somewhere in amongst the pit stop here. So I'm not sure where that time was gained, as it looks like we're starting to see strategies changing a little bit here for some of our drivers as well. Yeah, no, he's doing great. Absolutely. I mean, all the racers really are recovering well that had the teams that had some early race issues, right? I mean, everybody seems to be recovering very well here so far. But again, this is a predictable part of the race, though. This is the part of the race where the drivers know that they don't need to be watching that weather radar. They don't need to be considering about rain dropping on the racetrack, right? They can just focus on putting in the fastest laps they possibly can, essentially. All right. Now that we're starting to get some of the timing sorted out here, let's go see what's going on here. We definitely see some changes in the order, so that's interesting. We've got a new in first place still. We've got Benanius, I guess, in second place here, and that's no surprise, but it is Marky Mark here up into P3 at the driver swap, so I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe the live timing is still out of whack, which is entirely possible. I feel like it should be Echo somewhere in around there first, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, I am wrong. It is Echo in third place, so the live timing just hadn't sorted itself out properly yet. So it is Echo from the Race Asylum team here in the third place, which I suspected should have been the case. It does appear that it is Marky Mark in fourth place here, and it looks like it's Apex Magnets. Oh my goodness, live timing, you're killing me here. We're just going to let it sort itself out. It's clearly not sorted out good. Well, you know who that is better than I do right now. My live timing isn't telling me the true story at the moment, so we're just kind of rocking and rolling here. There we go. Now it looks like the lineup's starting to sort itself back out here a little bit. Alright, looks like our top 5 is sorted out now. Alright, so it's a new 9.4 seconds in the race lead is MD Benanius in second place with 18.3 seconds over RA Echo, who has a minute 15 over Racing Maz in the 71 BMW here. Racing Maz has 27.6 seconds over Marky Mark in the number 10 car here. He has 18 seconds over Apex Magnet in the MRL car. IORT Alicos is back in behind the wheel here and hasn't gotten an official flying lap in yet, so we don't know what the live timing gap is currently, but again, as all the racers, that means all 11 racers get back out on track and get their first flying lap, and it's not really going to fully adjust itself. So we do have a team that's about 6 laps down currently, 5 laps down currently. It's going to take a few minutes for everything to kind of sort itself back out. Yeah, no, it's terrible. It's all over the place here. I've never seen it take that long to correct itself before. It's pretty evident that the current servers in the game are lacking maintenance at the moment. Is that the polite way to say it? I think that's the polite way to say it. I mean, the servers, for the viewers at home that are unfamiliar, the servers are not operated or ran by the organizations hosting the leagues. The lobbies, in a sense, are, but the servers themselves, where we run the races on, are supplied by Polyphony Digital and Sony and PlayStation. So, I mean, we're at the mercy of what they provide us to use. And then again, add internet connections from all corners of the planet into the mix, and it's a little bit of electronic soupy mess, I guess, so to speak. But currently there is the World Tour live events going on in Gran Turismo 7, the esports tournament, and when that happens, the game itself gets quite neglected. It doesn't get to patch bug fixes and updates it normally would. The monthly updates regress significantly during the last 3 months of the calendar year, and then they come up with a really big update to try and make up for it, break the game completely, and then have to fix it again. So that's about the stage we're in right now, because it's round 3 of the 4 rounds of esports tournament in Gran Turismo 7, so the servers are slowly degrading in quality because they're just not putting any maintenance or work into them. I mean, it sure doesn't seem like it, because the game starts to develop glitches and bugs that are common to the game, but become more prominent as neglect is given to the base game as opposed to the World Tour events, right? So, yeah, it's a little bit tough sometimes as sim racers when we're at the mercy of things we can't control, right? And the servers are one thing that we unfortunately can't control. So, even when you're on a game like, say, ACC or iRacing or one of those platforms where you're going to get third-party private servers, I mean, even then you have still similar issues with the servers not running properly, and really it's still beyond your control, right? So there's a little more you can do to try to fix this situation on your end of things, but at the end of the day, I mean, if the server's just not operating properly, that's coming down to the owners of the server, right? So I mean, that's the situation that Gran Turismo's in currently, and I mean, some of these quirks, as I like to call it in the game, that are fairly regular occurrences are prominently a problem right now in the game, and continue to get worse instead of better, right? So that's why I say it like that, I guess. I mean, we love the game, we love the platform, don't get us wrong, but I also hate this time of year because the game is neglected due to the World Tour live event. So
And the servers pay the price, and that means that the online racers and our league racers ultimately pay the price for it. It frustrates myself as an organizer that they just can't maintain the servers during the World Tour event. Like, I just don't understand. Hire more people. You're Sony. You can afford it. That's right. I said it. We have Team Rad there letting the car through in a blue flag situation there, or made a mistake to allow the car to go through. I'm not sure which one it was there, but nonetheless, blue flag situation sorted out there. So it's 26 seconds between 5th and 4th place, 18 seconds between 5th and 6th place here currently, and then it's about 45 seconds up into resistance in the pole sitting GTR, if I'm not mistaken here. So a disconnected stint 1 halfway through the stint really set the team back by about 2 minutes of race time on track here, and they've been trying to battle back ever since. Very Legacy here in 8th place. He's got blue flag waving in on him. We got Alico here in 9th position. We've got Devil's Clinch in 10th. Eyes are looking, brains not computing. And Nolander here in 11th place. Nolander putting in some early racing time here. GTWS is done by line connection. It still doesn't change the fact that they're ignoring the base game while it's going on. And that LAN connection is still connected to the PD servers. It's got to have a server to run, and LAN or not, it's still got to have somewhere to operate from. And even there, they have disconnects. So I mean, point in case, take care of the servers. I mean, all their manpower and resources are put into the live stage events, right? I mean, they don't have, I mean, they are a pro-running skeleton crew in the office, right? Maintaining the technical side of things, because everybody else is on site, right? So, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why things aren't being maintained at a normal pace. It's just frustrating, that's all. Because it's like this every year. When the World Tour event goes on, the game just completely downgrades all the way until they finally drop that big update, break it, and then have to patch it. That's pretty normal. I mean, that's spec 3 update written all over it right there. Drop it, it'll be broken, and then they have to patch it. Done this over a process of 2.5 years with Gran Turismo 7, all of us have. I mean, it's not a surprise. It doesn't make it any less frustrating, right? That's all. I mean, you know, these are things in GT Sport that were almost perfected when it comes to online racing and spectator mode and live timing. I mean, I don't understand why they didn't take that and put it in here. Right, like, why wouldn't have you taken something that was efficient and working properly and coded it to work on the PS5 and Gran Turismo 7? Why rebuild something from scratch and build it terribly? Right? The GT Sport online system was way better than the online system in GT7. Not a whole lot changing here. I mean, like I said, the race is going to settle in at this point here. You're going to see drivers make mistakes and lose some time, and you'll see those drivers chasing gain that time. Right now, that's about it. We have the one-stop versus two-stop strategy still coming into play here, but it seems like we're seeing more teams move to the one-stop strategy now. We'll have to see how that all plays out for everybody. Echo is 19.2 seconds in. Bananius now, MDBA Bananius. I'm not exactly sure how it's supposed to be pronounced. Got Racing Maz here in 4th position, 25 seconds ahead of Marky Mark, and 15 in behind RA's Echo. Marky Mark is 19.6 seconds ahead of Apex Magnet, and yeah, everybody's moving and grooving here. Apex Magnet is 45 seconds ahead of Resistance, so maintaining pace but not able to really grab any time right now is 7th on 6th place. Varied Legacy is 46 seconds in behind Resistance. Alico is 37 seconds in behind the Phoenix, Sector 7 Phoenix Mercedes here. We've got Alico a minute 4 ahead of Speed Buddy Racing Lexus. And then we've got Team Rad's Nolander there about 7.5 minutes in behind, give or take. Give or take. Alright, so, I mean, the 93 starting to chip away at Anu here. And Ryu? I think there's an R in there. Currently it was 8 seconds. He's actually losing pace, sorry. It was 8 seconds. Now it's down to 12.2. Get your facts straight, Ghost. Echo here, 18 seconds in behind. I mean, it's just a little bit of give and take right now through the field. Nobody's really gaining or losing. In a sense.
So let's do some onboarding. Let's go jump in with Anu. Why is my button not working?
Now it's working. Trying to get an idea what the driver's dealing with from behind the wheel of the racing cars here as well, right? So essentially a helmet cam, I guess, is what this would be, a view of. Which is also something that doesn't really exist in real life, but the difference is they do have in-cockpit cameras in real life, so just a slightly different angle on this one.
Around the corner here. I feel like it's a little bit laggy for a race leader, just judged by the steering input and how eradicated it was compared to Mania right now, who steering movements are very consistent and smooth, right? I feel like that was a little bit of lag coming from our number 2 car as we were sitting on board there.
Just based off of how erratic the steering wheel movements were compared to how the car's actually moving.
final straight. Just kind of giving you some onboards from all of our drivers so you can kind of see what they're doing and what they're dealing with.
very fussy. A little bit early for a pit stop here, and it's going to be a damage-related pit stop here for Echo, unfortunately. So the third place team, they're in a little bit of trouble there as they are making what is an unscheduled pit stop essentially here. They may turn that into a altered strategy pit stop now that they're in a little bit early, but definitely not scheduled there for races on the GTR. Here, Team Rams no longer we have to play quiet on the racing front here. We are going to go check that situation out in P3 here, though. However, right after this is obviously that's going to cost them a few seconds of time on the racetrack, so that's going to open the gap up in first and second place quite a bit, but that's going to close up the gap between third and the path essentially. As they continue to move on around the racetrack here. So let's go see what happened here. It was Echo with some form of incident on the racetrack, had to stop to fix damage, and now that has allowed the 71 BMW of Racing Maz to literally close in within 2 seconds here now of Echo here in the GTR. So it was super unfortunate there for the Racing Silent GTR there. I'm not sure what happened there, but obviously it was a spin or something that created contact with the wall and forced a pit stop there, so having to give up that time on the racetrack. However, though, they can continue to make this work within their pit strategy and just stretch the last 2 stints out an extra lap or 2 to kind of keep things on point here. It might not have hurt them any more than, of course, the time loss for the incident itself. So it looks a little bit worse than it may be right now. We'll have to wait and see how the remainder of the stint goes here for the number 9 car to determine how much it actually hurt them. on the racetrack. Now, obviously, it's cost them roughly about a minute to second place driver, so it's cost them that here so far. But again, if they stay on the pit strategy with the field, even though it'll be slightly altered at this point, it should still work out fairly okay for the number 9 car. It's just how much did it set them back in the process. So Racing Maz closing in here. You can see the gap come down. It was just about 2 seconds. Now it's down to 1.4 here as we head in towards the carousel corner here. It has a name. I just can't seem to think of it right now. CP2 for sure. Looks like Apex Magnet there closing up in behind, or has just been passed by the 93 car here. I'm not sure which one it is, but this is our second place team here, and I mean, they're rocking and rolling here. They're looking real solid on the racetrack here, but a little bit of a strategy on the fly call made by the number 2 McLaren team here, and that's actually got them out in front of this race here, now controlling the pace of the race. So it's kind of a 1-stop versus 2-stop strategy here at the moment in the top 3, but seems to be leaning more towards a 1-stop versus 1-stop strategy here now between first and second place. As Echo's about a minute 36 behind there now after whatever happened to him on the racetrack. They're highly unfortunate, but it happens, it's racing. And I did say as the night sets in, it starts to add the difficulty factor a little bit to the racetrack, and it's easy to make mistakes. So that was most certainly the case for our number 9 car there. And I mean, it costs time on the racetrack, that's what it costs, but how much yet we'll find out. But definitely feeling the heat from Racing Maz right now. But Echo's starting to step on it here a little bit. 2.5 seconds now the gap over Racing Maz in the number 71 BMW. So Echo's settling into the car after the pit stop here and starting to find his rhythm here again on the racetrack, as the BMW is definitely giving him a run here to try and close up the position. But it appears that BMW is going to be making a pit stop in the next lap or two here either way. That takes us to Marky Mark in 5th place here, and we're also now down to 49 racing laps. So very interesting. That's what 13 is 39. It's like 2 16 lap and a 17 lap stint. That's 25 and 26 on softs. Just weighing out the lap numbers in my head for strategy wise. I mean, you can do 18, 20 on softs and do the rest on mediums. That's very easily done for a 50 racing lap, 49 racing lap for sure. Interesting how the strategies can start to change just as you lose a lap or two in the race distance. You know, some strategies become all of a sudden more feasible than others. So it's interesting. 16 seconds steady and holding right now between first and second. It's 3.3 seconds between third and fourth, and then sizable gaps, not insurmountable gaps in some cases. In some cases are pretty large, but comparable gaps. Definitely comfortability for a while, but as those gaps deplete a little bit, that's when you start to feel the stress a little bit, and maybe make a mistake or something like that, and allow the other driver to catch up a few more seconds. You know, it's kind of a mind game at this point. You know, try to make it look like you're absolutely on a tear all of a sudden, and start to get the driver's mind in front of you racing a little bit, right? And then try to get them just to throw their mindset off track a little bit, or their thought process off just for a few seconds. And sometimes that's all it can take to force a mistake without really forcing a mistake, right? So Racing Maz coming in for is scheduled pit stop, so that will be a scheduled pit stop there for the 71 car, which will allow Marky Mark to go ahead and move back up into P4 here as he comes around. And the blue flag is waving here as he is getting closed in on by a lead lap car here, I'm assuming. So, where is Mark? In the racetrack here right now. He's just heading up to Lacombe. Where's our race leader? Just coming up. Laura Dion. So yeah, no, that is definitely the race leader closing in on the 4th place driver. So only the top 4 racers are currently on the lead lap here right now, and the 4th place racer is at risk of going that lap down here himself now as well. So the pace of the front 3 is quite quick. Just coming in or being released? It looks like it's just being released. Sector 7 Phoenix Mercedes here, number 80 car in 8th place, has been 48 to Apex Magnet there in 7th. We just seen coming out of pit lane. We have IRO Helicos here, 22 seconds behind Legacy and a minute 17 ahead of Clinge here in the Speed Bunny Racing car. And then there's about a 8-minute gap between himself and the 11th place car here. So it is Anu and Ryu in first place here, and at 16.5 seconds. So the guys are moving and grooving. Just catching up on behind the scenes chat here. Up on stuff that's going on in behind the scenes here. Some of the team drivers messaging me in the team server here for the number 10 car as well, with a couple of suggestions for the race. So we're just working all that out. Again, I do have a racing team in behind the scenes now. The team is managing itself pretty good, obviously, but this question was kind of a question that he definitely needed an answer from a higher up on. So we're taking care of some business there. I just responded, Roses. Alright, we need some battles happening here. What do we got? 33, 24, 24, 38, 38, 25. We got 12 seconds between resistance and magnets, so that's something that might be something to keep an eye on here. Wow, we really got some spacing happening here right now on the track, don't we, chat? That's alright. They're giving her. Yeah, you guys are giving her, man. Just keep pushing, guys. And keep pushing. And gals. Are you next, Mia? Alright, so we might be with everybody a lot longer in the comms box here than potentially expected as well. I'll keep everybody updated on that. However, though, we do have scheduled commentators coming in for the stints as well, so we'll probably let them take the helm on the commentary here for a little bit. And I'll probably go get some lunch. Supper almost, I guess, once that relief comes and get some nutrition into the body here myself. Stint 6. It's a very chill race so far. I mean, it's just a matter of everybody's kind of got on their pace. The strategies of feeling out a little bit. Just trying to throw controller around. The dark conditions are probably playing a small factor into some extent or another as well. The track is a lot cooler now, which is good for the tires in a sense, but it also makes the racetrack slipperier, so it could be a little bit iffy. It does seem like the times are down a little bit here in the dark as well, so I mean, it's tough sledding right now. We're getting into the point of the race where drivers are going to have to start paying attention to the weather conditions. Yeah, I agree, George. Or Jorge, I guess it is, potentially. About 25 seconds once the second set of pit stops rolls through. Again, varying strategies in the racetrack, and that's probably a larger part of the gapping here right now. So, it has been pulling the racers closer together and further apart in a sense. We've had a couple of racers that have had unscheduled pit stops, which never helped the situation here either. But everybody's still on track and giving it everything they've got. That's what matters most. So. I don't have the driver schedule up because it's going to blag my computer load, so I'll just ask you. Might be making a change in our driver lineup here.
There's no live timing between Benania and Echo right now, so it is roughly a minute 30 between Echo and Benania in second and third place, give or take. It's 26 seconds between Echo and Marky Mark, and then 36 seconds separating Marky Mark and Racing Maz here in fifth place. Resistance is trying to chip away here, 28.1 seconds in behind there in sixth place as well. Apex Magnet 8 seconds in behind Resistance here. So let's see if Magnet can close in a little bit here. Let's sit with him for a moment. Let's see if I can get that driver schedule up on my phone so I can help my own cause out a little bit here. That's what I'm looking for. What do we got going on here? Oh, it's not the right race. Things don't want to work easily. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Yes, it's Rose is next. Maybe me. Sheriff. Cobra. I may pull Cobra. So that puts Mark there then, if that's the case. Obviously, you can't answer that question right now because he's on the track, I suppose, but we have time to sort it out yet. Well, I guess you probably can answer it because you're probably going to be on the scenes with them, but I should tighten up a bit around 25 seconds. One stops pit. Yes, indeed. Which is going to be fairly soon here, any time now, really, essentially. It's going to come down to each driver at this point. We've got, again, about half the field of the one-stop strategy now. We've got about half the field of the two-stop strategy. So, Ananias is coming in. He's going to make that pit stop here. So Mark is about 28 seconds in behind Echo, 32 seconds ahead of Racing Maz. And still holding on to the lead lap by a handful of seconds here right now. Racing Maz here in fifth place. We got Resistance in sixth position, and Apex Magnet is closing in on Resistance here as that gap is just about under 2 seconds at this point here. So let's sit with this for a minute as the MRL car is closing in on, I believe that's the 61 car up ahead. 61, if I'm not mistaken. 16. I had it backwards.
right, so Apex Magnet now on the rear bumper of Resistance here as they continue around the racetrack. So this is a GTR versus GTR situation here as well. So I mean, there's no difference in the machinery, so to speak. I mean, it's the exact same car, so it really comes down to the setup and the driver in behind the wheels right now, at which one of these two GTRs is going to stay or be in 6th place and then be in 7th place at the end of it here. So as they battle through the comb here, nothing happening yet. Apex Magnet staying patient, looking for an opportunity. He's going to go on the outside here and look for a nice tight entry, which he does get there. That settles him right back in behind Resistance here, and he's going to just sit there right on the rear bumper here as we continue around the racetrack here, and he is going to take a peek on the outside here again as a defensive line here from Resistance as they go in through Bloomstrom. That was Spa Francorchamps they were in, my bad. And Resistance still holding off the charge here so far on Apex Magnet, putting his car in the right places here, defending the position away from the MRL car. And it is game on here as we head towards La Source on lap, well, 26 essentially, but it would be 52, 54 is 106. And we just did another 50. 156, it's 176 to the lap, 182. 184 of the race here in total. So this is 184th lap for these two drivers. I believe that the front runners are a lap further ahead right now currently on the racetrack than these guys are. So a total of 183 raced laps here so far this weekend at Spa Francorchamps. So Francorchamps, pardon me, and good healthy battle here, side by side action. Does go deep there on the outside into Lacombe there, manages to hold the outside position, and as we head down into the carousel, it is going to be a very nice position there by the number 8 car, but you can see a response here from Resistance in the 16 car here as we head down the carousel, and still keeps him on the inside line into the left-hander here. And this is great side-by-side action here between the two GTR drivers right now as we head into Pouhon, and it is going to be a Magnet sticking out in front here going into the entry into Pouhon. So he has defended that pass here so far, but boy oh boy, Resistance is absolutely applying the pressure here as we enter into Pouhon. But the MRL car gets a better entry and exit out of there, and unfortunately there for Resistance, he just loses a little bit of touch with the back end of number 8 car there, and it's almost 9/10 of a second here as Magnet breaks free of the slipstream here at this point, heading in towards Spa Francorchamps, and shouldn't have to worry at the moment anyways about a automatic response coming from Resistance. So Apex Magnet now getting MRL up a position on the racetrack here and has 7.9 seconds in behind a mark here on the track who has just made a pit stop. So game on here as racers are starting again to chip away at each other there, and that was a battle that we weren't really paying attention to, and all of a sudden there it was. So fantastic stuff right there, and a great battle between the two racers right there, side by side action from multiple corners of the racetrack, and that was just a great display of skilled racing right there from our split 2 racers here at IRO. Great job by those two. Alright, so Anryu is in 26 seconds in the lead here, still over MDBA Ananias. I'm not exactly sure how it's pronounced, but there's a whole lot of letters there. It is 21 seconds ahead of the Race Asylum driver Echo. Now, we did see a damage forcing an early pit stop here from the number 9 team, but it did not change their position on the racetrack there, as they still have a minute to the good over Racing Maz and the number 71 BMW here, but that will change once they make their second pit stop compared to this one-stop team here in the BMW as well. So Mark is at 31.7 seconds in behind Racing Maz after the pit stop, and is continuing to try and push up to close in on Racing Maz here at 7.8 seconds to the 6th place driver Magnet here, and Resistance is just coming out of pit lane. Very Legacy is just coming into pit lane. Alico is coming into pit lane here as well. Elko, not exactly sure how that's pronounced. Clinch here in 10th place. I'm going to go around there and get a lap back on those guys as he comes around as they make their pit stops. And Olander looks like he's going to be making a pit stop here very soon. Go through second place, whoop whoop. Hey, absolutely looking good right now. But the number 2 McLaren, cool, calm, collected team here this weekend. They just stayed really calm at race start and picked up the pieces of the battle and races up in front, and that has paid off for them as they've been leading the race now for the last, I want to say, hour and a half to 2 hours here on the racetrack, so they're doing a great job there. And I believe that Henry just put our 5th place team a official lap down here. That is correct, so only the top 4 teams here now on the lead lap here in this Spa 24 hour as well. Absolutely love to see it. Welcome in. Hope everybody's been enjoying the race here so far. It's been a little bit dry here over the last couple hours, but I mean, we are getting into the middle part of the race now where everybody's trying to just not give away any more time, but also gain time. So everybody's kind of in that rhythm right now. They're sticking to their game plan and just striving to close gaps right now. So Resistance a minute in behind Magnet right now, and then it's a minute between the next driver, Very Legacy, and then Alico has 13.3 seconds in behind Legacy. So there is definitely potential for IRO to move back up into 8th place there. But again, we are just starting to get through some pit stop sequences here as well in the beginning of the race here, and that is going to change up obviously track position here in the middle part of the stint, as well as our 1-stoppers have just stopped. Our 2-stoppers have just taken on tires recently as well. So some interesting strategies at play here. I think we're seeing the number 10 camp here move to the 1-stop strategy here right now in this part of the race as well, if I'm not mistaken. That sure seems to be what it looks like there. As I take a look at the fuel load in the Porsche 911 from the number 10 car there, that is definitely a lot more than we would be taking if it was a 2-stop strategy here. So I think that the Tenths camp has also jumped on the 1-stop board here in the cooler conditions on the racetrack as well. So again, we did say that as strategies start to show how they're working against the field, we may see teams alternate those strategies throughout the race here. We've seen them a lot since the start of stint 2 already. We've seen 2 teams start on the 1-stop strategy, and then some results were showing there, and then we've seen 3 teams go to the 1-stop strategy through stint 2, and then some results were being shown there, so then we've seen it go to 4 teams in the next stint. Now we've got a half a dozen teams here in the field on the 1-stop strategy, so this is quickly turning into a 1-stop, not versus a 2-stop race here at the moment. But again, the potential for rain here as we head into halfway through our 5th stint here is when our precipitation forecast starts. That could completely change everything as well. You can see Team Round just letting the race leader through there as Enryu just makes another lap down on the number 777 Mercedes there, and you can see Mark as well just closing in on that Team Rag car there as well. Mark also trying to close back in on the race leader there, trying to get back on that lap. Lots happening on the racetrack here. Strategies start to change, drivers start to alternate how they're doing and approaching each stint, and it's making things interesting. to start up my YouTube dashboard, I guess. The laptop is pretty much a single tasking machine at this point right now when it comes to the stream. Unfortunately, we're losing the ability to do extra things with the stream right now on the current PC. So we're definitely glad to he's just getting out of the way of lead lap cars there as he's trying to get into pit lane there. He missed the pit entry a little bit there as he spun out, probably coming around the first part of the entry there, and then wanted to get into pit lane but seen cars coming around the corner, so decided to make sure that they could get through first and then get himself back in line for pit lane there. So unfortunate there for the Team Rad driver as he was just trying to get into that pit entry. 8 seconds separating Mark and Apex Magnet right now. We got Resistance here in 7th place, 10 seconds separating Alex and Legacy, so Legacy starting to open the gap up a little bit there, and of course pit stop being made. Team Rad right there. It looks like a scheduled pit stop there as well. There's a little bit of lag going on right now. Let's do a stream health check here. I'm getting some notifications on my software saying that we're dropping frames a little bit, so checking in on that. Seems to be okay now. How long are we in here? 7.5 hours? We should probably fire up a new stream after this start. I don't know if I want to. We might let this one run another stint before we shut it down here. It's really unfortunate we can't just go for 24 to 30 hours straight at a time on the platforms for these situations, right? It would be really nice to be able to just turn on one live stream and just have it run the whole way through. But unfortunately, we can't do that. It doesn't work that way. Alright, we're just going to give some love to our racers here right now, give them a little time on camera, go through the field slowly. Benanius, they started in 2nd place, they're currently still sitting in 2nd place, and Ryu with number 2 McLaren, I believe they started in 56th place, they're currently leading the race. Our 3rd place driver, which we'll go to next, are a Echo in the team, Race Asylum team there. They started in 56th place and are currently sitting in the final podium position there as well. The number 71 BMW, I'm not sure exactly where they started in the grid offhand, but are currently sitting in 4th place, and our 5th place team started in 9th position here in the race and are currently sitting in 5th place as well. So definitely had some teams get a good race start going here so far in the early goings of Spa, and then some teams that have kind of fallen down on the back foot, but now seem to be picking up pretty well after those mistakes being made in the early part of the race. So Racing Maz has the time down to just under a minute on Echo. It looks like Echo is growing that gap a little bit to the 4th place driver here, but it does. Marky Mark is now just got this 30 seconds between himself and Racing Maz on the racetrack here right now as well. So again, some sizable gaps, but not impossible gaps between drivers right now. There's definitely be done with some strategy. Apex Magnet here is 9.5 seconds in behind Marky Mark currently right now, and just kind of maintaining the pace of Marky Mark up in front as well. He's slowly but surely maybe losing a couple hundreds here, a couple hundreds there. Resistance is a minute in behind Apex Magnet now. Probably have to make a pit stop there as well, so that put him quite a bit further behind than just that pass. So it's not just sheer pace difference that's costing that much time already. There was a pit stop involved there, I'm fairly certain of it. Great Legacy is a minute 20 in behind, with Alico now starting to close in just 8.7 seconds in behind here as well. So I mean the gaps, they open and close up a little bit, especially after those pit stop sequences, right? I mean the cars feel really good on the first half a dozen laps on those fresh tires, and that's when they, tires start to be like, hey, remember, I do wear down here. Clinch in 10th place, 6 minutes in behind race leader, and a minute in behind Alico right now, and then that takes us to Team Rad here, which is 16 minutes in behind race leaders right now, but in 11th place, still on track, moving and grooving, so. And Ryu moving and grooving, 32-second gap, and I gotta tell you what, man, just not giving an inch right now on this racetrack. They have maintained that 30-second gap here throughout this stint over the second place team, and obviously don't intend on making that change or make that difference. So it is Benania here in the second place, 27.3 seconds over Echo, but now we have a pit stop, which is going to be a scheduled pit stop here from the number 9 camp here, and he is going to go ahead and get that service done on that car, so that may allow Racing Maz to move back up into or move up into the podium here as he comes around the final chicane. So we're going to sit on board with him here as he comes around, and Echo's sitting in pit lane getting that scheduled pit stop service done. Was Maz close enough to take advantage of that and grab third place from Echo? And how long can he hold on to it when Echo's going to be coming out on some fresh racing tires as well is the bigger question, but it does appear that Racing Maz is going to move the 71 BMW up into that final podium position here as he heads up the racetrack, but then we see Echo released out of pit lane and is looking like he's just holding on to third place here. It's going to be very close as he's just coming out of pit lane, and we're going to have the 71 car at full speed heading up the Kemmel Straight here, so he is not going to be able to quite hold off the 71 car here, but it is very close here, so by the time they get out of Lacombe here, the number 9 car will at least be at race pace in a sense. With the 71 car, it's just going to still have to get those tires warmed up a little bit to find some grip underneath of them and re-engage this battle. But in the meantime, it is Racing Maz now up into third position over our Echo here. So 0.5 seconds separating the two here right now. Mark is 27 seconds in behind. And I'm probably hoping that these two battle it out a little bit here so we can just gain some free time, but it is Racing Maz doing a pretty good job at ensuring there is no immediate attempt back at that position from Echo here as he continues to try and open that gap up a little bit by little bit, but it seems like Echo got a great run heading through that sector there, and I think as we head into, what is that called, campus? No. I gotta pull my track map up as soon as I'm away from the live stream. I can take a moment to open the files on my computer and take a look. It's driving me nuts.
Alright, so Echo not able to find a way around that BMW here right now. He's definitely been applying the pressure here over the last lap and a half, but has yet been able to find an opening or a route of avenue of attack on the 71 car here. So we'll continue to sit with these two here, as obviously this is the active battle on the racetrack right now, and see if we see this position change here over the next lap or two, because I mean Echo is right there, clearly got the pace to be on him, and does he have enough to get around him now is a bigger question, right? So at some point Racing Maz is, I think, going to have to stop for a pit stop here. I don't believe he's on the one-stop strategy, so there is going to be a point in time there where the pressure will be alleviated freely from the number 9 car in behind. But until that point in time, he's going to have to play the do I defend game, or do I just let him have the position and tuck it behind him and chase game as well, right? But I'm assuming he's probably going to want to try and keep this 9 car in behind him before he enters pit lane. Just I mean, that's that much more time you're potentially not giving up to that driver if that's the case, instead of letting him through and gain 10-15 seconds on you before you make your pit stop, right? That's not ideal at all. That's definitely not what they're looking for. So potentially a different strategy coming, maybe, who knows, but we'll have to wait and see. There it is. So he's going to take a look up into Lacombe there, up the inside, and a nice tidy clean pass there from RAA's Echo on Racing Maz, number 71 BMW here. But now Echo does need to defend the response back from the BMW in behind here, as well as we continue to head around the track here on lap number 35 of the stint. Racing Maz is doing a pretty good job of staying nice and close with them here, but hasn't been able to have a response for Echo here, as losing that position about a half a lap ago here. But I do suspect, like I said, we're going to see that 71 BMW coming into pit lane here soon. I don't know if it's going to be this time around, but is definitely going to be in the relative future here, as Marky Mark is 22 seconds in behind Racing Maz here now, so slowly but surely is closing in. Apex Magnet is now a minute in behind. Resistance is 5 seconds in behind Magnet, and potentially this battle going to re-engage here as well. He is doing a very good job, absolutely. Well, you know, Stig, it's a lot harder to lose that A at the end of that RA than one would think. I mean, there's definitely drivers up for discussion on losing that A part of the RA. In my opinion, there's members of my own community that are RAA drivers that, you know, definitely 2 for sure, in my opinion, shouldn't have that A behind their name. So it's a lot harder to get rid of that A than one would anticipate over there. So I mean, they just got to keep working, and that's the whole point, right? So they keep working and putting the effort into showing results. They will lose that A eventually, you know, when the organization feels that they're ready to lose that A. So. But it's not an easy task. I mean, you know, it's a tough task to get rid of that RAA, that's for sure.
it's an even harder task getting ERA in front of your name from RA. So, you gotta go through the process, right? That's just the way it works. Relative in pace, he's a couple seconds slower than the front runners of the grid right now. So, I mean, he's right where his pace level is right now. Just got the car in a great position at the moment on the racetrack, so it makes a difference, right? Alright, 21 seconds now, the gap between 5th and 4th place. So 5th place is chipping away at 4th place. They're maintaining a gap to Magnet. Resistance, however, though, is about 5 seconds in behind Apex Magnet here as well. So, again, we have battles starting to brew here. We have an immediate battle happening right here between Varied Legacy and Alico here, IORT, and the Sector 7 Phoenix car here. So let's sit with this for a moment. This is a battle for 8th place here on the racetrack currently. Getting tired yet? We're only 8 hours in. We're alright. It won't be until another 6 or 7 hours that the old eyes are going to start to go, okay, we're getting a little tired here, but then by then I'll be racing, so that'll wake me back up. This ain't our first 24-hour rodeo, and it sure won't be our last, I'm sure. Requires lots of coffee. That's what you just heard open. Yet another coffee. Lots and lots of coffee. Lots of coffee. Alright, so Alicos has gotten around Very Legacy there. A nice little battle there as well between the two. It's just a difference in his pit strategies and tire strategies here to some extent or another as well, right? Not in this case, they're very close together actually in tires and fuel, so that was just a good old hardy. Close him up, catch him up kind of battle right there between Alico and Varied Legacy. So Alico's up into 8th place, Legacy drops down into 9th place. But it has 2 minutes to the good over our 10th place driver Clinch here from Speed Buddy Racing and the Team Rad team here in 11th place in the 777 Mercedes here. That's currently being piloted by Nolander right now. We got up and took like a 10-minute break, I think, about 2 hours ago now, something like that, I think, Joe. We're smart, you know. We had to get out of the chair and stretch a little bit. My back is quite shot right now this week too, so sitting in the chair for elongated periods of time isn't that good for it. So it's good to get up, go down to the bottom floor of the building, have a quick smoke, and stretch the legs a little bit, and then come all the way back up, right? So it probably takes longer to get up and down the elevator than it does to do the rest of the process, but we're moving and grooving. That's the important thing. I'm not behind the scenes with the 1010's crew here this weekend, obviously with me being on the forefront of trying to broadcast here. So, I mean, the team is, they got to make decisions and behind the scenes on what's next and what's happening next. And right now, there's definitely been a discussion going on over the last X amount of time between some of the drivers about what to do next, and we're going to be making an audible here in stint number 6. We're going to be swapping out drivers, so get news for the viewers, because that means you get more broadcasting, more of the live stream that potentially we could have missed due to that change. So we'll be here with you until basically the 16-hour mark of the race, 18-hour mark of the race at this point now. However, those no longer Cupcake definitely want to step in and take over a 2-hour run. Gladly did take the break to go eat as well. So we'll just put it out there. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, my dude. Alright, so back to gaps. 39 seconds between Enryu and MDBA Nenius. Minute 22 between the 93 car and the Race Asylum 9 GTR is 1 minute 22 seconds. Echo and the number 1010 Tenths Porsche here is separated by 23.6 seconds. Marky Mark and Racing Maz in the number 71 BMW separated by 34.4 seconds here on the racetrack right now. That has Apex Magnet in 6th place at 30.1 seconds in behind Racing Maz, and Apex Magnet has a 6-second gap currently over Resistance. We've just seen that battle happen just a lap ago, with Magnet getting the position from Resistance. A minute and a half separates Resistance from the IORT driver Alikos, and he's got 2.4 seconds separating himself and Legacy, also a position that was just gained over the last couple of laps. There was a good battle between the two as well. Clinge is about 2 minutes in behind Very Legacy, and then in between Clinge and Team Rad, Speed Buddy and Team Rad is about 10 minutes, 8 minutes, pardon me, 8 minutes, give or take. Plus or minus. Echo is the shortest right now, getting graduation promotion at the end of the year. I mean, I will take your word for it, as you're one of those drivers with the A at the end of your name trying to shake it as well. So I'm sure you guys have a better grasp of what's going on there than I do. I'm just the outsider looking in going, why has this guy still got an A behind his name? But that's not, it's just my opinion, it's not my process, right? So not telling the great organization of RA what to do with their drivers, that's for sure. That is for sure. You see a little bit of brake wobble coming from the 93 car there as they were getting set up for that final chicane at the end of the lap there. I had 3 little wobbles on her braking there, so coming in a little hot to trot perhaps. Was that car, I think they just worked around a blue flag car and were probably moving a little bit quick. Had a small amount of overspeed maybe coming into the corner and had to scrub that off real quick. The Tenths Porsche here now up into 4th place here, and has again 34 seconds to get over the 5th place team here. So a pit stop putting Racing Maz back in behind the Tenths Porsche here, and number 10 Porsche here looking really strong. Almost 8 hours into the race at this point here, sitting in 4th place. So a good race start there for the group, and pushing hard here for St. Jude's, trying to get it onto that, trying to get that St. Jude's car on the podium. They're absolutely trying their hardest, anyways. The kudos for the 1,000% effort that we're getting out of the drivers over at the number 10 garage here this weekend, because they are absolutely just sending it. They really, really are. One of them. Looks like we have intrigued minds need to know. I'm sorry, Ray. Apparently I started something here. I apologize in advance. I didn't start it, actually. I just read the comment that started it. Hold on. I'm not taking the blame for this one. I didn't do it. I swear to God. Yo starts laughing. No, you're all good, Cupcake. You're all good. We're making an audible call here too, and I'm actually pulling out a stint 6 and giving it to another one of the racers. So it would still be great to have somebody cover one of these stints so I can take a break and go and get some food and stuff. But no rush, man. It's all good. Definitely can't take a break right now. We're too close to the driver swaps. That'll happen after. Alright, so we'll see R.A. Roses coming back into the number 10 car here for stint number 5 as well. And I, like many of the teams this weekend, had opted to put in our really quick drivers in on the drier conditions here to try and maximize track time and distance around the racetrack. So with that being said, you can see the cloud cover starting to get a little bit denser here now. You can just see the stars through the sky in that last camera angle there. So I mean, the clouds have not gone away here at the racetrack and continue to overshadow the race here today. So that's a sign of things to come. Things could be getting quite interesting here, but will be Rosen stepping into the 911 Porsche in stint number 5 as they continue to try to charge up to the podium here this weekend. And I mean, the team is making the calls in behind the scenes. I told the team that they need to step up this weekend and fill the shoes of what I do, and that's exactly what they're doing. They made a call. I support their call. So they know that the fundraising event in the stream is also important, and then also thinking about the fundraising event as well. We have the drivers to cover the stints here this weekend, so we'll be making a slight audible. I will still be racing this weekend. It will just be much later into the weekend here now. I'm not even gonna repeat that, but yes, you're not wrong. ATV is truckers. This is great. Yeah, free entertainment in the chat, guys. Don't miss out. What can I say? I didn't do it. All I did was read the comment that started it. You guys are wild. Oh my. You guys are wild. Alright, so 42 seconds to gap now between Anryu and MDBA Nanius. So our McLaren number 2 car and race leader has opened up the gap quite a bit on the 93 Aston Martin here over the last little while. Echo is a minute 17 and behind, so those guys will also open the gap up on Echo here in 3rd position. Mark is about 25 seconds in behind Echo. He's chipped away a little bit at 3rd place, but hasn't really been able to make any real big gains on that podium. But with that being said, that means he's also maintaining pace with those front runners up front as well, not giving up any extra time to guys chasing him behind. We have Racing Maz here in 5th place, 34.4 seconds in behind Marky Mark. Apex Magnet here in 6th position with the MRL team. The number 8 GTR here is 27.1 seconds in behind Racing Maz here as well, that number 71 BMW. And then is Resistance here in 7th place. We've seen a battle between those two, Magnet and Resistance, here a few laps ago. Resistance only 9.2 seconds in behind, so not able to close back in, but also trying to negate how much time loss is being had from that battle after the pass. Very Legacy is 6.6 seconds in behind Alicos, who lost that position to him a few laps ago, who was a minute 31 in behind Resistance there. And then we've got about 2 minutes separating Legacy and Clinch, and about 8 minutes separating 10th and 11th place here with our team cars. So, and I mean, huge respect to Team Rad. Like I said, when I
was talking to a team owner yesterday. I mean, he was struggling yesterday, panicking that they weren't even going to make the grid this weekend because they didn't have the driver numbers. You know, they had a couple of their newest drivers, step in to fill those holes and manage to get a car on track here. But with that being said, they're definitely coming in a little overwhelmed, but they're here and they're putting in every single lap that they can here this weekend. So I mean, you cannot take anything away from a team that's out here running their laps, regardless of where they are on the track. So 11 teams started the race here this weekend, and we still have 11 teams on track. That's what matters the most. So good job to everybody here. These are tough circumstances, and I mean, we are 8 hours into a 24-hour race, and we're only 33% of the way through this bad boy here yet this weekend as well. Echo in third place, 2 minutes in behind the race leader overall, sitting here in the third position, and about 26 seconds to Marky Mark, who's 26 seconds in behind the overall race leader. We should probably start going through this stuff, get into split one mode here, so our race officials can start keeping an eye on the splits between drivers, just in case we have any incidentals here again. It's been an interesting day so far nonetheless, but it's not anything new that's happened here during the season. It's definitely something that the team is, and the staff is 100% prepared and ready for. So 33 seconds separating Mark and Maz, and 2 minutes 59 seconds separating Maz from the overall race leader. Apex Magnet is 3 minutes and 27 seconds in behind the overall race leader here so far. That puts Resistance 3 minutes and 37 seconds in behind the overall racing leader. As we continue down through the field, it's 5 minutes and 8 seconds for the IORT team here in behind race leader. 5 minutes and 16 seconds for Very Legacy in the Sector 7 Phoenix number 80 car. We move down to our Speed Buddy Racing team here, and it is the 911 car, and it's 7 minutes and 16 seconds in behind the overall race leader. And our 777 car from Team Rad is 15:54 in behind the race leaders. So that is about where it's at right now. Don't you know the first rule of thumb, ATV? When you make a list and you're in that list, you're always number one, regardless of what you really think. Come on, you're number one. I don't want to hear that. You're not even number one on your own list thing. Don't you matter? Come on. Sometimes you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. What can I say? I've been telling this ATV guy for like 4 years that he's just way faster than he ever gives himself credit for. He just needs to let his confidence grow and trust in himself and believe in himself. And he doesn't even put himself top of his own list, regardless if it's the truth or not. I tell you what, still so much to learn, young man. Still so much to learn. Appreciate ATV. I mean, he is an OG of the community here at JT45 Gaming. He's one of our longest standing members within the community here since I started streaming. So, I mean, we've grown very close together, and we've built a friendship outside of the community in a sense, right? Or within the community, or whatever you want to call it, right? It's a little more personal between me and the OG members here at the gaming page. Maybe than some of our newer members that are joining now, but I do try to do my best anyways to pay attention to my community, and for those of the ones that actually want to communicate and reach out, we try to take time to build a little more of a personalized relationship with each member, just because I feel like that's the right thing to do, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but as the page grows and as new members come in, it does get harder and harder, obviously, to do that, but we definitely still try our best to bond with our own community, with our own corner of the sim racing community, so to speak. I think that's where a lot of my knowledge about the racers comes into play, from all the broadcasting and stuff. I mean, a lot of it is just seeing these races repeatedly, but when you see these races repeatedly, it stems up conversations, and you start to build that relationship, right? When you build that relationship, you start to get better information about that said person, and likes and dislikes and hobbies and fun facts and stuff like that you can share during races like this, right? So I do find it important as a creator to try
and connect with the community as much as possible, but I also understand that it's impossible to connect with every single individual in your community. Some just don't want to speak up or be heard, right? Or they're just there to show that silent support. Some want to speak up and be heard, right? So, you know, it's an interesting balance, but we definitely try to connect as best as we can with our community here in my neck of the woods, anyways. So, it's not a large, 100,000 follower community like some of the sim racers are out there, but it's a tight community. It's very close, and the impact is big when we get together and try to do something, and that really is important. So to me, I feel like building those bonds and those relationships within your community relates to success in the future for things like fundraising and other important events, because everybody wants to support and step behind what you're doing as community leader, I guess we'll call it, or as a content creator in this case, and when your community believes in what you're doing, then they show that support, and that it's just a small part of the recipe for success, right? So that's always the aim, is whether or not I succeed in making the page a viable business or not in my lifetime. It's important, but it's not as important to making sure that the page stays true to its morals and what its foundation is built on, and that's helping our communities and staying close and true to what we are and what we've grown into over the last 5 years, right? So, and I mean, that's the way it's going to remain. We're going to start seeing a lot more different content coming out of GT45 Gaming, obviously, as the games are changing, and we're seeing some new sim titles coming out. There's obviously going to have to be a change in content. We're going to be flipping through different games and stuff like that, but that also means we're probably going to be making a secondary channel for the non-sim racing titles that we're going to be displaying very soon on the channel here as well. So we would like to keep this sim racing part of the channel and the community definitely family friendly and PG throughout the remainder of its lifetime. So I think it's important, and then the variety channel, as we call them, as a content creator, will be a pretty much no holds barred channel where anything will fly. So and it's just one way to separate different styles of gaming, right? I mean, we play a few other games that aren't sim racing related off stream for a fair bit. Most of the games are going to start showing up on stream as well for content outside of commentating in sim racing events, but we're going to have NASCAR content coming out here on the page starting next week. Now, the new iRacing NASCAR game. We're going to have obviously some GT7 content out over the next week as well. But also, we're going to have an older style game content, World of Warships, coming out here on the page the next week as well, and maybe a couple of other games. We've got Modern 4, we've got Delta Force kicking in there as well, and then of course we got the pre-order on Project Motor Racing coming out in a couple of weeks' time. So there's plenty of available content there to be made here on the page right now. So, like I said, it's definitely a great time to be a sim racer with all the new titles coming out. It was tough decision making to decide which ones to pull the trigger on and which ones not to. Really, at the end of the day, I'm just deciding not to pre-order one out of like the 4 games that just released. So. Hashtag cupcakes promotions matter.
Oh boy. It is on like Donkey Kong now.
Look, see what happens when the chat gets rowdy. Look what happens when the chat gets rowdy. Somebody gets all riled up and fired up. Now he's gonna go out and race, and he's gonna be super fast and crazy because he's all fired up. That's what's gonna happen. See? Maybe that was part of O's plan all along, wasn't it? Got the mastermind redheaded behind the scenes pulling the strings going, alright, get him riled up, get him riled up. That's what's going on. See, I'm on to it. Alright, so we're going to see 2 more laps here, and driver swaps again. It just keeps happening like super quick. So, be prepared for a transition here. And then we're going to transition in, and then we are going to step away for about 10-15 minutes while we let the live timing correct itself. And then we'll continue on with our broadcast here. Sitting in the chair for a little over 4 hours here. We definitely got to get up and stretch everything out a little bit. Normally it's not an issue, but my back is not well right now. Oh no! Is that a disconnect or is that just an accident? That is just an accident. Alright. Oh, poor Echo there. Boy, did we catch that just at the wrong time. And my replays are not working on the keyboard right now, so smash it against the wall, right? No, I just need to unplug it and replug it back into the PlayStation, and the button will work. It's no live replays apparently right now, which is probably good. Echo probably doesn't want us to see that again anyways, so I mean, maybe a good thing, right? We only caught the tail end of it, so we wanted to see what led into it there, but mistake made there by Echo. Now that has number 10 Porsche closing in. Half-second penalty there for the number 10 car. And I guess the bigger question is, where are we at here in the race? We're on lap 47. Are we going to see Echo come in and try to attend to that incident? Probably not. I mean, it's 3 laps. He's going to lose a little bit of time with the damage on the car, maybe give up his position, maybe, to Mark chasing in behind at this point. But I think not pitting is probably the right decision to be making here right now. If I were in behind the wheel of the number 9 car as well, you know, you only have 7 minutes of track time left before you're handing it over to the next driver. I think that's the right call there. I really do. I mean, that is easy minutes saved by not making that pit stop. Maybe 45, 40 seconds once you maybe accumulate some time lost due to the damage. But at the end of the day, you're not giving up another minute on track, right? And I mean, another minute given up on track here, it definitely hurts. Dropping down a couple, 2-3 positions there on the racetrack, and they had to make that pit stop right now as well. So yeah, I definitely think that's the right call here from the RA camp. Just to tough it out here and get that car to driver swap at this point, and just try to minimize the time loss damage. I mean, that's all you can do at this point, right? A couple seconds gained here by the 4th place team as Echo continues around here. So, I mean, it'll be a little give and take here. Some time will drip off for sure. And Chris coming in at hashtag can't hold him down. Oh my god.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Look what we went and started, chat. Look what we went and did.
That's alright. Keep commenting, keep chatting in the chat, because every comment, everything you get, every message that comes across in the chat is just helping the algorithm during the broadcast, which means it's being pushed out to more and more people. So the more chat that comes into the chat, the more you guys are actually helping St. Jude Fundraising without realizing it. We're well over 600 views here on the broadcast right now too as well for the first part, so I mean all that helps. Hit the likes, hit the shares, hit the buttons, hit the reactions, definitely make the comments in the chat, because every single interaction just continues to force YouTube to push it out to more and more news feeds out there in the YouTube platform. Right now we're breaking the YouTube algorithm with this race, so let's keep working on that. The YouTube algorithm is being forced to push GT45 gaming racing content out right now across newsfeeds because of the high influx of viewership and interaction with the stream compared to its normal rate of interaction right now. So we're kind of cheating the system here on YouTube today a little bit as well, by forcing that algorithm to respond by the influx of interactions here on the page this weekend. So we keep doing what you guys are doing, because you guys are truly helping St. Jude's more than you know just by doing what you guys do, hanging out, watching streams. So we really love it. It's fun. We love reading the comments in the chat too. I read almost every one of them. I do see them. Just doesn't necessarily just because I don't respond to them doesn't mean I'm not seeing them. I'm definitely seeing them. Most of them, anyways. I do miss a percentage of it for sure, but all depends on what's going on in the content at the time that we miss the comments, you know. But we've been watching it pretty good here as the race has been a little bit quiet and settled down here for the last couple hours, as Anne Ryu is 52 seconds in the lead over MDBA Nanius here. in the 93 car. There's a minute 26 now between them and RA Echo, and I mean RA Echo is just trying to minimize the bleed here too. The fourth place car as they continue around here. The next lap is going to be their driver swap lap here, and as NVU is actually closing in, we should probably get ready to go to the next lobby, I suppose. So, with that being said, we're just going to jump over here. Bada bing, bada boom. Zip that for a second and go bounce into our next lobby here. So, so far we've been pretty good on our timing for that, so let's try to keep it like that. The biggest part of the delay, the transition from lobby to lobby, is literally the PlayStation checking the network environment. It takes like 30 seconds. It's so ridiculous. I was just in the lobby. Obviously, it is working. PlayStation 5 thing takes forever. Clear the game cache, because we do that every time before we jump into a lobby now. It seems to help. And what do we got? Stinta number 4. Alright. Live timing is so messed up in the game right now. It's pretty crazy. Alright. So, we have drivers waiting for swap, and I gotta tell you what, man, that driver swap was crazy close. So, we're literally gonna flip it over to the live scene. I mean, they literally just came in from the formation lap, and he's already leaving pit lane, so that was uber close. Uber close. Alright, race leader is out of pit lane. We are going to sit here with the race leader for 10 minutes. I'm going to step away from the stream for 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and go take a quick break. So bear with. And we're just going to leave this run in the background for everybody here on our race leader. So give me about 10 minutes.
Alright, let's see if we got this all fixed up here now. Hopefully we got some replays back in action here on the keyboard. And thank you for just chilling here as we were following the race leader while we took a little break. Alright, so we got a little bit of lag coming here from our third place driver right now on the racetrack. Hopefully everything is okay there. We got a little bit coming from Get Boosted here as well. We got Tamo back in the Sector 7 Mercedes here, and Tony back in behind the wheel for SBR, and we got Damn Cat just waiting to be released here. He's just feeling that car up. So now that the live timing has sorted itself out, and I hit my elbow on every possible thing in my house, we can get to the action. So it is 50-second gap right now from first to second place. It is Skyen in the McLaren number 2 car here. It's Speed Hunter in 93 Aston Martin right now, and absolutely flying are these guys on the racetrack. 2:16.878 already at a fast lap here in the session. So these guys are moving and grooving. Cupcake in third place here, minute 34 in behind Speed Hunter, and has Roses chasing in behind here, about 5 seconds in behind here in the number 10 Porsche. Toonbox is 16 seconds in behind in the 71 BMW here in fifth place, and has 50 seconds to the good to Capperman in the oh, I cannot remember this team's name for the life of me. They are our pole sitters here, however, this weekend, and up into sixth place here, so they are starting to make some ground up here on the racing field as they continue in their charge back towards the podium here. MRL's Bish back behind the wheel here for the MRL number 8 GTR, has 1.7 seconds in behind Capperman, and potentially just had to fight for that position over the Italian driver as well, potentially there. So we missed a little bit here while we were getting stretched out and just getting a breath of fresh air, and getting ready to settle in for the next few hours here. Alright, so it's Tamo here in the 9th position, and everybody's moving and grooving. I mean, the flow of the race has been very constant and consistent here today, and you can't ask for much better than that. But now we are approaching that 9-hour mark, that elusive 9-hour mark, and that's the point where our precipitation in the forecast begins. So does that mean it's going to rain? No. Does it mean it can rain? Absolutely. So in the next 30 minutes here or so, the teams and the drivers are going to start being very alert to the weather radar available to them, obviously within the in-game settings available to the racers. So depending on how each team manages their races from behind the scenes depends on how many eyes are on that weather radar as well. So it's always best to have somebody in behind the scenes watching a screen share or something like that if possible, so you can have another set of eyes on that weather radar so the racer can really just focus on racing. But that might not be an option or the case for many of the teams here either. It's hard to say, but it is Speed Hunter here in second place, a minute 34 over Cupcake. So first and second place are defined by pretty good gaps here right now, and it's 3.7 seconds only between third and fourth place here right now, so a little bit of a tighter grouping here as Roses is on a purple sector there coming up through the first sector, but we see that quite a bit from our racers here as well. Toonbox is in fifth place
and 16.2 seconds in behind Roses. Caperman again at large gap there, but that Bish now only 0.9 seconds, so closing in on the Italian driver here as we continue on the racetrack. So we got a couple of battles very closely developing here on the racetrack, which we're going to obviously have to keep an eye on. And Toonbox disconnecting from the lobby. Unfortunate there. It's 35 minutes and 15 seconds into my timing here, so lap number 10, where was he? He was right in behind Roses. It would be lap number 9 for them, and they would have been roughly 2 minutes and 45 seconds in behind the race leader, because they were 16 seconds in behind Roses. Roughly at the time of disconnect, just for race officials, so they have a rough idea what they're working with. Obviously, official paperwork and documentation will be supplied to race officials, but I can help where I can, and we were actually paying attention there. So we did lose Toonbox in the number 71 BMW here due to a disconnect. We did stipulate that we definitely seen some lag in the lobby. And there's still a small amount of lag here on a couple of the drivers that were showing signs of it, so Toonbox may have been the weak connection here in the lobby, and unfortunately pays the price with what's considered to be a mechanical failure in this situation. So essentially they are behind pit wall now in the garage working on that race car, and we will see the number 71 BMW return back in stint number 6. And looking to be probably about a 3 to 3.5 minute time penalty they'll have to serve there at driver swap before they'll be released by race control, but it keeps them in the race and it keeps them in the hunt for points, and that's what's important. So we will see that team back out here in about an hour and a half time. So in the meantime, everybody else is just going to continue racing up the track. I mean, now for all the racers that were in 6th, 7th, 8th place and below, it's important to really remain as consistent as possible, because that's potential time gained on one of your opponents up ahead of you. I mean, even potentially equally up to a position, or as much as a position gained on that driver, depending on where and how far the gap was and how long they're going to have to wait to be released. So you never give up in these styles of races for that simple fact alone. I mean, we are at the mercy of internet connections and servers and what we have to work with each platform that we're using to compete on. So just a vicious reality of Gran Turismo 7 racing, and people competing from all over the world, and you have to have a lobby host, and that lobby host can't be exactly dead smack in the middle of everybody, because everybody that's racing in each lobby comes from a different area of the world. It's logistically impossible to figure that out. So the lobby host available is the lobby host available, and sometimes that creates a weaker connection between drivers, and sometimes drivers unfortunately pay for that price. But at the end of the day, it does come down to our own internet connections and something happening on our end of things at the end of the day, that the internet connection dips out to a bandwidth point that isn't suitable for the lobby, and it just disconnects you from the game, and that's just the way it goes. So that was the case there for Toonbox, unfortunately. And that's our third disconnect this weekend so far here for races. So essentially our third mechanical issue for drivers, but all 11 teams are still out here running. So it just means that they got some work to do here over the next bit, and they got to get that car back out and race it ready. So again, we will see the number 71 team back out here in stint number 6. You hate to see it. We really definitely hate to see it. We never will like to see that happen. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but it's no different than watching a real life race and seeing two guys battling, or seeing a guy blow a tire and then end up in the wall. And the difference in a lot of times in real life racing is that's day done for those guys. They don't get the opportunity to get back on track because the damage is too catastrophic. In sim racing, we have the opportunity to get back in the race and at least try to make up what we can. So a little bit of flexibility in the virtual reality world of racing as opposed to real motorsports. And I mean, that incident just didn't cost you half $500,000 to buy a new race car or something like that, right? So very advantageous to be on the sim racing side of things in that situation. Alright, we got to keep our eyes on these battles here. We're too busy yammering on about stuff, not paying attention to what's happening on the racetrack here as we're watching the race leaders. Cupcake here still holding strong in third place as Roses continues to try and charge up towards third place. There, the gap is 3.4 seconds right now between the two drivers, and it's been holding fairly steady here. So, I mean, Cupcake is showing pretty good pace here so far in the early part of the racing stint here, holding the charge at the back of the field off. So far in this race, we've just seen absolutely crazy fast drivers. What can I say? It's a very high-paced race here this weekend, and I don't suspect that's going to change, weather pending. The weather may only slow these guys down maybe a second and a half or two on the racetrack at most, I think, here with the way that the pace of the race is today. And it seems like every driver so far has been pretty on point as well, so there's been some mistakes made for sure, and some mechanical setbacks for a couple of the teams. But other than that, it's been a pretty good, clean race on everybody's part here so far. We got Get Boosted here in 7th position. He's 5 minutes behind the race leader right now, minute 35 in behind the team MRL, and has 50 minutes to the good over the Sector 7 Phoenix car. Number 80 Mercedes here currently being piloted by Tamo. We have Tony in the Speed Buddy Racing Lexus here, and 9th place now, and it'd be interesting to see where the number 71 car comes out, I guess, once all is said and done and settled here in behind the scenes in the stint number 6. I suspect they're going to come out somewhere in around that 7th, 8th position, if I had to guess. At the mid-pack, although seeming like it's fairly separated, it's not as separated as it may look. So when you take an early disconnect with several miles of racing left to go in the stint, I mean, that's going to be a hefty time penalization you're going to serve before you are released for your next stint. So I mean, that's going to definitely cost track position, unfortunately, but we've seen all the teams be pretty we've seen them all persevere the situation here so far and really give good solid pushes to gain time back. So I don't suspect it'll be any different for the 71 crew. 2.8 seconds now separating 3rd and 4th place here, and we're just trying to kind of keep our eyes on these two little battles that are starting to brew on the racetrack here. 4 seconds separating Kapperman and Bish here as well. So I'm not swearing, I swear to God. His name is purposely designed like that, I tell you. It's just clever though, I like it. Alright, so it is Cupcake here in 3rd position. Roses is slowly but surely trying to close the gap up here. It's about 2.5 seconds now between the two cars here on the racetrack. And where are we here in this battle? It is 4 seconds separating Kapperman and Bish right now. So let's sit with the Tenths car, since we're streaming for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital here, and essentially and technically it's Tenths racing stream in a sense. We're going to hang out right here with Roses during this little chase down, and we're also going to I was going to change the exposure level so you guys can see the cars a little bit better, but I guess we're not going to do that now, as I would have to leave the race and go back to the lobby to change that setting, and honestly I don't want to do that, so we're not going to do that. I don't want to take away from the race. We definitely promised the racers and IRO that we would get as much of the 24-hour race as possible here this weekend. It's not quite as flawless as an official broadcast because my computer can't quite handle that process yet, but that will be changing here very soon. In the next coming couple of weeks, we will have a machine that will be able to handle much more work on the streaming side of things than what we currently have, and of course we won't be getting rid of the current PC that we're using now. We'll just be utilizing it in a different way to take more strain off of the streaming PC itself so it can do even bigger things. So the potentials are growing here for what we can do at GT45 Gaming, as our custom computer is just awaiting for a couple of more parts to show up here and then get it together. FSR, yeah, number 71 Mercedes. About 3 laps ago, give or take. They were currently sitting in 5th place at the time of the disconnect, which is unfortunate there, but we'll see them back out again. We did definitely note that there was some lag in the lobby. We still have lag in the lobby, so there is still a driver in track here lagging as well, so hopefully we don't see similar fate there. Definitely hate to see that. We don't like to see any driver disconnect, but There's a little bit of connectivity, server lag here going on for sure in this lobby, without a question of a doubt. I can't hear because I don't have my headphones on, because again, it'd be crazy loud and I'd be yelling at you guys through the mic. So we actually don't have our I don't have the audio strapped to my head. I can't actually hear what's happening on the racetrack. I can only see it. So but that's just for the sake of audio for the stream more than anything else. Alright, Cupcake here, 1.7 seconds ahead of the 4th place racer Roses here currently right now as they come into the final chicane. And, I mean, slowly but surely, the Porsche is chipping away at the GTR up ahead there. And then we head down into this battle here, and it's now 5 seconds separating Kapperman and Bish here. So that battle that looked like it was starting to develop there looks like it's starting to settle down here again. So we will stick with our 3rd and 4th place drivers here for the time being. Right. I know. Who put the curbs there? Those darn curbs. You know, and that's the thing, right? You know, on a stock setup in that car, those curbs would have been probably zero issue for you, right, Echo? I mean, the car would have just absolutely just trampled those curbs, no problem. But then as we make adjustments to our aero settings in these cars to get more out of the race cars, you know, more tire efficiency, more speed, whatever the case is for what we're looking for out of our cars, it changes the way that the car takes curbs. The Porsche doesn't do so well on the curbs here at Spa with the tune that we've got rolling in the car right now. I mean, you can touch them, but that's about all you can do. You go any further than touching them, and you're going to throw the rear end of this Porsche completely out. It's like a bucking bronco. It's like, nah, I don't like you anymore. So you have to be very mindful when you have the tunes in the cars, because although it can make the car much more quick and efficient around the racetrack, it doesn't necessarily mean it makes it more stable around the racetrack. It actually might mean that the driver has to use more skill to get the car there that way as well. So don't take it to heart too much, Echo, because there's so many factors to consider that probably a lot of racers don't really think about in this series, because when you are so used to racing on BOP stock settings all the time, especially if you're an open lobby racer and a daily racer, you're not really playing with tunes too much. You're not used to the car reacting differently, right? When you start messing with aero settings and stuff like that in the car, it changes the way the car's attitude is, it changes the way it accelerates, it brakes, it changes everything about the car and how it handles, right? So you have to make that adaptation to the tune to the car. And sometimes that adaptation is exactly that. It doesn't want to run curbs anymore, so you have to be mindful of that as a racer, going, oh yeah, right, I can't do this as if I'm an open lobby because I'm going to kill myself. So it's just one of those situations, right? It's something that a lot of racers don't think about. You know, when you start adding in extra factors like tuning ability, and even though we can only do front and rear aero in the series, that still completely can change the way that the car handles around a racetrack. It is, in all honesty, it's what makes the Aston Martin a competitive car in this championship this season, is solely due to the tuning ability. If that was a bone stock BOP car, I don't think we'd see Aston Martin on the track this season. But because we can tune the aerodynamics in these cars, we're seeing cars that might not have been feasible in the championship be very strong in the championship. It completely changes the cars. Even the mild adjustment of aerodynamic changes in the front and rear wing can change the car that much. And you know, that only started to click with me as we were preparing for this 24-hour race. As we started about 3 weeks ago getting our prep in for this race and figuring out the tune. You know, the one thing, that's when it started to click in my brain that, hey, you know what, we're playing with tunes. We're playing with adjustments on the car at this point, and that means that the attitude in the car has changed and what it can do and what it wants to do. So I have to adapt to what the car wants to do with the tune. And we have a great battle here between Roses and Cupcake right now, as we are side by side down in through the carousel here. And as we head into the left-hander there, it looks like Cupcake just lifted a little bit there. I've seen just the brake lights flicker on, and a sign of that is a lift sometimes in these GT3 cars in the game. Another thing that people probably don't realize, sometimes you'll be racing in a lobby and you'll see the brake lights come on real briefly in a car and you wonder why they're braking or not. They're just lifting, and that for some reason seems to set the brake sensor off in the game, right? Again, a game quirk. That's not the way it works in real life for some, it's just the way it works in the game. So again, another quirky thing, but Rose is up into third position there. And I believe that Cupcake succeeded the position a little bit there. Rose has got the position, and I don't think that he wanted to fight that hard in through that technical sector of the racetrack. And I think that was just a I'm going to give you the position. I'm going to settle in behind you and just try to see if I can get it back from you kind of situation there from Cupcake and Roses. So Roses up into P3. Cupcake moves down into P4 here. And we knew that battle was going to bruise, so it was just a matter of if or when. And I mean, this battle isn't over yet. Cupcake is literally only half a second in behind that Porsche right now as they continue into the race. So, ooh, yeah, it is game on here between the number 9 and number 10 cars here on the racetrack. How fitting. Number 9 and number 10. So St. Jude's Porsche now finds himself back on the podium here again this weekend, and that's been a very non-existent thing for that number 10 car this season. We've seen some podium. We've seen the podium for a little bit in the races, and we've even led some laps at a couple of the races here this season. But for the most part, we've kind of been those mid-pack racers, and so it's nice to see the group is really pushing hard here this weekend to try and get that car as far up the field as they can. And I'm just proud of the team. They're doing a great job. I'm not influencing any of these decisions they're making behind the scenes this weekend. I've left this in the team's hands, and you know, so far it's working. So maybe I've been the problem all along. Maybe I'm the one that's making bad decisions, that's costing us time on the racetrack. Who knows, right? So, but we've left it in the hands of the drivers and the team. They know what they're doing, and so far the results are showing. So I mean, go Tenths. I am going to be biased today. I have a Tenths team owner, and we are here racing our finale for IRO here in Tenths, and we're here fundraising for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in the process. So I am going to be 100% biased this weekend. Go Tenths. That's just the way it works. Cupcake has improved dramatically in the last couple of months. It's incredible improvement. Yeah, without a question of a doubt. I mean, I race with Cupcake a lot. Obviously, with him being in the North American community, he's a part of my community as well. You know, we're on track quite a bit together against each other, whether it be in leagues or whether it just be for fun, whether it be practicing. And I mean, he's even a little bit quicker than I am consistently right now, which was not the case, you know, a year ago. So, while everybody is absolutely steamrolling over my pace right now, although it frustrates me because I'm not improving myself, I'm very happy to see my community getting so efficiently fast around the racetrack, because it makes such good racing. And I mean, at the end of the day, as a broadcaster and a league organizer, I mean, it's these guys and gals that are putting on the show for everybody and making the leagues what they are, right? So I love to see the improvement from all of our racers, even though I'm frustrated because I haven't found a pace improvement myself in the last little while. But seat time is key, and I haven't been putting in a lot of seat time lately due to unforeseen factors and moving and life things going on in the background. But we've sorted quite a bit of that out over the last 4 weeks here, and we've made a few changes in our life for the good. And you know, now we can start focusing back on things like finding our pace again. But yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and he's not the only one in the racing community, especially my community, that I've taken a big notice in their pace change, right? I mean, I'm seeing it in a lot of our racers right now in the community. The pace difference from start of GT7 till now is tenfold, right? So, and even in this championship throughout the calendar year, we've seen improvement in the other teams' racers as well in their pace levels. So, I mean, kudos to everybody, really. But yeah, I mean, Cupcake is one of those examples of a driver that went from essentially a, you know, mid-tier pro-am driver to being a bubble pro pace driver in most leagues. Obviously, there's some leagues out there that have incredibly fast top splits that you know, change the kind of the level of racing. And there's definitely organizations out there that have those racers competing. But you know, for the general overall league, you know, he's a bubble pro split driver currently right now at his pace and consistency and racing experience, right? You know, racing awareness, racing knowledge, and making informed decisions on the fly, you know, all those things. It all comes into play, right? You know, it's different to have somebody in behind the scenes making that decision for you or talking you through that decision, and it's a whole other thing to be the racer on your own, having to make that decision in a split second because it just has to be made because something literally just happened in front of you and you had to react. You know, and some racers can do that and some racers cannot. You know, Cupcake is one of those racers that most certainly can do that. So yeah, no, I've seen massive improvement in Cupcake. Cupcake is not the only driver. We're going to sit on board here with TDC Gaming as well. Team Rad's the Damn Cat. I mean, he was an AM driver not more than 18 months, 2 years ago when he joined the community, started racing in the community. He got involved in league racing. He's upgraded his obviously his racing equipment a little bit since then. And I mean, his pace has completely improved. You know, he's gone from an AM driver to a top-end pro-am driver in most leagues, you know, the average leagues. So the pace improvement over the last 2 years from TDC, or the Damn Cat here from Team Rad, has also been incredible to watch, right? And I mean, this was a driver I used to get upset with in open lobbies because he was just learning and making big mistakes, and he was crashing lots, you know, and he was hitting other drivers, and it was frustrating people. And to now, you know, TDC Gaming is a vital member of my administration team and behind the scenes helping develop these championships and taking part in these racing events with his own team as well, right? So, you know, it's funny to just watch over time, you know, the people you care about just progress. And it's cool. Like I said, it's frustrating for me because I feel like I'm getting slower, but maybe I'm not getting any slower. Maybe these guys are just getting faster, and I need to, you know, pick my game up, right? Ultimately, that's probably what it is. So, but, you know, it makes me proud to see the guys and the gals in the community always finding, you know, those improvements and finding their own desire and their own drive to continue to push and continue to compete and continue to race, because if we don't have that desire, then we don't have good, hard, clean racing. I mean, desire is half the battle, right? To want to do it. And, you know, that's something that these racers definitely have. I've watched the growth of a lot of racers over the last 5 years, over the last 4 years as a commentator. You know, it's never ceases to amaze me to watch the development of a driver. You know, we're in the process right now at Tenths Simracing with a brand new racer as well. A 15-year-old young man has joined the team here. His dad races for us, Dark Cobra. It's his son. You know, and he is green as green gets, you know, but some time and some tutelage and working with the team and some seat time, you know, at his age. I mean, the possibilities literally could be endless for them, right, for him. So, you know, it's another young driver coming into the sim racing community, and I'm really excited to watch his development as he starts to grow as a sim racer. And I mean, he literally just learned how to play the game, cleared the campaign mode out, and did his license testing. You know, he's been in open lobbies with us and working in practices with Dad and stuff like that, and already out there competing in league racing, you know. So, I mean, maybe 30 hours of Gran Turismo experience in his entire lifetime. The kid has no idea how to drive in real life yet, doesn't even have a real driver's license, and he's already out there competing in league racing, because that's where you're going to learn. That's where you're going to learn how to race properly. And so yeah, I mean, it's exciting to watch the development of your teammates and other racers, and for me, you know, the community members improve, right? So Cupcake is one of those drivers, without a question of a doubt. So a minute 2 separating third and second place here. We've got 6.5 seconds separating third and fourth place when that pit stop happens. So again, it is still kind of a competition between the one stop and the two stop strategies, but we're most certainly definitely seeing that one stop strategy be very dominant here in the dark hours of the race. Now that may change as we get back into daylight hours, into the morning and you know, late morning conditions when the sun starts to come up and the track starts to heat up. You know, that strategy may become less viable for some racers perhaps, but right now that definitely seems to be the strategy, the go-to strategy here for most of the racers, is that one-stop soft strategy here. We've seen the 10-10 crew change to that strategy last time around, and we've seen teams change that strategy from stint to stint to stint as well, right? So a large part of the field now running a one-stop strategy compared to that two-stop strategy here, and it is really interesting to see how that's playing out here so far this weekend. So all right, we are going to stop the stream at the end of stint number 5 here. So when we go, we're going to take you right into the driver swap sequence this time for this one. we should have either Nolander or Cupcake into the lobby at that point. And we're going to let them take the Stint 6 broadcast on, and then I will jump into the Stint 7 lobby and take the transition from there. And in that amount of time, that will give me a chance to get some food into my gut and get ready for my stint that is coming up in a few hours' time. Cupcake's live streaming the race while he's racing. That might be where the lag is coming from, potentially. I'll make sure to mention that to him when I talk to him tomorrow. So, I mean, some of our racers here in the IRO Championship this weekend, well, a lot of us are missing a current championship race that's supposed to be happening here in 2 hours' time because, well, we're all here racing in split number 2 and split number. So there might be a couple-week break for that championship right now, just because of how it all worked out. But with that being said, I've got my round 5 of Vegas Cup Championship tomorrow afternoon, about 8 hours after the 24-hour race here. So we're going to have some tired racers and a tired commentator for the Vegas Cup tomorrow. But nonetheless, we'll be there and continue our fundraising push for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. That's what we're here doing today. And after the pit stop there, that's about a minute in behind Roses there from Cupcake. So again, 2 stop versus 1 stop here, and they're full back in action. So we're going to see guys swap in positions. We're going to see gaps grow a little bit, and then about another 20 minutes into the race, we'll see those gaps shrink a little bit again, and we'll be back to where we at in the race until the next pit stop sequence. So Capperman is in for their pit stop, another one of our 2 stoppers here, as Boosted is in the 7th position here. We've got Tamo in 8th place. We've got Tony here in the 9th position. We've got TDC in 10th place here, and carrying a little bit of car damage there on the front end of that car, unfortunately for him, and that may require an extra pit stop here. I echo what Echo said. Oh, I think I'm racing at, 7, 5 to 3. I think 1 a.m. is when my stint starts. It's going to be a late one. We'll be nice and tired by then, which is a good thing. I'll just be nice and relaxed behind the wheel, and I won't be all focused and stressed out about things I don't need to be. Yeah, it'll be great. Alright, so we are at the point in the race here now where drivers need to be starting to pay attention to that weather radar. We are officially basically into the start of our precipitation part of the forecast here. Now again, it's not a thing that's going to happen guaranteed. It is dynamic weather, meaning it's a random weather set with rain style settings, but it does not necessarily mean it is going to rain. It just allows the possibility for rain to happen for, well, the remainder of the race at this point now. So for the last 11 hours of this race, essentially, there is the potential for wet conditions to come into play. Now, soft tires are required in each driver's stint for each of the racing teams. That means each 2-hour stint, drivers must use the soft compound tire. The only exception to that mandate here this weekend is if the race director calls a wet race. Now, a wet race will be determined by the amount of moisture collected on the racing track as a whole. So if the conditions go to the point where 33% of the track is wet, at that point where the meter hits the first bar, and typically the race director will call it a wet race, and that will void the soft tire mandate. At that point, it is wide open strategy for the racers, right? So with that being said, soft tire mandate really is not an issue, obviously, for our racers this weekend, as that is the main tire strategy here this weekend, currently as the race sits. But with the chance of precipitation starting to set into the race here now, that could change the strategies as drivers may be forced to jump onto intermediate wet tires, and that might only be a 5-lap change before they have to get back on the racing slicks again. as the tracks dry out, or it could just remain as a completely wet and soaked stint, and the guys will be on, and gals will be on wet tires for the whole stint. It's entirely hard to say. It's entirely a guessing game at this point, and we'll let the game decide for us how that's going to work out. So potential for wet is now officially real, and as I talk about that, you can see how dark, overcast that sky is getting. You know, the clouds have gone from a light gray to a much darker gray, meaning that precipitation is building up in those clouds. I guess the bigger question is, does that precipitation relate to anything on the racetrack? All right, minute 32 is the gap between Skyene and Speed Hunter. Minute 11 is the gap between Speed Hunter and Roses. Roses and Cupcake separated by 57 seconds here on the racetrack. 22 seconds separating Cupcake and MRL Bish. Currently Capperman 43 seconds in behind the MRL car and has 33 seconds to the good over Get Boosted VR in the IORT car. From there, it is a 1 minute 4 gap to the Sector 7 Phoenix number 80 Mercedes car here, and then the 911 of the Speed Buddy Racing Lexus here is in 9th place with the 777 Mercedes of Team Rad here. Oops, hit the wrong button. In 10th place currently in the race. Now when the number 71 FSR car gets back into the race in stint number 6, that will put Team Rad back down into 11th place, and probably Tony still down into 10th place, but somewhere in between the 6th to 8th place mark is where I think we're going to see the 71 car fall into play once they are released from pit lane in the driver swap sequence. So you can see in the foreground coming up the front straight there, it's still very decently nice skies, but you can see as we're heading in towards La Source, the northern part of the countryside there, it is very, very dark. So it's hard to say, depending on the wind direction. Will kind of depend on whether or not it's going to push rain in or push it out. Currently it looks like it is pushing it somewhat out and away from the racetrack, or out and towards the racetrack, I guess, in a sense. So it could, some precipitation close in on certain parts of the racetrack. Absolutely, will they? Gotta wait and find out. But it is Roses here in 3rd place and Cupcake in 4th place. There's been nothing immediately battle worthy right now, as that first pit stop sequence always seems to space the field out pretty good. So I guess with that being said, let's show the video that, I mean, some have seen plenty of times already here today, but for those that have not seen it yet, did a little bit of an explanation from St. Jude's and their most recent endeavor here in their campaign to help children worldwide, and we'll let St. Jude's explain it to you, and then we'll talk a little bit more about that, and as well get back to the race.
Every year, 400,000 children like Justin develop cancer. If he had been born in the United States, his chances of survival would have been more than 80%. But in his native Ecuador, those chances are much lower. In resource-limited countries, survival rates are below 30%. Where a child lives is the most powerful predictor of whether they will survive cancer. There are many contributing factors to the disparity in pediatric cancer survival rates, including access to life-saving medicines.
So access to quality medications is critical for the success of any programs at the country level or global. Children cannot survive, cannot have hope without proper access to essential medicines. This has been something that we have identified as a priority.
St. Jude has long been dedicated to improving pediatric health worldwide. Building on our established global ecosystem of collaboration, we are launching a transformative initiative, the Global Platform for Access to Childhood Cancer Medicines.
We are now able to tackle the rare pediatric cancers and make progress against those because we're working as a global community that will allow us to purchase generic drugs and distribute those to low-income countries at no cost.
The global platform works by creating a central procurement entity within the World Health Organization, the UNICEF and the Pan American Health Organization. Then the governments engage to develop the production and the supply of these medications. And these are the medications that are considered to be critical and required for all children with cancer, wherever they are.
Today, essential cancer medicines are starting to arrive in 6 countries: Ecuador, Zambia, Jordan, Uzbekistan, Nepal, and Mongolia. These medicines, provided at no cost to local institutions, represent the first step in a long-term effort to reach 50 countries and treat more than 120,000 children in 5 to 7 years.
Danny's dream was that no child die in the dawn of life, and he was thinking perhaps about the United States, but I think in the back of his mind he was always thinking of a global landscape. And I see this as the logical direction for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to go, and for the entire field of pediatric oncology.
The global platform is more than a lifeline for children like Justin facing cancer. It's a foundation for a future where all children have access to life-saving care. By working together, we are building toward our founder's dream that no child should die in the dawn of life, no matter where they're born.
You know, I tell you what, every time I play that St. Jude's video during the broadcast, you know, what we want to see happen starts to happen, and just as the video was ending, we start to see rain coming down on the racetrack here, midway through stint number 5 here. So the racers now, if they weren't paying attention, are definitely paying attention to the weather radar at this point. Now, with that being said, the moisture on the racetrack hasn't met the requirements of a wet race yet. Pardon me, I hit the mic there. So that means that it is still a dry race. So with that being said, the amount of water on the racetrack doesn't surmount to enough for drivers to really have too much struggle on the racetrack in the conditions. It will potentially change a little bit of trajectory of your car depending on where it is you are. And oof, I think we've seen a little bit of that right there. I think that was a little lag spike potentially maybe from Sky Eden there, but you can see the rain coming down on the Campbell Straight here as they head up the racetrack. So not sure how extensive this rain is going to be here on the racetrack right now, but it is most certainly raining now in the Spa, and that did not take long. So here we go. Alright, so it is ever so important there, as we just seen in the 3-minute video there from St. Jude's. They are trying to move to a global project to help more kids around more countries in the world at no cost to them and their families, and that's why we're stepping in to try and help with fundraising efforts. I mean, we're just a small community. I'm just a small-time content creator, but we've got big dreams and big goals to continue helping out people in the world, and this is what we're choosing to do this Christmas season, is help St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital with this campaign of their global their charge for global cancer research and care for children worldwide. So there's a pinned comment in the YouTube chat there. That is our campaign page. You just click on that link, it takes you right to the fundraising page, and go check out to see what's going on there. And if you can donate, we really do appreciate the donation. Yeah, absolutely legendary. And if you're not able to donate, we understand times are tough right now. Finances are tight for many people worldwide. But we do need you to share the content out. Sharing the content out continues to get reach and get more eyes on the charity link, and we're playing law of averages here, ladies and gentlemen. If we all remember from school, law of averages comes into play here. 1 out of every 10 people are going to at least read that post, and 1 out of every 10 people are potentially going to donate to the cause. So it's important that we continue to share the content out. The more people that we reach across the internet worldwide, the higher chance we have of getting donators to come and support, of course, what we're doing here with the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital Foundation fundraiser for the Bloomstrom family. Alright, so Sky Ian is coming in. Now, this is a scheduled pit stop here, so this is not a, oh crap, it's raining, I'm coming in for tire situation. Pardon me. And I think that's pretty much going to be the case for the majority of our field here as they continue to come around. Roses is coming in. That's going to be a scheduled pit stop. We've got Cupcake coming around. He pit a little bit earlier, so should gain maybe a position from Roses as he comes around the racetrack. We got Bish here 27 seconds behind. And the rain is still coming down in little bits and spurts in certain parts of the racetrack here, and it is starting to collectively add up on the racetrack. But again, it's still not quite at that point where the drivers are thinking intermediate tires here at the moment. Now, the track's wet. How can these guys run on slick tires? I mean, you got to think. a soft racing tire slick is a very soft tire compound, so it kind of makes sense that the soft tires are able to run in a moderate wet condition still. Now with that being said, if you go and look at a rain tire, if you've ever had the opportunity to examine a rain tire up close, the intermediate wets and the heavy wet tires have a pretty significant difference between the two of them, and it's in how soft the tire compound is. And of course, they have a little bit of grooving in the tire to help channel the water. Where a racing slick doesn't have that grooving to channel the water because it's obviously a dry racing tire. That's what it's designed for. But the one thing it does have to its advantage in comparison with a wet tire is how soft that the tire compound itself in the soft tire rubber is. And that's what allows a soft slick tire to maintain a certain amount of wet driving conditions here in the game. So obviously the softer the tire compound, the better chance you're going to have at traction in the wet. But I mean, it does get to a point where the soft tire cannot handle it anymore. It's just too much water, and one wrong motion on your pedals and your car is going for a ride. So that's kind of what the drivers are dealing with right now. Every car has a different braking point as well, as far as how much water is too much for this racing sauce. Pardon me, we had a little tickle in the throat. We were trying to really for the last like 45 minutes here. I think we're finally getting to the end of it, but we had a little coughing fit we had to mute for there. All right, so Skyen 20.3 seconds up the road from Speed Hunter here in second place. Cupcake is in third place there with the pit stopper Roses in front now, and I'm not sure what the gap is there as it's 20 seconds, 3:42. It's about 3 minutes? 3 minutes, give or take. That seems wrong. Roses with the lovely pit lane infraction there, either entering or exiting pit lane, so it would be a nice 3-second penalty here for him to serve shortly as he comes around the Paul Frere curve and starts to hit the Bloomstrom high-powered stretch here, and that is going to cost him, well, on track and at the pace of this race, probably close to 5 seconds in track time and position, but, I mean, it is what it is. The track officials are ruthless to Spa here, and I mean, if you even come near touching that left-hand side line on pit exit especially, they're going to penalize you. Even if you don't think you touched it, they're going to slap you with it anyways. So you really got to be on point with your pit exits here, because I mean they're ruthless with handing out penalties on pit exit here. Pit entry is no different either. It's a very tricky pit entry here into Spa as well. So the racers are dealing with it here with track officials and the very technical pit entry and exit. Alright, so for our race officials, it's going to be Marky Mark stepping in for myself in stint number 6. I'm unsure if the team has made that adjustment in the driver schedule or let you guys know in our garage, so I'm just going to do it live, just so you guys know what's going on. I didn't want to say it too early, but we are going to be swapping myself out with Mark for stint number 6, as long as he has the lobby host added, which I would assume he does.
I just want to verify to make sure that nothing has changed. Doesn't look like anything has changed.
So we're just going to keep the content coming. I mean, that's the whole goal here. meant to hit 10th there, but we keep hitting the wrong button, so we just skip passport TDC here. I love you, TDC, really I do. I'm not trying to skip you. Alright, I believe we're going to have Nolander coming in to cover stint number 6, so when I refire the stream, basically what we're going to do is just bring Nolander's stream right up onto my stream, and we'll let Nolander cover that stint number 6, and then I will jump into lobby number 7 and take over from Nolander there so he can prepare for his next driving stint. From there, we need stint 9 and 10 covered essentially by our other two commentators that are stepping in, so we'll leave them sort that out and do much of the same thing. We'll just bring it up on the GT45 Gaming YouTube while they stream it on their own pages as well, and we'll just get some double coverage out on it. Gotta love the double coverage. Just want to thank everybody for tuning in so far here today. Like I said, you guys and gals are really helping St. Jude's today just by being here and showing support by watching the race, commenting in the chat, hitting that like and share obviously on the page. If you're not a subscriber to the channel, also another free thing to do, hit that sub button. It just makes you a member of the page, and you should get notified every time we go live with content. And even if you don't catch the live stream, of course it will show up in your YouTube feed as in your subscription side of things that we were live and what we were live with, and if you choose to check it out after, that'd be great. But that is one free thing you can do. It costs you absolutely nothing, and it just makes you a member of the Winner's Circle community, which is really an outstanding community. I mean, this is just a small dose of things that we do here in this community throughout the year, and the boys have been hassling me for another Daytona NASCAR style race here in GT7 as well, so I think that is going to have to happen here before the new year happens as well. So you can get your NASCAR keys, boys, because we're going GT7 NASCAR style racing soon. Yes, we have iRacing NASCAR 2025, I get that, but not all the community has NASCAR currently, so we have to give time for the community to decide if they want to purchase it or not. So we will do a GT7 style NASCAR one-off here again, coming very soon. I know the community, the boys in the community have really been bugging and poking at me about it for the last 3 months now, at least. So I think we got to appease the crowd. They're actually a ton of fun. We have a couple of cars built and tuned to basically act like NASCARs, and relatively actually around the same speeds and paces the real life NASCARs currently. Now this is a super old build spec, but over the years it seems to hold up and stay true to what it's designed for, so we'll bust it out again and see how the tunes hold up. Oh, I see some eyeballs coming. Big thank you for providing the stream for us. Go Team Aero V2. Thank you, Aero V2. Aha! Alright, our race leaders is Aero V2 Racing Team. Thank you. Much love.
I could not for the life of me remember what team they were.
See, you always just gotta rely on the chat to give you that information. They, you know, even when they don't know they're giving it to you, they just pop it out for you. Appreciate you, my guy. Thank you. Oh my goodness. You know, I know, right? I race in Split 2. I should know all of this stuff, right? But I mean, I'm so focused on what Tenths is doing in behind the scenes, and then focusing on our own race. I haven't really paid attention to the team names or the car numbers or even half the races that are involved in each of the teams, to be honest with you. Unlike Split 1, where I spend all my time literally just watching the race and talking to you guys about it. You know, that information is just, over time, just ingrains into my brain by muscle memory. But when you're on the track racing against those guys, you're not constantly staring at their cars and their car numbers and their names on the screen and talking about them every few minutes, right? So it is easy to not know who everybody is in my own split. So just don't start, all right?
Chris is all over that NASCAR. The moment I said that GT7 style NASCAR event, man, the eyeballs hit the chat. So yeah, I told you the boys have been all over me about it. And even with NASCAR 2025 coming out, I don't think that's going to change the urge to do a NASCAR GT7 event here again. So we'll see that very soon. We'll probably do that after the championship, sometime in December during the off season when everybody's just kicking around bored. We'll probably fire that guy up and send it. But if you're thinking about buying iRacing NASCAR 2025, you're sitting on the fence, you're not sure what you think yet, just hold out here. Just hold tough, guys. I mean, don't pull the trigger if you're not really sure if you want to buy the game. The one thing we do as gamers is spend a lot of money on video games. And you know, if you're like me, I've spent a lot of money on video games for games that I have downloaded to my PlayStation and never actually played because something better is going on. Just a more fun game that I'm just more interested in, and eventually it just gets forgotten about, right? So if you're on the fence about buying it, don't. Just hang tough, wait it out. I'm going to be bringing NASCAR content to the page and the live streams here over the next couple of weeks. We're going to show you guys some of the different modes available and how everything works. We'll do some career mode racing, we'll do some championship mode racing, and we'll do some online mode racing throughout the next couple of weeks, and bring that content to you guys, the community, so you guys can have a better idea of whether or not it's something that you are interested in. And I'm not gonna lie, man, it is sheer chaos right now when it comes to NASCAR online racing. I mean, it's NASCAR. What else am I going to say? If you're going into iRacing NASCAR to do online racing and expecting clean, no-touch racing, you're in the wrong place. I mean, it's a battle between controller and wheel drivers, and it is very visible the difference between the two setups of racing in the NASCAR game. Controller drivers, it's almost impossible for them to hold a straight line with the physics model and the way that the tracks are, where you have the wheel users, and once you get your wheel and pedals dialed into the game, I mean, it's just like we do here on Gran Turismo 7. Becomes routine, right? You know, it becomes muscle memory and seat time at that point, and that is where a large part of the problem in the online racing on NASCAR 2025 is right now, is obviously the difference between wheel and pedal users and controller pad users. But the fun factor in NASCAR iRacing is absolutely through the roof. You love it and you hate it all at the same time, but when you shut the game off, you just want to play it some more. So fun factor, absolutely through the roof on that game. So we're definitely going to bring some of that content out to the community. So if you're sitting on the fence about that game, just hold on. Let us bring the content out to you guys and let you guys see firsthand what it is and what it's like, and then maybe you can make a little more of an informed decision based off of that. I'm not your typical content creator who's going to puff up a game because, you know, I want more subscribers, or I want the game to notice me, give me a creator content code opportunity or anything like that. That's not my style, man. I wear my heart on the sleeve. I'm pretty open and honest, and if something's on my mind and I feel like it needs to be said, it gets said. So if I dislike a game, I will not hold back on the fact that I dislike the game. I mean, even as we're sitting here today doing a Gran Turismo 7 24-hour racing event, I still have had negative things to say about the game and the condition of certain parts of the game while doing a GT7 event, right? So I mean, I'm not scared to hold back on honest opinion and how I feel about something. Obviously within professional courtesies and respects. I mean, I do have a conscience and a brain, but you know, for the most part, you know, it's just my honest opinion. And as a content creator, I find it's important to be true to who you are, because if you're pretending to be somebody you're not, you're just lying to your community, and at some point in time throughout your content career, that community is going to see through your BS and eventually potentially cause you major problems, right? And I don't need that crap in my life. I'm just going to stay true to who I am as a person in my page and do the best I can. And I mean, who I am on the stream is pretty much who I am in real life. I'm fairly easygoing, pretty cool, calm, mild manner for the most part. I don't get upset easily in a sense. I mean, when I'm playing video games, we all rage playing video games. They tick us off, and we have moments of outbursts. That's normal. I mean, every video game player does that. It's pretty rare that you see a video gamer not rage at some point in time in a game because something happened or ticked them off, and they just had to have that outburst to feel better, right? We all do that. But, you know, as far as confrontation and all that things goes, you know, I'm not open to confrontation. That's not my style. I mean, I use my brains to fight, not my fists, if at all possible, right? So, yeah. So, I mean, it's the same thing in a virtual world as well.
So, I think that's important because obviously we're sitting here trying to do fundraising efforts all the time here at G245 Gaming and with other communities as well. We always step in to help commentate charity events and that to get more exposure for them as well. So, it's important to stay true to yourself, because if you want your community to trust in what you're doing and believe in what you're doing, then you can't be lying to your community about who you are on the live stream. I mean, you have to be true to who you are, and you can't be out there impersonating somebody who's not, right? So that's also important. And we just got a blue flag situation happening here. That wasn't a position for battle for position there. Skyene navigates around one of our blue flag cars here to him anyways on the racetrack. Speed Hunter is 21 seconds in behind here now as pit stop sequences are starting to kind of filter the gaps back into place here again. But we are going to see our two stoppers stopping here roughly in about 10 to 15 minutes again, so that is again going to change the gaps in the field here. Rose is closing back in on Cupcake. It's about 8-second gap here now after that pit stop. We got Caberman here. He's 45 seconds in behind Roses and 37 seconds ahead of the MRL car. Bish is 1 minute and 3 seconds ahead of Get Boosted right now, currently in the 7th position. Was struggling with his VR headset there, but it seems like he's got that sorted out now, hopefully, and has been looking pretty solid so far in the stint. Again, equipment failure. It's the struggle is real, man. We got Tamo here in 8th place. Tamo, I'm not sure. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the whole word as a whole because it's just, not even going there. In 8th place here is a minute 20 over Tony from the Skill Buddy Racing. Lexus here in 9th place, and then we've got them Cat here for Team Rad. They're holding on. They seem to be losing less and less time here in each driving stint now, so they seem to be settling into the race a little bit here now as they've gotten settled into the race. Here after 9 hours of racing? Over 9 hours of racing. Let's go Team Rad, says Mia. I believe we're going to be seeing her come out on track next for her IRO debut. As a matter of fact, we love seeing that. So, and very few female competitors here this season. I think that's probably going to change here come next season as well. But we definitely have a couple, and we will see them out on track here this weekend. So. It's a very male-dominated sport currently right now in the sim racing world. Now, with that being said, there are a very large amount of female racers in the sim racing world. They just tend to stay in the shadows, so to speak. They have their reasons. I'm not going to get into those reasons on this particular broadcast or on this particular page because, I mean, just think long and hard about men and women and the difference between men and women, and you can probably figure out why. But, a lot of them race in the shadows. A lot of them race under, fake PSN names, not to be easily noticed that is potentially a female driver behind the wheel. And again, they have their reasons. I don't blame them. But it is nice to see them starting to come out into the league racing a lot more now than they have in the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, like I said, maybe it was just a shadow effect where they were just hiding in the shadow for the time being, but it's a lot more open now. The female racers are starting to come out more openly now and competing in the league races, and that's a fantastic thing to see. We've been trying to encourage that here on my side of the woods in the sim racing community for a couple of years now since Miss Devious joined our community. We thought that would be a great opportunity to hopefully see more female racers get involved in the community and come and race over here per se to start changing that stigma a little bit. I mean, we're not perfect. We make mistakes too, but the one thing we do is every racer is treated equally, and there is no discrimination between whether you're a male or a female, right? I mean, you're a racer, you're a competitor, and you're playing by the same rules as everybody else on the racetrack, and that's what matters. So, but we like to encourage to see that the women come out and competing as well, because I got to tell you what, there is a lot of high-class female racers out there in the sim racing community just hiding in the shadows, and it's a shame that they're just sitting there hiding in the shadows because quality racers produce great racing, and I love to see the women squeeze the men and put the pressure on them. So we like seeing the females coming out and racing, so it's going to be fantastic. It is fantastic, as it's male-dominated. Everything in the world is becoming not so male-dominated anymore, and that's exactly the mentality that everybody needs to start thinking in, because it isn't a male-dominated world, and we are equal, and we are supposed to, and always have been supposed to be equal. So everything needs to be treated that way, and that's no different in the motorsports world. It is, because it's a male-dominated sport and has been for many, many years, but it is very quickly changing, and with that, the stigmas have to change. So. What's up, Ricky? Hope you're doing good. Big up the Iron Dames. Yeah, no, absolutely great group of racers there. Let me tell you what. Thank you for providing streaming great comments. Let's go TAC, Speed Hunter in Huntertown. Speed Hunter Racing. Thank you. Man alive. Alright. We're starting to figure this out here now as the chat's coming in and sneaking the information to us. Thank you. I love you guys. I know most of the teams, there's a couple of the team names for some reason, even during the season when we're talking about it, the Tenths Simracing and prepping for races, I have a hard time thinking of the damn team names. Usually Roses or one of the other drivers is like, oh, you mean ROV or Speed Hunter? Yeah, those guys, right? Some things just do not stick for some reason. I don't know why. I'm getting old, my memory's slipping, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Well, hey, we threw about 5 variations out there. I figured we'd get it right eventually. Oh, I love this community, I really do. They always keep you on your toes as a commentator, man. They keep you true to the task at hand, that's for sure. We can't blame them for that. We cannot blame them for that. I mean, they're out here putting on a show for everybody, so rightfully so, right? It's like your school teacher picking apart your homework, But we like the feedback from our racers, we like the little quirky jokes and the stabs and the comments, and we like to get constructive feedback too, because obviously it just helps continue to make the content better at the end of the day. So 3.8 seconds now separating Cupcake and Roses here, but again, we are getting to that point where we're going to see 2-stop windows starting to come into play here as well. So we will see a handful of drivers probably make a pit stop here in the next 2 or 3 laps, if I had to guess, and that means Roses may not actually have to battle for 3rd place here on Cupcake, but the fact that he's closing back in on Cupcake means a time gained on track on Cupcake and the RA team, which means that may be a larger gap when Cupcake does make that pit stop, which would be good, because obviously the varying strategies between the 2 drivers means that Cupcake will have fresher racing tires than Roses will as well, which means he should be gaining time back on Roses essentially once he comes back out of pit lane. So that's kind of been the story all day long, really. Here on the racetrack is that 1-stop versus 2-stop strategy, which one's better. And I mean, right now our race leaders on the 1-stop strategy started on the 2-stop, moved to the 1-stop. So it seems right now in the racing conditions and the way that the track is, that the 1-stop is definitely the more sturdier, more strong strategy, but I do suspect that as the track starts to warm back up in the daylight hours, that strategy could very well change again. We could start seeing that 2-stop strategy become a little more dominant again. So this is kind of one of those races where the strategy almost needs to be adaptable on the fly, depending on the condition of the racing track. We haven't factored in the weather yet either. On top of that, we did see a small amount of rain dropping on the racetrack here for a few minutes. It didn't quite push the level to a wet race determination here, so I mean the driver didn't even come in for wet tires there, but that may not be the case every time that it decides to drop precipitation here over the next few hours in our 24-hour event. It very well means that the drivers are going to have to be even more on their toes and paying attention to what's going on, because one miscall, one little mistake, one misread of that weather radar could end in disaster for a racer and end up as a reward for others. So this is the more difficult half of the race here coming up now, as we head into midnight conditions here. Now we are nearing in towards midnight. As we near the end of this stint, I'd say it's probably roughly about 9:30 p.m. local time here at Spa. So we are encroaching into the very dark hours, early morning hours here very soon in our racing event here this weekend. So good job to all the racers so far. It's been a battle. Some have been battling a lot harder than others, but at the end of the day, all 11 teams are battling some form goal in each stint here right now, whether it be a recovery style goal or whether it be a charge up and try to gain position style goal or a defend your position and gain open the gap style goal. Whatever the goal may be, they're all on a charge for a reason here right now, trying to regain track time. Alright, so Lexus is in for a pit stop here, and our number 777 car is just coming through here to start lap number 30. So a few laps down here, the race leader's on lap 38. So a tough day there for the 777 camp, but it is what it is. Still laughing about that comment, I can't help it. It is, the PlayStation names for some of the players on PlayStation can get quite interesting, or just absolutely, how do you even say that, right? Obviously with different nationalities and cultures involved in the mix too, I mean, it can completely mean something different, so, and the pronunciation is pretty important, because I know in some cultures the way that you pronounce a word could very well dictate the way that that word means as well, and we don't want to offend anybody by accident either, so it's a tricky situation, it's a slippery slope. We don't want to offend our racers either. That's definitely what we don't want to do, but if it happens, it happens. It has happened in the past, and it was completely unintentional, but some people have soft, sensitive feelings, and you need to deal with those situations. It's a part of the job, it's a part of the gig. Alright, so live timing is all whack. So minute 13 between second place and the race leader here right now, which is not the whack part. And it's 3:08 to 1:13, so it's about 2 minutes and 5 seconds between Speed Hunter and Roses here on second and third place, and then it is 49.6 seconds from Roses to Capperman here in fourth place, and then Cupcake coming out of that second scheduled pit stop here for his third set of tires, pardon me, is about 5 seconds in behind Capperman here. So Bish is 31 seconds in behind Cupcake and 55 seconds ahead of Get Boosted. Get Boosted has chipped away at that time gap a little bit. Tamo is losing a little bit of touch with Boosted as he's been chipping away at Bish in front there. And Tony and Kat are continuing to just regain as much ground and territory on the racetrack as they can here, trying to regain or recover here in the race.
Alright, so stint 6 is up and ready. With any luck, we have a no-lander or a no-lander jumping into that stint, which I believe is the plan. So what we're going to do is keep an eye on No-Lander's YouTube here. He shut the stream down about an hour ago, so I would assume he's going to be back live.
So like I said, what we're going to do is we're just going to, at the end of this stint, we are going to shut part 1 down. We're going to fire up a second stream. Obviously we have time restraints. We're only allowed 12 hours at a time on YouTube. We're passing that 10-hour mark now, so we have probably about 25 or 30 minutes left in the stint here yet as well, so we'll be getting relatively close to that 12-hour mark by the end of the stint here. So we're going to shut this stream down and fire up a brand new one, i.e. part 2, and continue on with the race. However, we may be just showing No-Lander's live stream of stint number 6 while we step away, go get some food, and allow No-Lander to take over the comms here for a couple hours. I believe that's the plan. If not, we'll just stay here and do our thing.
Oh, the GTWS is this weekend as well, right? That's right.
I was going to actually apply to try and be one of the content creators that got to do the GT7 live stream for Los Angeles, but because it conflicted with an already scheduled racing event that we're taking part in, I opted not to fill out the request form for it with GT7. So that leaves me one more opportunity to try and get my commentary out into the actual GT7 world, I guess, and I guess that means it's going to be the World Finals. So with that being said, we don't have any restrictions coming up with the exception of Vegas Cup Championship, and obviously the races run quite a bit earlier than my championship does on the GTWS side of things. So we're going to take a shot in the dark, and we're going to fill out our co-streamer request form with GT7 for the last World Tour race of the season and see if we can be one of the GT Gran Turismo World Final content creators covering the race. That would be pretty cool, eh, chat? So I know that my community has been encouraging me to take bigger steps and try to reach out and into bigger areas in commentary, and I've been pretty hesitant to do so. But now knowing that I've got my upgraded equipment coming here very soon, it's a risk I'm more willing to take now that I know I'm going to have more reliable equipment, right? I mean, my big thing is to take an opportunity like that, get approved to, be one of the co-streamers for that World Final, and then have my equipment completely crap to bed in the middle of the stream, right? That is the worst case scenario, and with the luck that I carry, that's exactly how it would go down, right? So I've been hesitant for that reason, because my equipment's not up to par. Now that the equipment's going to be back up to par here real soon, I'm a lot more willing to take that risk, because opportunities like that only come once in that situation, and I don't want to burn it, right? I want to take full advantage of a potential opportunity like that. So all we can do is apply and see if we get approved. I'm a very small channel, so it's a very small percentage chance that I would be accepted just due to that fact alone, but you just never know. I mean, we definitely have Gran Turismo worthy commentary talent if I really focus in on it, I think. So we're going to give it a shot. We're going to give it a shot, chat. We're going to take the risk. We'll send that application form out here after this weekend, because it'll come up, and we'll see if we can go and do a co-stream alongside Gran Turismo during the World Finals. That would be pretty epic, in all honesty. I'm not gonna lie. So and we do know that some of the World Tour drivers know who we are as a commentator as well. So I mean, maybe that helps. Maybe that means absolutely nothing. It probably means absolutely nothing. But I mean, we're not unknown in the community. I mean, we do have some of the World Tour drivers that have seen the commentary. So I mean, there is that small little percentage of extra advantage right there, whether it be 0.001 or not. I mean, it's still an extra advantage in my eyes, right? Positivity. You always got to think positive. You always got to look for the small wins, and that's exactly what that kind of is the case of. It would be a small win, right? So, but yeah, I mean, we got lots of things planned in the upcoming months. The big holdback for the stream over the last while has been desire due to real life situation. Now that we've got that sorted out, it's been the equipment. And now that we've got that almost sorted out, there's almost nothing. There's no more excuses at this point, right? So the content will start to flow here again very soon. We're just trying to get the old PC not to kill itself before the new PC shows up. So we're just trying to take it as easy as we can on it. This weekend we're absolutely going to crush its hopes and dreams and make it run for like 30 hours straight. But details. Details. Alright, so minute 9 separating Skyen from Speed Hunter in second place. From there it's about 2 minutes and 3 seconds between second and third place. It's not even a full lap, so I'm not sure why it doesn't show up on the live timing. We are seeing the IRO Mercedes going around Roses there to get a lap back on the number 10 car there, and you can see Roses didn't contest that there. He just moved out of the way and actually let him through there, just not to cost himself any time or potential incident on the racetrack there. So smart call from Roses there, just let that car through. Clearly he's got the pace. There's no point in trying to hold him back. It's not hurting
number 10 car in, it's not losing him a position. All he's doing is giving a lap back to that driver. So I mean, that driver still has another 2 minutes and 17, 18 seconds to make up yet on a third place driver before it's a real issue, right? So I mean, sometimes you got to make that decision on the fly, and Rose is making, in my opinion, a smart call there and just not fighting. The fighting could have cost 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 more seconds instead of just letting them through and losing a second on your lap time there. I mean, which is worse of two evils, right? I think he made the right call there myself personally. Got Capperman here in 6th place. We did see a flash of the headlights there as it signaled to the blue flag car that he's there and close enough. And you can see the blue flag car there really reeling the car in to give that position up. Now, this is a tricky one, right? Now, what we do at Tenths and in our team here so far this season is, the blue flag will start waving at you as a blue flag car when the lead lap car gets within 2 seconds, okay? This is something that we've tested and just outright found out and proven is in 2 seconds is when that blue flag window starts flashing. So you know that the lead lap car is coming well before the lead lap car even has an opportunity to really, in my opinion, flash their headlights at you. Now that's just a courtesy to say, hey, I'm a lead lap car and I'm coming, right? What the lead lap cars have to remember is that is not an instant, I flash my headlights, you need to slam on your brakes, cost yourself 20 seconds, give me the position right now. That's not the way it works. I mean, the Tenths crew, we make that car get within what I consider attacking distance, right? 3/4 of a second, within a second to 3/4 of a second. Once that lead lap car gets within that range, we immediately, in the next safe opportunity, give that position up. And in my opinion, that's a better way to do it because you're not giving up any ridiculous amount of time to let the lead lap car through to begin with because they flash their headlights from 3.5 seconds back. It's an abuse of the policy, in my opinion, when it comes to the lead lap cars with the flashing of their headlights. I think they have to be within that letting by range before they flash their headlights personally, but the rules are the rules. So I've seen a large amount of abuse in that policy so far this season through split 1 and split 2. It's not just split 2, and it's not just the particular driver we're watching there, but there are protocols and rules to the blue flag procedure as well, and I think everybody forgets that. The blue flag car doesn't have to give up 20 seconds of their race to let you by because you see them 3 corners away. That's not the way it works, and the blue flag cars have the right to force that lead lap car to prove that they actually have the pace to catch them and pass them as well, in my opinion. So that's what we do with the Tenths crew. When they get within that 1 second to 3/4 of a second mark, that's offensive attacking distance at that point. Now we're going to give that position up if we're in the blue flag situation, right? So the point is not to give up any unnecessary time having to give up that position as a blue flag car. So yeah, every driver handles it differently, obviously, and every driver has a different opinion on the procedure and the rule, obviously. It's always one of those areas that's always very heavily discussed and never really come to a proper conclusion between all parties because there's always somebody that's never quite in agreement with the procedure. So it's something that's always being tweaked and refined and fine-tuned from one season to the next based off feedback and situations throughout the season, right? But yeah, I mean, I think that's, sometimes the racers forget what the proper procedures are for these things, and that can create a little bit of confusion on the racetrack and sometimes a little bit of complication on the racetrack as well. So I mean, staying within the procedures parameters is fairly important as well, and that's why we force the lead lap cars to follow those procedural parameters before we're just going to outright give up a position, right? So and some of the lead lap cars might not like that, but that's within the procedural protocols and parameters. So that's something that may change throughout the off season into the next season. Maybe they tweak and refine that blue flag procedure, but I mean, throughout the season, we've never been penalized for a blue flag infraction the way we've done blue flags all season, and we haven't changed that since day one of the season. So it really comes down to just being smart out there about it. You're always going to have blue flag traffic in long distance racing. That's just par for the course. It's normal. It sucks being that blue flag car constantly having to give up positions to lead lap cars, especially if you're having a struggle filled race or you're a little off pace in that race. You're dealing with that a little more than maybe you're used to or on average, but again, it still has to be followed within, protocols and parameters. So it does bug me a little bit when you get headlights flashing well before they should be flashing. Because, again, the racers literally have blue flags waving across the middle of their screen 2 seconds before the car is even on their rear bumper. So they're well aware that you're back there.
if they're not paying attention after that, I mean, yeah, then you have every right to be upset with them for sure, right? But I mean, that's why we have stewards and a ticket filing process. If you feel like a procedure was broken that badly, then you can file a report ticket and let the stewards take a look at it, right? So, but it's just my opinion. You know, sometimes we forget as racers in the heat of the moment that we still have parameters we have to follow within the regulations of the series as well, and then can't be upset when you don't get your result because you didn't really follow the parameters within the procedure, right? So I've seen this argument discussion happen throughout the whole season as well. You know, in the channels and in between the racers and situations as well. You know, they're just hashing it out instead of filing a ticket against each other type thing, which is also a good thing. It's healthy. It helps the racers bond together in a sense a little bit as well, right, to understand each other and their mentalities and stuff like that, you know. So you learn about each other in that sense too, having that what I like to call a constructive discussion about something that happened in a race or is ongoing and whatever, right? There's two types of conversations in that situation. There's a very constructive conversation where everybody's just saying their point of view and then suggestions are coming in, and you know, it's a very open-ended discussion, right? But then there's the destructive, you know, conversation where, you know, opinions come in and then arguing starts, right? So, you know, there's a difference there too as well. But you know, we've seen lots of constructive discussions between the blue flag protocols this season as well. I mean, like I said, in every league and every season, it's always one of the most discussed topics because everybody has a slightly different opinion on what a blue flag protocol should be in a different situation, right? So that always creates a little bit of opportunity for argumentation, I guess. So I mean, you know, it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to come up with proper protocols and procedures that suit everybody equally, right? So you just have to remember to play by the rules set forth that we signed up for, and then, you know, if we do make a mistake and we don't quite follow the parameters, we know we definitely shouldn't be going to make a scene about it. Not saying that's going to happen. It's just I don't know, my instincts are rocking off right now, and I felt like it's something that needed to be said, so I tend to trust my instincts. This is nearing the end of stint 5. We're going to be heading into stint number 6 here. My man, Jack. Yes, the rest of the race is potential for rain. Whether or not it happens, yet to be determined. We've seen a little bit of rain drop here about, I want to say 40 minutes ago, but it wasn't really enough to affect the race. It might have slowed the drivers down maybe 4/10 or half a second for a couple laps around the racetrack, but that's about it. Nothing serious right now, but precipitation in the forecast for the remaining 12 hours of the race, and I mean, it's not guaranteed to be wet, but the opportunity and the chance is most certainly there. Alright, so we got some gaps starting to close up here now as, you know, that sequence of 2 stoppers versus 1 stoppers is kind of filtering through. So it's Skyene, 1:03 in the lead over Speed Hunter here in 2nd place. He's got currently 2 minutes and about 15 seconds over Roses here in 3rd place in the number 10 car. We've got Cupcake here in 4th place, 46 seconds in behind Roses there, and lag seems to be getting a little bit worse there. Thankfully we're getting near the end of the stint there. We've got Bish here is 39 seconds in behind Cupcake, but he does have P6 Caperman starting to close in here on him as well. So maybe that was where Bish had passed Caperman, but I believe this is Caperman closing in on Bish right now to try and battle for 5th place. So we're going to actually sit here with these two for a moment, as really this is the nearest thing we have to positional battle on the racetrack right now. So let's stick with Caperman and MRL Bish here for a moment as we head into the last chicane, heading into the start-finish line here to signify the next lap, and a little bit of a wiggle from Caperman there out on the exit, and that may cost him a little bit of time on the number 8 MRL car here as they head into La Source on lap number 44. So they're a lap down to the race leaders, so the race leaders are on lap number 45 currently.
Alright, we got a little bit of chatter in the Tenths server right now. I'm just catching up on that to make sure I'm on point with what's going on. I still definitely want to know what's going on in behind the scenes. I'm just monitoring what they're doing. I'm not influencing decisions. I'm not even responding to what they're talking about in the server. Actually, they're doing an absolutely fantastic job without me sticking my nose in. So, battle time between Kapperman and Bish here as the GTRs are back at it again. And you know, it's funny, near the end of the last stint, these two guys were going at it here, and we had a great side-by-side battle for like half a lap here between these two drivers and these two teams and these two cars. So here we are again, right back at it near the end of stint number 5, and I mean, it looks like it's going to be battle time here between MRL and Kapperman here. So Kapperman has gotten a position over Bish there, and you can see he started to try and open the gap back up here. He's very quickly almost got it to his second as they head through Bloomstrom on there. So that was a very quick battle between Bish and Kapperman there, but Kapperman does move up into P5, and that means that Bish does drop down to P6, and they continue on up the racetrack here. So is there a response from Bish? It's hard to say. They are on different pit strategies, meaning they are on different a set amount of rubber left underneath their car currently and different fuel loads. There's a few different factors playing in there, so I do suspect that Bish will slowly drop off of Kapperman a little bit here, leading right into the driver's swap. Alright, so we got Tamil here from Sector 7 Phoenix Racing Team in 8th place, about 7 minutes in behind the race leader here. Currently it's 9.5 minutes, 9 minutes 33 seconds for Speed Buddy Racing in behind the race leader, and 19 minutes and 58 seconds currently for the Team Rad Mercedes here as well. We're just going to go through and get live timing for our race officials here as we're within about that 5-lap window of driver swap, so a minute 2. From Aero V2 to Speed Hunter Racing. From there it is 3 minutes and 21 seconds for Tenths number 10 car. It is 4 minutes and 7 seconds for the number 9 Race Asylum GTR. In 5th place it is 4 minutes and 46 seconds for the question mark team, because I don't know what the team name is for our Italians here, but having a good recovery drive since that first stint disconnect here. We've got MRL's Bish here. The number 8 GTR is 4 minutes and 49 seconds behind the race leader. Get Boosted VR for IORT is 5 minutes and 33 seconds in behind the race leader. Tamil for Sector 7 Phoenix Racing is 7 minutes and 10 seconds behind the race leader. Tony for Speed Buddy Racing is 9 minutes and 34 seconds in behind the race leader. And Team Razdam Cat 20 minutes even currently behind the race leader. That will change a little bit, obviously, but it does give them a slight idea on the gaps just in case something does happen. It has happened once already this weekend, so we're going to try and be a little more on point with those types of things. So there's no lander live right now. Keeping an eye on things here real quick while we're doing multitasking in the background. Hey, GTWS, don't you know your live stage event is interfering with our IRO race here this weekend? And by the way, PD, don't forget to donate to the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. It's in the pinned comments there. Just saying. Should show some support, eh? Just a couple bucks. Come on, you can do it. Alright, we're just looking for a live stream from a Lamborghini. Do not have that currently. Alright, well, we might be skipping dinner and covering stint 6 here. We'll see how it goes. Alright, where are we at here? 48 to 51, and we are about midway around.
Definitely think that the new stream setup and racing is potentially creating a little bit of lag for Cupcake there. He typically doesn't lag, so that tells me that something in between the racing and streaming his POV is creating a little bit of a bandwidth spike potentially. I know he was doing some stream testing today as well, so that might be a part of the lag that we're seeing from Cupcake potentially is just that exact reason. I mean, I stream and race all the time too, and it doesn't necessarily mean I'm not lagging all the time either. I mean, I very well could be, I suppose. I just don't realize it or nobody says anything. But you know, hosting the lobbies and live streaming them, we see drivers disconnected, and I have a hardline 1.5 gigabyte connection into my PlayStation. So, I mean, there should be no way that my host is not holding up in the lobby, right? But I mean, drivers still disconnect, so it is what it is. So a little bit of rain coming down there, very close to the end of the driver's stint here, and again, not enough to warrant necessarily coming in for wet tires per se, but that could change depending on what the skies depend to do here. But it was just in the early section of the racetrack there as well, I noticed. So probably not going to be enough rain to force a late race pit stop, most likely. A late stint pit stop, essentially, I guess is where I was going there. Got a lot of GTWS watch parties going right now. I can't find more on this page of my subscriptions. There it is. Alright. Looks like we're going to be jumping into the Stint 6 lobby here. Alright, well, I'm going to have to refire the stream, so we are going to have to do a stream shutdown and a reset up here after the stint's over. So what we're going to do is we'll sit in with about our top 7 drivers probably till they come into pit lane. We'll shut the stream down, we'll refire a new stream up, and we'll be in the other lobby at that point and continue on with the broadcast here. And see if one of our broadcasters comes in to relieve us here, because I definitely need to eat before I drive tonight. But I need to be able to step away for an hour. I've only drank a whole bunch of coffee so far today. I haven't actually eaten anything yet today, so we definitely need to do that. Whatever, we'll step in. I'm just not sure which one is going to be. Cupcake's on track right now, so it's a little tough for him to be there, obviously. And I know No-Liner shut his other stream down about an hour ago, so he was probably doing exactly that, just, you know, unwinding a little bit and getting ready for the next set of driver stints and whatnot that he's got going on this weekend as well. So appreciate all the help, irregardless, in behind the scenes this weekend on such short notice, pretty short notice for what we were going to do this weekend. So. Hey, you rat is in the house. Good luck, girl. Give him hell out there. Enjoy the experience. Be patient. Don't fret. Some of these guys are uber fast. Here, the flag zones are in the straightaways in the track. So just be patient. Be smart out there. You know what you're doing, girl. You got this. Alright, so first and second place are the only 2 drivers on the lead lap at this point. The rest of the field has been put at least a lap down. So we're going to see about another 5
8 minutes before we get about halfway through our driver swap sequence here, and then we will get on with part 2 of the stream. Alright, so the race leader coming in to start the driver swap sequence there, so we will have that racer released here very, very shortly. And I'm not seeing... Just do your best, girl. Just do your best. That's all you can do. Go out there, drive for 2 hours. Just try to stay nice and consistent, and just don't fret. Don't fret. Get your feet wet. This is tough racing. Speed Hunter coming in now for his driver swap here. So Roses will have to go around one more time yet. So we're going to see about another 2 minutes and 20 seconds here before our next driver comes in. So that is kind of the gap our race leaders have right now over the rest of the field. Now, third place is essentially one of our race leaders as they are the final podium position here, but they are currently a lap down to the first and second place drivers. So Roses is leading the charge essentially of the one lap downers at the moment here in number 10 Porsche. From Tenths Simracing here, and I'm just absolutely tickled pink right now to see our beautiful blue and pink car sitting on the podium here currently, and have been for some time here now. So I just tip my hat to the drivers right now. They're absolutely killing it behind the scenes. The communication is fantastic. They're on the ball this weekend. Absolutely fantastic. This is what I like to see. It's unfortunate it took us till the end of the season to finally get it right, but as far as everything on and off track goes, I mean, we've had lots of good races and lots of potential good races this season, obviously, but that's only half the battle. Off the track is the other half of the battle, and it's definitely flowing in behind the scenes here. So I can appreciate the hard work and the effort from the drivers and our guests here from RA as well. I mean, they're leading the charge on this in the Discord as well. So you know, Roses very, very, very strongly understands how I felt about what happened after Road Atlanta and how I feel about how our season's been going over the last few rounds of racing, and immediately stepped up to you know, get everybody in the right mindset again and help with that as well. So, you know, and for Roses and Mark too, it's been a tough season for them too. I mean, Roses has performed very well this season, but there's been races and stints where he really come down on himself because he felt like he underperformed, and Mark's been feeling the same way as well here throughout a large part of the season, feeling like that he's underperformed because of mainly equipment issues that he's been having, right? So to see these two come out this weekend and really put 100,000% on the racetrack. I mean, I told our racers this weekend in last night before you know, before we were all settled in to get ready for race time that, you know, I don't want anything left on this racetrack this weekend, and they're not leaving anything on the racetrack. They are driving the absolute wires off the tires of this race car this weekend, and I mean, I'm proud of them. So this is a redemption race for a lot of our racers this weekend, and you know, it comes down to cooperation, communication, and decisions, right? So Rose is bringing it in for the number 10 team here, and Cupcake is about 39 seconds in behind here, so we'll see the RA camp coming out here just a little bit in behind the 1010's crew as well. Alright, I'm essentially just stalling for time to see if Noel Lander's going to go live, if I'm being honest. Alright, so we got Cupcake now coming in to start their driver swap sequence. Now the deal is you don't just enter pit lane and tell your next racer in the next lobby to go. You have to come to a full, complete stop in your pit box, meaning that the man that holds the lollipop sign has got the sign down in front of your car. When that sign drops down in front of the nose of your car is when you tell the other driver to go. So that is how the driver swap works. So that is checked in between each set of stints as well by race control officials. Once the stint is officially over and they've got the replay at their disposal, for one of the first things they do is go in and check the driver swap sequence. Now, obviously, there's a little bit of wiggle room in their formula to determine whether or not a team is in violation of a driver swap or not. But with that being said, we got Bish now making it into pit lane. It'll be Boosted will be our next racer to come into for driver swap here, and then once Boosted comes in for IORT here, we will shut this stream down and go and immediately fire up a new stream here with the next lobby up. So I do apologize to lobby 6. I am jumping in slightly later than I want to as far as not lagging the lobby out. Hopefully it doesn't cause any issues. The host of Lobby 6 has a very solid connection that we've seen so far here today, so I think it'll be fine. And Boosted is coming in. Alright, chat. Hang tough. We will be right back.